Good morning. Early risers, like everybody else in this room. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and welcome to the second day of the third Cyprus Forum. Before we get down to business, I would like to draw your attention to a few operational matters to ensure the smooth running of the event. Please ensure your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. We would also like to let you know that this year we'll not have any breaks during the forum. There will, however, be catering with nibbles, coffee and drinks at the side of the building near the information booths. I would also like to note that we do have headsets for translation and interpretation, but please make sure to return them to the boxes where you take them from after using them, so we don't lose any. All moderators of the panel discussions will have an iPad where they are connected to the Slido app. So if you want to ask any questions, download the Slido app and enter hashtag Cyprus Forum 2022, and the moderator will receive any questions or comments. Right, let's get down to business and begin with our first two fireside discussions for the day with young Cypriots. Let us welcome online Eleni Charidonos. She's the first Cypriot analog astronaut, Space Generation Advisory Council, SGAC, in a discussion with Christodoulos Protopapas, his presidential candidate and managing director of Elasat. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Protopapas and Eleni Charidonos.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Eleni.
I hope you can. Good morning, Mr. Protopapas. I know you can't see me.
Γεια σου, Ελένη. Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα. I want to thank everyone for attending this forum. It's an honor to have this discussion with Mr. Protopapas. I tried everything to be there, but unfortunately I have a very important university presentation today, which is why I need to do this online. Yeah, so I'm ready to start the discussion whenever you are, Mr. Protopapas.
Eleni, we will speak in Greek because both of us we are Greek Cypriots, so we can start with Greek. Thank you very much. Αγαπητοί φίλοι, γνωρίζω την Ελένη από τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης.
I know Eleni from the social media. I've been involved in space
αλλά με δική
affairs
μου υπετιότητα δεν κατάφερα να συναντηθώ με την Ελένη φυσικά.
1994, but I haven't met Eleni personally. I have met Elena Kaiser, the other analog astronaut of Cyprus. They're both representing us abroad. Eleni has been very active as an analog astronaut. She's a graduate of grammar school in Nicosia with excellent grades, a graduate from the University of Glasgow with first-class honors as well. Mr. Protopapas, just to interrupt you.
Υπάρχει translation στα ακουστικά μου.
Στο feedback υπάρχει μετάφραση στα αγγλικά.
Ναι, βασικά μιλάτε και μιλά ακόμα έναν άτομο στα ακουστικά μου, άρα ακούω δύο άτομα στα ακουστικά μου.
Translation in her headset, so there's a technical problem there.
Απλά να μας εξηγήσεις τι είναι η αναλογική αστροναύτη.
Can you explain to us what an analog astronaut is, firstly?
Ναι, ένα λεπτάκι. Υπάρχει τρόπος να το διορθώσουμε, επειδή μιλώ, αλλά μιλάει και η κοπέλα στα ακουστικά μου. Ακούω δύο φωνές να μιλούν ταυτόχρονα.
Can we correct this?
Όχι.
Τώρα μ' ακούτε, μ' ακούς?
Ναι, μιλάτε. Ναι.
Να μας εξηγήσεις ακριβώς τι είναι η αναλογική αστροναύτης.
Ωραία. Αναλογική αστροναύτης είναι βασικά όπως υπάρχουν αστροναύτες που κάνουν αποστολές στο διάστημα, υπάρχουν ανάλογες αποστολές στη Γη. Γιατί όμως, είναι μια καλή ερώτηση, διότι δεν έχουμε ούτε τη χρηματοδότηση, ούτε την ευκαιρία να διεξάγουμε όσες έρευνες θέλουμε στο διάστημα αυτή τη στιγμή. Οι αναλογικές αποστολές υπήρχαν από το 1969 που προσπαθούσαν που προσπαθούσε η NASA να στείλει τις πρώτες αποστολές στο διάστημα. Γι' αυτό άρχισαν να διεξάγουν τις συγκεκριμένες αποστολές στη Γη σε χώρους που είχαν χαρακτηριστικά που θα μπορούσαμε να βρούμε σε άλλα πλανητικά σώματα, όπως ο Άρης ή το φεγγάρι. Η δεύτερη αποστολή ήταν στη Χαβάη, πάνω στο ηφαίστειο Μαούνα Λοά, το οποίο είναι ένας από τους πιο ακριβείς τόπους να προσομοιώσουμε τις συνθήκες στον Άρη, λόγω υψόμετρου, λόγω του εδάφους. Άρα, έτσι μπορούμε τώρα, ο σκοπός αυτών των αποστολών, το 60 ήταν για να στείλουμε τους πρώτους ανθρώπους στο φεγγάρι. Τώρα, ο στόχος των αποστολών είναι για να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να κάνουμε extend τα long-term missions που θα γίνονται. Άρα, προσπαθούμε να χτίσουμε ένα lunar base, μια βάση στο φεγγάρι ως πρώτο στάδιο. Όπως ξέρετε, με τα Artemis missions, αυτό προσπαθούν να κάνουν. Η NASA να στείλουν την πρώτη γυναίκα και τον επόμενο άντρα στο φεγγάρι, για έτσι ώστε σε πολλά χρόνια να καταφέρουμε να χτίσουμε μια βάση εκεί. Άρα, αρχίσαμε να πούμε την εκπαίδευση στη Γη, να βρούμε τρόπους που μπορούμε να το κάνουμε πραγματικότητα αυτόν τον σκοπό.
Μάλιστα. Στην εκπαίδευση που κάνετε, εκτός από τις συνθήκες διαβίωσης στο φεγγάρι, ασχοληθήκατε καθόλου και με τις συνθήκες διαβίωσης στον Άρη, γιατί υπάρχει και διαφορά θερμοκρασίας, υπάρχει και διαφορετικές ατμοσφαιρικές συνθήκες.
Εννοείται, η επικοινωνία στη δεύτερη αποστολή είχε 20 λεπτά delay, επειδή έχουμε πάντα επικοινωνία με το Mission Control. Υπάρχει μια ομάδα, ας το πούμε, στη Γη, αφού προσομοιώνουμε, που είναι υπεύθυνοι για οτιδήποτε έχουμε να κάνουμε. Άρα πρέπει να πάρουμε άδεια από αυτούς, θέλουμε να βγούμε έξω από το habitat για κάποιο λόγο, π.χ. για έναν έκτακτο EVA. Που το EVA είναι μια δραστηριότητα που κάνουν οι αστροναύτες έξω από το χώρο που ζουν. Για αυτήν τη δραστηριότητα πρέπει να προετοιμαστούν ανάλογα. Στον Άρη υπάρχει minimum 20 λεπτά delay. Δηλαδή, θα αρχίσω να σας στέλνω εγώ ένα μήνυμα τώρα, θα έρθει μετά από 20 λεπτά. Άρα, πρέπει να προσομοιώσουμε τη συγκεκριμένη συνθήκη. Άλλη συνθήκη ήταν η τροφή μας. Άρα, είναι οι ίδιες συνθήκες με αυτές του φεγγαριού μας, στη σελήνη. Η τροφή, γιατί οι αστροναύτες τρέφονται με ξηρά τροφή, έτσι τρέφομασταν κι εμείς. Το υψόμετρο έπαιξε πολύ ρόλο, διότι γενικά το spaceflight έχει πολλή επίδραση πάνω στους μυς μας, πάνω στο πώς αναπνέουμε, διότι θέλουμε τουλάχιστον 2 ώρες άσκηση στο διάστημα και πάρα πολύ προετοιμασία πριν πάμε στο διάστημα από θέμα φυσικής κατάστασης. Το συγκεκριμένο ηφαίστειο μας έφερε έτσι κάποια προβληματάκια όσον αφορά τη φυσική μας κατάσταση. Εμένα προσωπικά με έσπασαν τα αγκαία στα μάτια μου λόγω πολλών ημερών σε πολύ ψηλό υψόμετρο. Άρα έπρεπε να βρω τρόπους να αντιμετωπίσω αυτήν τη συνθήκη. Εννοείται ότι πήρα τα ανάλογα μέτρα και συνέχισα επαγγελματικά τη δουλειά μου. Δηλαδή δεν είχα επιλογή να πω όχι, δεν θα το κάνω, ούτε ήθελα να σας πω την αλήθεια, επειδή πήγα εκεί για ένα σκοπό και τον πραγματοποίησα στο τέλος όπως έπρεπε.
Όταν είχα γνωρίσει την Κλωτή, την πρώτη Ευρωπαία πραγματική αστροναύτη, μου είπε ότι το μεγαλύτερο πρόβλημα στο να πάει κάποιος στο Διεθνή Διαστημικό Σταθμό ή στο να έχει διαστημικές αποστολές είναι η επιστροφή στη Γη, η καταπώνηση του σώματος στην επιστροφή στη Γη και επίσης και η καταπώνηση του σώματος στην εκτόξευση, γιατί η εκτόξευση πρέπει να γίνει με πολύ μεγάλη επιτάχυνση και καταπονείται πάρα πολύ το ανθρώπινο σώμα. Εσείς είχατε ζήσει αυτές τις συνθήκες υπερβολικής βαρύτητας και συνθήκες εξομοίωσης της εισόδου του διαστημικού οχήματος στη Γη.
Είχα ζήσει κάτι παρόμοιο στο τελευταίο πρόγραμμα που έκανα, το οποίο είναι ένα από τα πιο σημαντικά βήματα της δικής μου καριέρας. Ήταν στο Διεθνές Ινστιτούτο Αστροναυτικών Επιστημών και ήταν ένα πρόγραμμα για το οποίο έκανα apply, πέρασα από interview για να με πιάσουν. Τι είναι, έζησα κάτω από υποξιακές συνθήκες, hypoxia. Το οποίο hypoxia τι είναι. Είναι μια πάθηση όταν τα cells σου, τα body tissues σου δεν παίρνουν αρκετό οξυγόνο σε κάποια φάση όταν γίνεται unexpected decompression. Άρα εμείς προσομοιώσαμε ότι κατά τη διάρκεια αυτής της εκτόξευσης, να το πούμε, ή όταν θα ήμασταν μέσα στο διαστημόπλαιο, για να το πούμε με απλά λόγια, μπορεί να υπήρχε αναπάντεχη αποσυμπίεση. Τι κάνουμε σε αυτή τη στιγμή. Και είχαμε την ευκαιρία να μπούμε σε ένα chamber, σε έναν έγκλειστο χώρο, στον οποίο ανέβασαν μέχρι τα 20.000 πόδια σαν υψόμετρο και άρχισαν να τον αποσυμπιέζουν, συγγνώμη, αναπάντεχα, χωρίς να το ξέρουμε. Και εμείς έπρεπε να καταλάβουμε τι γινόταν. Έχουμε αποσυμπιέζει τώρα και υπάρχουν κάποια συμπτώματα που λαμβάνει το σώμα σου όταν γίνει αυτή η αναπαντεχή αποσυμπιέση. Τα οποία είχαν ευκαιρία να ζήσω, μειώθηκε η όραση μου, έπρεπε να βλέπω, βασικά μπορούσα μόνο να δω μπροστά μου, το tunnel vision, υπήρχε tunnel vision. Και είχα εφορία εγώ, με έπιασε ένα σπαστικό γέλιο, που αυτό μπορεί να γίνει από την υποξία. Γι' αυτό τι έπρεπε να κάνουμε, έπρεπε να βάλουμε απευθείας τη μάσκα οξυγόνου, να πάρουμε αναπνοές από τη μάσκα οξυγόνου και να επικοινωνούμε με το mission control μας, όπως θα γινόταν στην πραγματικότητα. Είχα την ευκαιρία επίσης στο συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα να ζήσω hyperbaric, πώς θα λένε σε ελληνικά. Να ζήσω στυλά G's και χαμηλά G's. Πήγα μέχρι τα 7 G's. Ήταν μια από τις πιο όμορφες εμπειρίες της ζωής μου, ειδικά στα negative G's, στα πλυντρία, φτάσαμε στα πλυντρία. Μπορώ να σας πω ότι νιώθεις όλο σου το σώμα στο κεφάλι κυριολεκτικά, επειδή γυρίζει το συγκεκριμένο αεροπλάνο που κάνει τις αεροβατικές επιδείξεις, γυρίζει και πάει κάτω με πάρα πολύ ταχύτητα, δηλαδή για ένα acceleration downwards, και νιώθεις κυριολεκτικά, ένιωθα το στομάχι μου στο στόμα μου. Αυτό μου σας λέει, ήταν μια από τις πιο ωραίες εμπειρίες κυριολεκτικά της ζωής μου, έζησα και zero G's. Άρα εννοείται ότι ήμουν δεμένη στο αεροπλάνο, άρα δεν μπορούσα να εωρηθώ κανονικά. Αλλά κατάλαβα τη σημασία της εκπαίδευσης πριν την κάθε αποστολή. Διότι κυριολεκτικά νιώθεις τα κόκκαλα σου, ενώ πρέπει να είσαι γυμνασμένος τουλάχιστον 1,5 με 2 χρόνια πριν, γι' αυτό και η NASA αρχίζει να προετοιμάζει τους αστροναύτες της 1,5 με 2 χρόνια πριν, τουλάχιστον.
Ακριβώς. Η καταπώνηση του σώματος, ειδικά όταν μπαίνεις μέσα στην ατμόσφαιρα της Γης, ειδικά τα πρώτα 20 λεπτά, είναι μοναδική. Γι' αυτόν τον λόγο δεν θέλω ποτέ να είμαι αστροναύτης. Δεν θέλω να καταπονήσω το σώμα μου. Το άλλο που ήθελα να σε ρωτήσω, όλο αυτόν το κόστος, το να είσαι αναλογική αστροναύτης, από πού καλύφθηκε? Έχει καλύψει η πολιτεία κάτι, ή σε σέναν, ή στην Ελεονόρα Ντικάιζερ, ή σε κάποιον άλλο Κύπριο νέο που θέλει να ασχοληθεί σε αυτήν την ειδικότητα, να είναι αναλογική αστροναύτης?
Είχα προσωπικά, δεν ξέρω για την Ελεονόρα, αλλά προσωπικά είχα στηρίξει από την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, πιο specifically από το Υπουργείο Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας. Ο κύριος Κόκκινος ήταν δίπλα μου και τον ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, γιατί αυτό χρειαζόμαστε. Χρειαζόμαστε εσάς με την εμπειρία να είστε δίπλα μας. Ναι, είχα μια χορηγία από το Υπουργείο Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας και για το τελευταίο μου πρόγραμμα είχα βοήθεια από την Deloitte και την μετοχεμή. Που τέτοιες εταιρείες είναι δίπλα στους νέους. Να σας πω κάτι. Η συζήτηση μας σήμερα είναι αυτό που αποκαλώ ότι χρειαζόμαστε. Είναι η συνεργασία μεταξύ εσάς που έχετε εμπειρία μαζί με εμάς που τώρα αρχίζουμε. Και αυτό το απέδειξε και το Υφυπουργείο Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας και ο κύριος Κόκκινος και εννοείται οι σπονσόρες μου, η Μετοχέμ και η Deloitte.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Ελένη. Όπως ξέρεις, είμαι και υποψήφιος για την Προεδρία της Δημοκρατίας το 2023.
Θα σας ρωτούσα και εγώ ίδια, ο ίδιος πρωτοπόρος.
Εσύ ως νέα επιστήμον, που διαπρέπεις μια αναλογική αστροναύτης, τι ζητά από ένα μελλοντικό πρόεδρο της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, τι θα ζητούσες, ειδικά τώρα που είναι οι προεδρικές εκλογές?
Ένα από τα πράγματα που ζητώ είναι αυτό που σας είπα. Η συνεργασία μεταξύ, να το πούμε, πιο έμπειρων επαγγελματιών με νέους επαγγελματίες, γιατί έχουμε να μάθουμε πολλά από εσάς, αλλά έχουμε πολλά να βάλουμε και στο τραπέζι. Θέλω κάτι άλλο. Μια έτσι υπηρεσία διαστήματος θα ήταν καλά, να έχουμε τη δική μας Κυπριακή υπηρεσία διαστήματος όπως έχουν πολλές χώρες. Νομίζω είναι κάτι που χρειάζεται, νομίζω είναι ότι είμαστε έτοιμοι για το επόμενο βήμα στην Κύπρο. Ήδη έχουμε αρκετή εμπειρία όσον αφορά remote sensing. Ήμασταν τυχεροί με τη HellaSat που ιδρύσατε εσείς όσον αφορά για satellite operators. Νομίζω είμαστε έτοιμοι για τα επόμενα βήματα μιας Κυπριακής υπηρεσίας, αλλά επίσης όσον αφορά τους νέους και όσον αφορά τα σχολεία, από τις παρουσιάσεις που έκανα και με τους νέους που μίλησα, κατάλαβα ότι χρειάζεται λίγο περισσότερο η διάδοση ευκαιριών όσον αφορά τους διαφορετικούς τομείς. Δηλαδή, ήμουν τυχερή που είχα την ευκαιρία να τους μιλήσω για το διαστημικό τομέα και πώς μπορούν να ακολουθήσουν μια καριέρα στο συγκεκριμένο τομέα. Αλλά είμαι σίγουρη ότι υπάρχουν ακόμη περισσότεροι τομείς που δεν γνωρίζουν ή δεν είχαν την ευκαιρία να γνωρίσουν ακόμη. Λόγω εμπειριών. Δηλαδή, αν πάρω τον εαυτό μου για παράδειγμα, έμαθα πάρα πολλά πράγματα από τη μέρα που ήρθα στο πανεπιστήμιο. Δηλαδή, οι ευκαιρίες μου στα μάτια μου ήταν έτσι απίστευτο το πόσο ανοίχτηκαν όταν κατάλαβα ότι μπορώ να κυνηγήσω ό,τι θέλω να κυνηγήσω. Άρα νομίζω χρειάζεται αυτή η ενθάρρυνση και στα σχολεία και στα πανεπιστήμια. Η διάδοση ευκαιριών και η ενθάρρυνση να ακολουθήσουν τα μοίρα τους. Ναι.
Ακριβώς, ακριβώς. Απλά για να τελειώσουμε, γιατί τελείωσε και ο χρόνος, στο εκλογικό μου πρόγραμμα οπωσδήποτε υπάρχει αναφορά για την ίδρυση Κυπριακής Υπηρεσίας Διαστήματος, της Κυπριακής NASA. Και εύχομαι να έχουμε μια πραγματική αποστολή, διαστημική αποστολή ως Κύπρος. Δεν είναι πάρα πολλά τα λεφτά για όλα αυτά που χάνονται σήμερα στην Κύπρο. 30 εκατομμύρια είναι, το έχω ρωτήσει από την Ευρωπαϊκή Διαστημική Υπηρεσία και στη Ρωσική Διαστημική Υπηρεσία. Μάλιστα η Ρωσική Διαστημική Υπηρεσία το δίνει πιο φτηνά, στα 20 εκατομμύρια ευρώ. Τόσα εκατομμύρια και δισεκατομμύρια χάνονται, το να υπάρξει μια διαστημική αποστολή, κυπριακή διαστημική αποστολή, είναι πάρα πολύ καλό και ελπιδοφόρο για τη νέα γενιά. Ήθελα να σε ευχαριστήσω που ήσουν σήμερα μαζί μας και όταν θα έρθεις Κύπρος θα χαρώ πάρα πολύ να βρεθούμε.
Να σας ευχαριστήσω και εγώ και εννοείται τα είπαμε ότι σίγουρα θα βρεθούμε όταν έρθω πίσω.
Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. We're going to have a bit of a change in the program because the Commission is here. So we are going to listen to a keynote speech from Dubravka Suica. She's the Vice President for Democracy and Demography at the European Commission. And a fireside chat will follow, moderated by Michalis Moutselos from the University of Cyprus. on the citizens' participation in a democracy. The knowledge partner for this fireside chat is the European Commission representation in Cyprus. Whilst we're waiting for everybody to get ready, I would like to just remind you all to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. There aren't any breaks, as I mentioned in the beginning, so you will be able to have nibbles and coffee outside near the booths. And please, 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 when you're using headsets for translation and interpretation, when you've done with them, just put them back in the boxes or deliver them at the door. And also, if you need to ask any questions, if you want to pose any questions to the panel speakers, download the Slido app and enter the code hashtag Cyprus Forum 2022. And I think we are ready. Yeah. Bear with us and we're ready to begin. I'll just remind you that we are about to hear a keynote speech from Dubravka Suica. She's the Vice President for Democracy and Demography at the European Commission. And a fireside chat will follow, moderated by Michalis Moutselos from the University of Cyprus on the citizens' participation, it's too early in the morning, participation in a democracy. Our knowledge partner for this fireside chat is the European Commission representation in Cyprus.
Morning. Morning. Good morning to everybody. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here with you in person today. Many thanks go to the many partners organizing this event. Today's forum couldn't come at a better time. I'm grateful for the opportunity it offers to discuss a number of pressing issues. I say this as the European Commission Vice President in charge of democracy and demography, and as a former mayor of one small city in Croatia, the city of Dubrovnik. And as a former mayor, with continued links to the grassroots of local politics. Those grassroots tell me that people are sometimes feeling left behind. Those grassroots tell me that the center is not holding as well as it could. We must be careful of the extremes on both left and the right of our political spectrum. We cannot leave a vacuum for less constructive narratives to fill. Recent elections results are a warning. In many ways, this is our climate change moment. We have to act now. Later will be too late. We must pull together at all levels and build democratic resilience from within. This is my first message today to you. My second message is that even as we face a number of challenges, there is still a lot to do. And we are doing. As part of my mandate, I was leading the Commission's work on the Conference on the Future of Europe. Over 1 year, through the conference, we gave an opportunity to citizens to deliberate with each other. And they could deliberate in an inclusive, safe, and transparent public space. I have always insisted on keeping citizens at the center of the process. If the conference is to be considered a success, and I believe it is, then we owe this success in the first place to the citizens who produce concrete results. The proposals contain the aspirations of 800 randomly selected citizens who dedicated their time to deliberating on the future European Union they want to live and work in. The European Commission is working on the conference proposals in view of our program, of our work program for 2023. President von der Leyen's recent State of the Union address set the scene for the Commission's work program for next year. Democracy was the thread running through her entire speech. She mentioned a number of important actions that respond directly to citizens' proposals. This shows that our engagement with citizens is not restricted to elections, but goes much deeper. Together with citizens, what we have achieved is significant. Our communication from June this year is one of a number of responses to citizens' proposals. The communication embeds deliberative democracy into policy making. We are putting a vision into concrete action. The conference has shown the seeds for significant change in policy making at the European Union level. The conference coincided with an unparalleled health crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic forced us to adapt. Democracy cannot stop for a pandemic. We had to ensure that citizens maintain their deliberative space, their voice, their input and contributions. This is especially important in times of crisis, when some may have the reflex of restricting the democratic space. Then, just as we were getting ahead of the COVID-19 curve, another crisis arose. War raised its ugly head on our continent once again. In stark contrast to the Kremlin's aggressions, citizens of the conference took the initiative to stand in solidarity with Ukraine. I will always remember the brave Ukrainians who spoke at the conference plenary in March earlier this year. We gave them a much-needed safe space for their voice. Providing this safe space is an important point, and I will return to it later. And I would have liked to stop mentioning crisis now, but the truth is we are not done yet. Our energy supply faces a number of challenges. The cost of living is increasing. Citizens are feeling the pinch and face decisions about their daily bread. To get through this crisis, we must engage fully with them. I have personally lived through a war, so I know how important this is. Now more than ever, citizens must have an inclusive, safe and transparent public space where they can contribute and shape our policy making. This will help us to deliver for them. Most of all, in these times of mis- and disinformation, creating this public space for citizens to participate and deliberate helps to build trust with citizens. It offers an opportunity to share facts and information and provide access to experts. It is vital that citizens trust that we are responding to their needs. And it is vital for us politicians and policymakers that we have our citizens on board. To build trust, we are, as I said, following up on the proposals of the Conference on the Future of Europe. Providing citizens with feedback on their inputs puts a seal of legitimacy on this process. Let us not shy away from engaging with citizens on what we have already done for them. For example, the European Climate Law or the recent Better Internet for Kids, or those initiatives the Commission has already proposed and which the Council and the European Parliament are called upon to adopt. For example, new pact on migration. And I must refer also to new initiatives such as on mental health. Citizens explicitly ask for it. The Commission is delivering on this new policy area. This stems from the conference as well as from the groundbreaking work on the European Care Strategy that the Commission adopted in the first week of this month. It is also important to explain why in some cases we did not or could not address a specific policy issue. Some of the 49 proposals can be implemented rather swiftly by the institutions. However, others have a more thorough reflection, or even treaty change in some cases. The European Commission acknowledges that there is much untapped potential in the current treaties. The Commission will always be on the side of those who want to reform the European Union and to make it work better. The Commission stands ready to get involved in the process wherever this is required or whenever this is required under the treaties. Citizens' engagement complements representative democracy. Having held elected office at the local, national, and European level, I truly believe this. Voting in elections every 4 or 5 years cannot be enough for most citizens to participate in their democracy. Communication is a vital component of citizens' engagement. That is why, on the 2nd of December, together with the European Parliament and the Council, we will organize a feedback event with citizens. It will be an important moment to communicate and explain how the 3 institutions are following up, to take stock of progress. And I welcome the commitment of Czech presidency to work with us on this event. You know that the Commission developed a multilingual digital platform, both as an integral part of the conference, as a venue for debate, but also as a tool for outreach to citizens at all levels. It was the hub of the conference and the forum for exchange in all 24 languages. With the view to creating an ecosystem of democratic engagement, we will improve our online engagement now with citizens through Have Your Say portal. We want to provide a hub where citizens can easily participate, provide input, and receive feedback. All of us know that citizens are not an object of democracy or European Union policies. They are and they should be participants. And we must facilitate their participation both online and offline. President von der Leyen, in her State of the Union, has underlined that participative and deliberative democracy works. Inspired by the conference, we intend that European citizens' panels should become part of the way we make policy, part of our legislative process, to make recommendations before we present any key legislative proposal. The first such citizens' panel will address the issue of food waste. This item currently featured in the plenary debates and on the digital platform. It is part of the first proposal of the final conference report. We are currently recruiting our citizens through random selection. Who knows, perhaps someone here today or online will have the opportunity to participate. This also brings me to the participation of Cyprus in the conference and its role in the democratic innovation. First of all, I want to thank you for your role in the conference, in particular the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the events it organized. You have brought citizens' engagement to the Mediterranean, and I note your ambition does not stop there. I welcome your work on a national strategy for active citizenship and participatory governance. I understand that you're also discussing the national plan for a citizens' initiative that is under discussion at the legal committee of the Cypriot Parliament. Your work will sure inspire other member states as we build this ecosystem of democratic innovation. And, dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the European Union has created a European democratic space that crosses ages, borders, cultures, and histories. It is very much a transnational space. We are responsible for this space. We have the moral duty to nurture and protect it for our children and for our grandchildren across all generations. With a view to building democratic resilience from within, we are looking at how to best equip citizens as they engage in democracy. This is part of our thinking on the Defense Democracy Package scheduled for adoption next year. Our European Union needs the vision, engagement, and participation of all its people across all generations to build a better future and better democracy. One that is fit for the future. We can build on European integration through greater involvement of citizens, communities, and local, regional, and national institutions. This is a process that can inspire governance at all levels across the European Union and across the globe, as others look to us and our work in deliberative democracy, to see if and how this could fit their particular circumstance. Thanks to our courage to come together to deliberate on our common future, European democracy will never be the same again. And, dear participants, I count on you, I count on all of you here today to join us in tuning this vision into concrete action for the benefit of our citizens.
Did you know? It's your right as a citizen of the European Union to call for change on topics that matter to you. Do you feel that something is not right? You have the power to change it. Discover how with the European Citizens Initiative. By using the power of an initiative, you can influence EU policies in areas like climate, energy, mobility, agriculture, consumer protection, or digital rights. And it's easier than you think. Visit the ECI website, check out the ongoing initiatives, and decide if you want to support one. Spread the word to your friends too. Do you have an idea for a new initiative? Partner with citizens from 7 different EU countries to launch your own brand new initiative. Initiatives need to collect 1 million signatures from across the European Union in 1 year. The ECI Forum is there to help you on this journey. Sign or launch an initiative today.
We are good? Okay. Thank you for this speech and welcome to Nicosia. It's very nice to have you here. We're supposed to have a fireside chat, so it can be more informal as well. I am Michalis Moutselos from the University of Cyprus, and I will use the privilege of chairing this fireside chat to start with a couple of questions. First, on the conference on the future of Europe. You talked about it in your speech. It was a very nice initiative. It led to concrete proposals. Now, some of them would require a change of treaties. You touched upon it a little bit, but I would like to press you to talk a little bit more about it. Would the Commission be in favor of, amending some of our treaties to cater to some of those great proposals that came out of the conference?
Thank you very much for your question, and let me try to explain. First of all, as I already said in my initial statement, the conference was envisaged to make a very broad public space to our citizens to participate. What we wanted to achieve, and I hope we achieved and we managed, is to include European citizens in the process of policy making. We wanted to make European citizens, people from Cyprus, people from Greece, people from all over Europe, to be parts of the policy-making process, to feel that they can influence policy-making at European level. The reason for this was, or is, because citizens sometimes feel distant or remote from Brussels, and they call it Brussels bubble. And we wanted to burst this Brussels bubble to show that you, as citizen of Cyprus or whoever, student or whoever is present here, can influence European policy via multilingual digital platform, be it through different panels, be it as randomly selected citizens. And this is what I think we achieved, and the final result is 49 proposals. But you are mentioning treaty change. Of course, for some of these proposals, treaty change would be needed. But we have enough space within the existing treaty, and we have to explore whatever we have in the existing treaty in order to meet the citizens' demands. Of course, the institutions, especially European Parliament, wanted to change some institutional issues, and this is what they asked. If you were listening to the State of the Union speech of our President, one of her highlights was that she and us in Commission, we are in favor of triggering convention in order to finally change the treaty. But as I said, this is not our final goal. Our final goal was to make this democratic space broad and close to our citizens. When we said that we are in favor of a triggering convention, it means that we won't oppose it, that we will do our role according to Article 48, and the Commission will fulfill its role. But so far as I know, and so far as I hope all of you know, we are three institutions: European Parliament, European Commission, and European Council. So before we start this procedure, we need unanimous position from 27 capitals, which means European Council the ball is in their field at the moment. So we are in favor, but as I said, this is not our final goal, but we will be ready to do our role. And when we talk about changing treaty, it's to be precise, our primary goal is not to change institutional issues, but, for example, the President said, I would like to have intergenerational solidarity to be enshrined in the treaty. So this is something which is important. This is something which we have to take into account. And it's especially important for me because my portfolio is on democracy, but not only democracy, but also demography. And for me, it is very important to have this solidarity between generations. Of course, there is sometimes a problem on unanimity. And we think that there is a time to change this unanimity, but at the same time you have many smaller states, like the country I know best, which oppose this because they think that they will lose their voice in the Council. So this is very sensitive, politically sensitive, and should be debated thoroughly. And of course, if we open convention, fine, but it doesn't mean that we will end with changing these rules. But unanimity rule could be changed through existing rules, which is passerelle clause, as you might know. So this is about the treaty.
Great. You mentioned intergenerational solidarity, and it is a very important and pertinent issue because of what we saw during the pandemic, namely that younger people bore a lot of the brunt of the COVID policies and the lockdowns. And my question would be, how do we turn the pandemic into an opportunity to help young people through technologies, through other initiatives? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Thank you for this question. There is always a chance to turn challenge into opportunity, of course. But if I may be personal and if I may share some thoughts with you. At the beginning of this mandate, if you remember, we had 6 priorities, but there were 2 key priorities. One was European Green Deal and climate change, as you know, Green Deal. And the second one was Digital Europe and connecting Europe through digitals. Nobody could have envisaged on the 1st of December, when we started this mandate, that we will have these 2 crises. First crisis was pandemic of COVID-19, which you mentioned. And then we started realizing that we are digitally literate, that we can work via teleworking, that we are capable of doing our jobs via digitals, which means that we have to, of course, upgrade this, but Digital Europe is one of our priorities, and it was the right decision. Second decision was EU Green Deal, climate neutral Europe by 2050, and so on and so on. Little by little, the war came. We realized that we are heavily dependent on Russian fossil fuels, gas, oil, and so on. But before that, we started massively investing in renewables. And we want to get rid of Russian gas and Russian oil. We want to be independent. So these two choices at the beginning of mandate in 2019, when nobody could have envisaged what is going to happen, and nobody could have said that COVID was coming, and that war would start. So we did a really right choice for our citizens, and this is something what I wanted to share with you. But there is third transition, which is underpinning all our policies, and it is demographic change, which is happening all over Europe. And we have to admit that Europe is an aging continent, that this can be justified by telling you few facts. And one is that in the last 50 years, Europeans on average live 10 years more. So when you ask me about transforming challenges into opportunities, this is very good news. We live 10 years more, but at the same time, we have the same work span till 63, 65, depending on the member state. So how are we going to maintain our long-term care, our pension systems, our healthcare systems? This is something to be debated and to be solved in the future. But of course, European Commission does not want to interfere into member states' competencies, but at the same time, we think about this, we come out with our recommendations, and we are trying to help our member states. And if you want, I'll tell you, people from EPSCO Council ask our ministers, ask European Commission to help them, although they know that this is their competence. But at the same time, without Europe, without European money, without our proper funding, they wouldn't be able to live through this COVID-19 period. With our SURE instrument, you remember that we helped all small companies and all companies in order to survive, and European economy survived in the end. So, of course, you are asking me about pandemic and development of technologies. Of course, we use artificial intelligence, we use robotics, and this was very helpful, and this is very helpful, and this is one of the ways how we are going to solve this demographic change. With the proper investment in, not investment, but proper use of cohesion funding. This is very important, but it always depends on the local and national authorities. What will they choose to, where will they choose to invest this money in order to create environment for citizens to live better, not to, of course, there is a freedom of movement, and we have always to respect this, but at the same time, people feel safe in their environment, and if they live if they have good living conditions, good standard, they won't choose to leave their country or their village or countryside, whatever. And the artificial intelligence is also there to help if there is a shortage in the labor market. And of course, migration, but this is a very sensitive issue, and I won't start talking about this at the moment.
Great. One aspect of demographic change that is of particular importance in Cyprus is the fact that sometimes urbanization happens at such high speed that it leaves rural, in the case of Cyprus, mountainous communities depopulated, basically. So I wanted to ask you, what can the Commission do to reverse this trend of depopulation in rural and mountainous areas?
Commission is doing a lot. The reason why we have this new portfolio, which is dedicated to myself on demography, is
that's why I'm asking.
Is this?
Yeah.
But if you ask me, in the last few decades, we were talking about opposition between East and West in Europe, Eastern countries and Western. Now, I will dare say there is a opposition between rural versus urban. And this is something not only Cyprus, but all over Europe. Young people tend to move to big urban areas because of, why? Because there is a lack of services, lack of infrastructure in rural areas. If you look at Europe, because at the beginning of the mandate, we did first ever report on demographic change. What this report showed, that, which we were not aware maybe of this, 80% of European territory is covered by rural areas. And in this 80% of geographically covered Europe, there is only 1/3 of European population. So only 130 million people live in this, on this 80% of land, which means there is a huge, vast territory which is empty, and people could live there. And this was especially evident during COVID-19 pandemics, when people tend to move out from big cities to the countryside, because virus spread less at that moment. So what we are doing and what we did, we adopted a long-term vision for rural areas from now till 2040. And what we wanted to do, what we wanted to achieve with this, is to make these rural areas attractive and prosperous again. But how are we going to do that? So first we have to bring back services, kindergartens, schools, shops, buses, transport, but without this digital Europe, which I mentioned at the beginning, without bringing broadband internet in all villages, in all mountains, on all islands, we wouldn't be able to create new jobs and to create opportunities. So broadband internet is above everything in order to create new jobs, to create new opportunities, and to make people feel in the villages as same as they feel living in big skyscrapers, which is, you have better air quality, you have, everything is better there. So nowadays there is a motto: it's not important where you are, but how well you are connected. And this was something which is especially conspicuous during COVID-19 crisis.
Thank you very much. We already have a question or two from our online audience, I believe. So let's maybe take one of those. 2022 asks someone from the audience, is EU Year of Youth? What message would you send to young Cypriots about participation in democratic processes? How can they be involved more?
You're talking about 2022, this year?
Yeah.
As you know, this year was proclaimed as the Year of Youth, and next year, 2023, was proclaimed by our President and by European institutions as the European Year of Skills. So this is interconnected. So we are what I forgot to tell you when I was talking about Conference on the Future of Europe, you know that the preconditions for participation in the conference was that 1/3 of young people should have or should participate in the Conference on the Future of Europe. When I say young, for us young means from 16 to 25. So 1/3 of citizens were young people. Not to say that 50-50 men and women and people from all ages, people from different social backgrounds and so on. So we were really directing this to young citizens. Why I'm saying this? Because if you know, but I know that the participants know what I'm talking about, after COVID, we knew that we have to come with a massive instrument which will help repair the economies and so on and so on. And we brought this big recovery and resilience, we adopted this big recovery and resilience plan, which is not by coincidence called Next Generation EU. So this plan is called Next Generation EU because we are preparing, but not us alone, us older people, but we are preparing together with you young people this Europe for your future. So you are going to be living, or you are going to live in this future, because we are at the moment borrowing money for this on capital markets, which will be given back by 2059. So we are talking about your future together with you, not without you. So I said, my motto is not about you, without you. So that you are included, you can participate. I mentioned during my introductory speech, have your Say portal, which will be now strengthened, and you can always participate and share your ideas, which will be incorporated in our policy making. And as I said, before each key legislation process, we will organize citizens panels again, which means that you can be part of it in order to listen to citizens, because nowadays you cannot wait 5 years till next elections, till next campaign in order to hear your ideas, because we live in new, totally different digitalized world where news, you can have news immediately in a second, which means how can you wait till next campaign for elections. So we want to incorporate citizens into policy making process during all these 4 or 5 years cycles. And I think this is correct. So deliberative democracy will become part of our policy making process. This doesn't mean that we abolish representative democracy. So we think about elected MPs, elected MEPs, but this is to empower our elected deputies or members of parliaments.
Wonderful. The questions keep coming. It makes me happy. There is one, let's say, more general, more political question, perhaps, that people are asking. It is about this clash between of seeing the EU as a union of states versus a union of nations. And the question is about nationalism and whether nationalism threatens the ability of the EU to function and to assure that everyone has the same rights.
You know that Europe is based on the principles of solidarity, peace, and freedoms, rule of law, democracy, everything is enshrined in Article 2 of our treaty, and we will never get rid of it. And since I was talking about democracy, democracy is never perfect, and it should be always. We are enriching our democracy, and we cannot take it for granted, as you see. Nowadays, we talk about democracy versus autocracy in nowadays world. So I understand what your participant asked, but maybe he or she is reflecting talking about the elections in Italy, elections in Sweden. Of course, there are many populist votes and populist ideas, but I think everybody knows, even those people who are elected there, they know that Europe is always there to help. European unity is very important. Without being united in our Europe, we wouldn't be able to confront, in quotation marks, to other parts of the world. And if you know that only 12% of world population lives in democracy, then we have really to be strong. Only 12%. If you look at the size of population of some countries which don't have proper democracy. So we have to cherish our democracy. It's never enough to talk about this, and this is not, these are not pure words. Democracy cannot be taken for granted. This is not what we are speaking only, but now we see this that democracy can be spoiled very easily. So if you ask me about the definition of populism, I will define it like this. Populism is promising something to voters which you will never be able to deliver. So, and people start believing. So the big burden and big responsibility lies on media. If I hope they will, and they are doing this, reflecting what we are saying in European Union, European Commission, European Parliament. Otherwise, populists are more vocal, and then you have results as you have.
Thank you. Another question we have is about possible trade-offs between rural regeneration and the environmental goals of the Commission. So if I understand the question correctly, you know, sometimes with carbon taxes, we burden those who live in the countryside. You know, when we want land for renewable energy technology, we go to the countryside. So there are these trade-offs between rural regeneration and the environmental plans of the Commission. Do you see these trade-offs? How can they be resolved, or do you see opportunities for rural regeneration through the environmental goals the Commission has set?
As I said at the beginning, one of our key goals and priorities at the beginning of the mandate was European Green Deal, and by 2030 we want to get rid of 50% of CO2, and by 2050 we would like to have climate neutral Europe with zero emissions. Of course, we still hope to fulfill these goals, but now you see that there is a situation when we have to try to find solutions to be independent of Russian oil and Russian gas. At the moment we are trying to maybe make our rules more flexible, if I may say so, in order to survive this winter and next winter, but I'm sure we will manage to do it. Of course, I understand that this green policy may impact rural population and may impact our small farmers and farmers, but at the same time, we are the generation, as I said, we are preparing this Europe for next generation, and we have to be aware that climate change is evident. You see what's going on all over the States tonight, and last night you saw what happened in Florida. Things have been changing, although we sometimes may not be able to admit that the climate change is here, and we have to save this planet for next generations. And maybe at the moment farmers or these people in the countryside suffer more, but this is for the sake of the generations, for the sake of saving of the planet, and for the sake of all of us and our grandchildren.
Great. I think we're almost out of time, so we can end it here. I wanted to thank you very much for these candid and detailed answers. Also, I wanted to thank our audience for providing a lot of the questions for today's fireside chat. Well, fireside when it's 35 degrees outside is a bit of a misnomer, but you know. Yeah, thank you very much, and we look forward to having you here again.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you, and I'm more than happy to be in Cyprus again. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Thank you. Right, let's go back to our previous session and a fireside discussion with young Cypriots. Let us welcome on stage Ataman Kinis, music composer and researcher, with Meltem Burak, content creator, pod producer, and project officer. Good morning. Welcome. Hoş geldiniz.
Teşekkürler. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction, Melanie. As Melanie said, I am Meltem, and today I will be talking to Ataman Kinis. Ataman is an award-winning music composer and researcher from Cyprus. Ataman, in 2021, you won the Montreal Film Scoring Competition in Montreal. Congratulations. I know that from a very young age onwards, you have been participating to multi-communal art activities. And I was wondering, what kind of a role did such activities play in your artistic development?
Actually, compositions and competitions like this can really help you develop your skills, and also gives you the confidence to move forward, help you with the composition process and other musical processes. Of course, you can discuss the ethics of competitions in art and in music, but for me at least, it really helped me to network with people, and also to develop my skills and improve my skills in the field.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, I could totally relate to that. And I was wondering, like, you're a young musician, of course, and how do you think, because, I mean, we are living in a political geography that affects our life on an everyday basis, and I think everyone in this room could relate to that. Particularly given that you're a young musician, I was wondering, how do you think the current division of Cyprus affects the music industry in the country?
Actually, it affects a lot, especially for Turkish Cypriots, of course, because we, in the north side, it's a little bit harder to find opportunities to get to abroad, and also to publish your music, all those necessities, and also the ways of improving your business side and the industry side of music. So this situation really, is not so good for the musicians, for both sides, because actually we can develop together with the both sides as artists and as musicians, and we can also work together to actually give messages to the world by making art and making music together. So yeah, it definitely has an effect on the music industry in both sides of the Cyprus.
Absolutely, and certainly the message that the music would give to the world would always be much more powerful than words, I believe, right?
Yeah, exactly, because art can be used as a message, as a tool to give a message, as a tool to unite people, and also it has this effect of understanding, effect of love and affection to and understanding to the different communities. So we can definitely use art and, for me as well, music to get together, collaborate, and also try to create together. By this way, we can also talk about what is the situation now in Cyprus, how it is affecting to young people in Cyprus, and also the young Cypriots from abroad, because many of my colleagues, for example, are going to abroad to study and also to live there, to live their careers there, because sometimes it's really hard to deal with these issues when you're doing art and music. So definitely we can use this art forms to understand each other, and also to collaborate and create it with each other.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. And I'm thinking, like, because given that you have this experience in Cyprus and you have the experience internationally, what would you advise to policymakers, maybe on both sides even, particularly with regards to supporting the young musicians?
I think policymakers should try to understand and give room to musicians and artists in general, because what I believe is that it is really important for the communities to develop together, it's a really important tool in the developing process of the community. So I think policymakers should consider, for example, trying to get together the both communities of Cyprus to in festivals, for example, or in art exhibitions, or any other forms of collaboration like these. So by this way we can all experience the art together, and also the way of moving forward together. This is what I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think giving people the opportunity to work together with music, I think it would also foster a lot of empathy. Like you said, it would foster a lot of understanding, right?
Exactly, exactly. It really does have the feature of giving empathy to different communities, because you know, our music is the same, our way of doing folk music, folklore is the same, so we can use these tools to even contribute to the Cyprus problem and Cyprus issues more with art.
Absolutely, because so I think that a problem like Cyprus problem would not be solved with a political agreement, but by people coming together, talking together, collaborating together. And what better way than music to actually make people understand each other.
Exactly.
And Ataman, I was wondering, again, like maybe if we take things to the EU level, because eventually Cyprus is also an EU country, how do you think the EU could do better to support its young musicians?
As I said, the policymakers should make people to participate, make musicians or the artists to participate in certain areas of art exhibitions, and also maybe funding is a way of helping artists in all the EU countries and also in Cyprus as well. I think trying to understand artists, and especially the young artists, and trying to give them help in terms of funding and also the room for expression is really important in all countries, basically. So, yeah, definitely, I believe that they play a really big role in terms of the development of artists in EU countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and particularly during the pandemic period, I mean, I've heard this from a lot of artists that, like, exactly like you said, they couldn't express themselves because they didn't have the funding and they were just sitting at home. So all you could do at that time was online. So I think these artists, these young, talented people, they're very much dependent on funding, but also other types of support, which would come from the EU or from governments like the, hopefully the government of Republic of Cyprus as well. So far, I've been trying to learn about your professional perspective, and you absolutely have a fantastic career. I mean, you won a very important competition already at a very young age. You're a researcher at the moment. You are continuing your PhD, working at different places. But how about your future aspirations? What would you like to do in the future?
I really want to do something for my community as well, which is Cyprus. I would like to see myself in a situation where I can collaborate with different artists here, and also researching more about the music and the art of Cyprus, and what can we do in terms of contemporary art. And I think that the sense of creating something is really deep and important in terms of moving forward as people, as communities. So I see myself finishing the PhD first, and then trying to compose more, collaborate more, and also teach students here and abroad about what is Cypriot music, for example, what is Greek and Turkish music separately. Yeah, these are my goals for the future, and also to continue composing for films and for other places.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Since we have a bit more time, maybe I can just ask you a final question, because I know we've also talked about that as well. So multi-communal art events had a big impact in your life, like you have said. How do you think those events could be increased?
I think we have to get together to communicate these things, and also not just in the south, but also the north has to open up and also support these bicommunal events and bicommunal art events. So maybe the education is a really key tool to get these events happen, and also find rooms for these events and exhibitions or concerts or festivals happen in Cyprus. So yeah, but I really think it's really important for young people to show themselves to these festivals and contribute in these festivals as well.
I absolutely agree. Yeah. I mean, good luck with your future aspirations. You're certainly an inspiring person for many young people.
Like you.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of Cyprus Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Meltem. Thank you, Ataman. Teşekkürler. Our next panel discussion is co-organized with the EU Parliament Office in Cyprus and the Cyprus Youth Council. 2022 is the European Year of Youth, shining a light on the importance of European youth to build a better future, greener, more inclusive and digital. With plenty of opportunities, youth to learn, share their vision, meet people and engage in activities all over Europe, the European Year of Youth is the moment to move forward with confidence and hope in a post-pandemic perspective. Please welcome Kostas Mavridis, member of the European Parliament Group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, Christiana Xenofondos, European Youth Forum, Maria Kola, President of the Cyprus Youth Council, data analyst, Aliye Taygun, International Relations Officer at Oxygono, Ahmed Aksunlar, peace activist. The discussion will be moderated by Thea Pieridou, press officer at the European Parliament Office in Cyprus.
Thank you, Melanie, and good morning from me as well. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today, chairing this important panel on the European Year of Youth. And as we all know, 2022 is the European Year of Youth. And in a nutshell, I mean, the aim is to strengthen and enhance the importance of our European youth in order to be able to build a better future, a future which is greener, more inclusive, and of course, digital. So today, we will be discussing the challenges and opportunities that the Cypriot youth are facing within this context. With no further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. Mr. Kostas Mavridis, welcome to today's panel.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Mavridis is the member of the European Parliament since 2014. He sits with the S&D political group in the European Parliament, S&D meaning the Socialists and Democrats. He is the chairman of the delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, and he's also participating in several EP committees, the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, International Trade, Security and Defense Committee, and I will also add that he's also a member of the delegation to the EU-Turkey Joint Parliamentary Committee. Welcome to our panel.
Thanks.
Moving on, Ms. Aliye Taygun, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Ms. Taygun is the International Relations Officer at Oxygono, and she's dealing mainly with enhancing relations between the two communities. And I would like to take this opportunity to quickly thank and congratulate Oxygono for organizing once again this important conference and giving us the opportunity to discuss such important issues. Mr. Ahmed Aksunlar, welcome, European Youth Ambassador, peace activist, and founding member of an initiative called Birlikte Mazi. Welcome. And we have Ms. Christiana Xenofondos with us as well today, Ms. Xenofondos is an elected board member of the European Youth Forum since 2020, and she's actively involved in the topic of youth participation. We have one more speaker, Ms. Collat. She's running a bit late, so we will start our discussion today, and I will welcome her when she joins us a bit later on. And I would like to give the floor first to Mr. Kostas Mavridis for some opening comments, thoughts about our topic today, and then I will proceed with the first round of questions. Mr. Mavridis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thea. As I understood it, I have about no more than 10 minutes. And I will start with an initial statement as to the role of an MEP that I face myself sometimes, being very critical within the European Union. And when I come to Cyprus, I'm very supportive of the EU. And I will try to explain this with reference to the youth. Recently, we had a conference on the future of Europe, where citizens from all the European Union express directly their views as to the future of Europe. There are disappointments, and of course there are many disappointments within the youth themselves, that they have expectations. But I turn it the other way around, and this is a big change that I have noticed the last few years that give me a lot of hope. What do I mean? A few years ago, I would say 15, 20 years ago, not that many people have invested their expectations and their future on EU. Nowadays, more and more citizens, especially youth people, expect and demand from EU to act in certain ways and to affect and rule their everyday life. With that in mind, I go a step further. Today, we live in a global world where challenges need to have global solutions, or at the minimum, multilateral solutions. Therefore, in this global world and challenges, from climate change to international trade, economy, employment, human rights, and so on, democracy, a challenge, especially recently, and the geopolitical instability, especially in our area, but also in the periphery of the EU, all this create an environment where EU has a key role to play. And to summarize this, the role that the EU needs to play, I would emphasize the following. All these employment goals, the digital transformation, the international trade, the employment, the economy, all these goals were very fine. To accomplish them, or the degree to which we are going to accomplish them, we need to secure a geopolitical role for EU. Without stability, security, peace in our neighborhood, not only within Europe but outside, it's my strong belief that we cannot achieve our other social, greener, inclusive societies. As regards to the youth themselves, I emphasize the fact that the conference was on the future of Europe. For Europe to have future, the young people like you have to believe in it. And the older ones like myself have gone through a lot of part of my life within Europe, and it's about you to take over. And I will give you a personal experience that there are moments where the EU has acted in a very surprisingly nice way, and sometimes, of course, it disappoints us. What is the surprisingly nice way that the EU acted recently? I'm referring to the way that we acted on the social and economic consequences of the pandemic. I was, and still am, a member of the Economic Affairs, as has already been stated by Thea, the Economic Affairs Committee of the EU. And I know the negotiations that we've gone through for 750 billion euros package to be accomplished, to set up rules, and a large portion of that to be allocated not in a loan form, but in a grant form. These are not easy tasks. These are very difficult tasks, considering that we are still 27 sovereign member states, and we need unanimity at many occasions. That was a very nice instance and an example for the future regarding Europe. As far as the youth, I would say a last few things. One, my political group, and I'm very proud of that, the Socialists and Democrats, we have supported all the way from the very beginning that young people doing their stage, their practice, must be awarded monetarily. Second, for decades, and this is a personal belief as well, for decades, as a political group, we have been arguing that we need a framework for a minimum wage across Europe. Recently, as you probably know, all these long-awaited discussions have reached a point where now we have an EU directive, and member states, such as Cyprus, among the very few, without a national minimum wage, now they are obliged to have one. And why I consider this very important? It affects, presumably in a positive way, vulnerable groups, young people, women, and I can go on and on. Of course, again, many people can be very critical and expect much more, but I think this is a coin of two sides. We expect more, at the same time, Europe is an evolving process, and hopefully with your involvement and with discussions like this, we can all get more wise and contribute towards this wonderful project called EU. With this, I think that can pass. That would be my first statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavridis. I'll take the opportunity now to welcome our fourth panelist, Ms. Maria Kola. Ms. Kola is the president of the Cyprus Youth Councils from the beginning of this year, and she's strongly involved in promoting active citizenship to young people across Cyprus and at all levels. So welcome to our panel. We had to start so as to keep with the time. And now I would like to pass on to our first round of questions, and I will start then with Ms. Kola, if you don't mind. We'll go this way. And we'll have a first round of questions. Feel free to say some thoughts, your opinion on the European Year of Youth, on our topics, on some issues that Mr. Mavridis perhaps had just touched upon. And of course, if you have any specific questions that you would like to address to Mr. Mavridis, please feel free to raise them, and then we will have time to get some answers from Mr. Mavridis. So, Ms. Kola, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Good morning to everybody, to those here and to those online. So I will get to the point and cut the chase. So the last thing that you've mentioned is about the unpaid internships and about the minimum wage, the European level and also at national level due to the last updates that we got on minimum wage. And I would like to address a question on unpaid internships, basically. Starting with the decision of the European Committee of Social Rights determined that gaps in Belgium's legislation allow young people to be exploited as free labor through unpaid internships. It was a case that basically the European Youth Forum took to the court, the Belgian government, because due to the national law of Belgium for the unpaid internships. The European Youth Forum basically won the court case, and now we're trying to ban the unpaid internship across EU countries. What I wanted to ask is that, just to give also a bit of more background, is that the European Parliament voted in favor of a resolution which calls for ban on the unpaid internships. The discussion has already started in our national parliament as well, as an initiative that started by the project of Youth Parliament Cyprus, which is a collaborative project of Cyprus Youth Council and its member organization, Cyprus Youth Diplomacy. Basically, we are now at the phase that the consultation started with all the relevant actors to change this Cyprus legislation to act on this. The question is, how will the European Parliament ensure that policies will be created in member states regarding the unpaid internships, and how you will work with the European Youth Forum as our representative body at a European level, and also including other EU institutions, to achieve the best possible result in all member states of European Union.
Thank you. Christiana?
Hello, also from my side. Before I begin, I would like to thank also the organizers for today's event and for 2 days full of open dialogue and discussion. Mr. Mavridis, as we have already mentioned, this is the European Year of Youth, and one of the most important topics that we tried to raise so far, it was also, and it is still, the youth participation. And when we are referring to youth participation, we are not just meaning the election process or the voting process or even the consultation process that majority of the policymakers are deciding to have with young people, but we are meaning a throughout participation of young people throughout the policymaking, from the beginning until the very end that a policymaking decision has been done. And as young people, we lack the feeling of this co-ownership, of the co-ownership of the policies, and that has a reflection also on our participation, on how active we choose to be on a political level. And talking about that as well, it is incredible that the average age of parliamentarians in Europe today is 50, the age of 50, with only 5% of the parliaments being aged under 30. And then we expect, of course, young people to feel represented, which is a bit strange. This being said, I would like to ask you in which ways you, as an MEP, you can ensure that the upcoming European elections, we will have the participation of young people, but we will ensure also to have young candidates as well, and young women, which is much needed nowadays.
Very nice, thank you. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
First of all, it's such an honor for an MVP to listen to youth and being here. And with that being said, as you're also aware, on the 26th of September, all the member states of the European Union celebrated the European Day of Languages. As we're talking about the struggles and the opportunities for the youth in Cyprus, what are your views on the Turkish language not becoming a not European language? Where are we taking the Turkish Cypriot youth out of the equation in the EU? One of the EU's founding principles is multilingualism, which aims communicating with its citizens in their own language. However, as a Turkish Cypriot youth, I do not have a privilege to do that, even though I'm as much as European as you are. So my question is, what is your opinion about this issue? And at the same time, what are your actions towards the solution?
Okay, thank you, Ahmed. And last but not least, Aliye, please as well join us in this debate and tell us what your thoughts are.
I would like to say that I'm very glad to be here with you this morning. As a young working professional in Cyprus, I encounter challenges, but also most of the time can be lucky enough to seize many opportunities in different areas of my work. Moreover, taking part in such a job also provides me with an occasion of networking, which I deeply appreciate. On the other hand, there are still many young educated women who suffer from the lack of access to similar opportunities, and yet their voices and opinions cannot be heard. This being said, it is therefore crucial to make an effort to raise awareness on this matter and provide women with more equal rights to employment across the island. Therefore, Mr. Mavridis, I would like to have your opinions on what actions can be taken to strengthen women's empowerment in Cyprus. Thank you.
Very nice. So we have various questions on the table. Mr. Mavridis, we touched upon unpaid internships, ensuring youth participation throughout the policy-making cycle, and how we can ensure that youth will participate in the upcoming European elections 2024, and that we will also have young candidates standing up in these elections, and women candidates, very important for Cyprus, which is the only country, if I'm not mistaken, that does not have a female MEP. We had the Turkish language not being an official EU language, and Aliye's question about women's empowerment and what can we do to strengthen women in that domain. So the floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Listening to your questions, I can reassure you once again that there can be no stupid questions, but there might be stupid answers. Therefore, I would try not to expand so much on matters which I don't consider myself an expert, but I would try to give you my view based on my experience and know-how. Let's go step by step. Regarding the apprenticeship of the stagiaire, I can reassure you that there are, on one point, legal matters which need to be resolved, but it is my personal and also my political group view that as an EU institution, the European Parliament must be the exemplary for all other employers, not only in terms of wages, but also in terms of employment. And I do know there are, in the European Parliament, incidents many times which do not make us very proud of it, but at the same time, we are learning from our experiences and we are improving and trying to use that, again, repeating myself, as an exemplary employment for the rest of society. Regarding the upcoming European elections and the involvement of youth, that's a very good issue, and perhaps is not just a Cyprus issue. In a way, it's at least partially a problem in other member states as well. But you will see how frank I'm going to be with you. I would dare to say the following. Within European societies, there is a growing anger, or I would say a growing disappointment, that our democracies are not as free as they appear, but sometimes are being captured by special interest groups. And I would say a few, for example, the banking sector or some others. And it is a great task for people, especially like myself in the Economic Affairs Committee, to fight and prove that we are trying to find a balance between economic interests, entrepreneurship, development, and employment, and at the same time, social inclusion and social rights. I could testify that this is not an easy job, but it is, at least, a core belief of my socialist and democratic background. Specifically regarding Cyprus, suffice to say the following. Those who communicate with me through Facebook many times, especially youngsters, I take the opportunity to urge them to get more involved into politics and especially to participate even with their own candidacy. And to the extent that I can help, I'm going to be next to them. Sometimes I may even make a joke. I say that if I ever get retired from politics, then I could be hired as a consultant to some of the youngsters. Now, regarding the Turkish language, all I know about this issue is that a few years ago, it was proposed by the President of Cyprus, And the response of the then President of the European Commission was that this is a matter up to be decided by the Council. And at the time, there was no positive response by the Council. I don't know much out of that, and certainly procedure-wise is not an easy way out. Of course, I acknowledge that there are matters of politics as well. With that in mind, I would say this. Recently, I gave an interview to a Turkish Cypriot media, and I supported, especially to find ways for the Turkish Cypriot community to be included in the EU common roof, because indeed, I share your view that you are no less or no more a European citizen than everyone else. And what I mean, in that interview, what I had documented was the fact that the euro can be an economic way of serving the interests of both communities and the European Union itself as well. Women's empowerment. I know that the European Union is trying hard to promote this issue, and I will give you two examples. One is the Board of Directors mandate by the EU, so that, I don't remember the numbers now, but by 2024 or 2026, it depending on the threshold, but the Board of Directors in executive and non-executive members must, at the minimum, include a certain percentage of women. Would that change the social environment? I think not. However, it is also a view that women themselves are gaining power, and this is the feeling that I have. And I will give you an example recently where even myself, I was criticized by a portion of the Cyprus society. Some women officers in the National Guard were discriminated against for being women. I didn't get involved into the issue itself, but I supported their right at the European level, just like I would support the right of every group vulnerable and discriminated against. Unfortunately, as we speak of now, even though it is an obligatory EU directive for the elimination of such discrimination based on against women, still, even in Cyprus, we say much more in public than we do in practice. But again, it is a way forward, and I see steps forward as well. Let's not get disappointed. It is a struggle, a social struggle takes years and decades, and I think that women deserve much better than what they have so far.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mavridis. So now we'll go on to the second round of questions, and I will go the other way, and I will start with Aliye. Aliye, please feel free again to voice any thoughts or concerns you may have about our topic and any specific questions addressed to Mr. Mavridis. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mavridis, I strongly believe that when youth is united and together, much can be done and achieved. One of its examples touches upon the topic of environment. In the year of 2022, we unfortunately experienced many fires all around the island. Every time, many youth organizations were more than ready and willing to cooperate and contribute. In terms of the fundraising, even though those cooperating organizations haven't had a lot of budgets, they managed to fundraise a very good amount of monies. So, this being mentioned, I would like to hear your opinions on what can be done and how these youth organizations can be supported more to fundraise in case of urgent need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Firstly, thank you for your answer for my first question. And my second question is, with 2022 being the European Year of Youth, we noticed that many private and public institutions amplified the youth's voice and encouraged youth participations in societies. Not only that, we also saw politicians, either local or from the EU body, approach the youth and welcome them as warmly as possible, which we have never seen it before. My question is, how can this become a standard practice and a priority of such people instead of a mere trend?
Sorry, instead of?
Mere trend.
Mere trend, yeah. Okay, thank you, Ahmed. Christiana?
Yeah, my second question will be a follow-up on the first one. So I will stick into the youth participation because as young people, we're affected in the long term by the policies and the choices that our leaders make today. And we have the longest to live also with the consequences of the decisions made in the past and today, and we are affected also in the present. So it is crucial to listen to value voices and to our experiences, and this is why as a European Youth Forum, since the beginning of this year and since the beginning of the Conference on the Future of Europe as well, we called together with our members for the legacy of this year to be the introduction of an EU youth test. And if an EU youth test would be assessed for its impact, every new law, let's say, and policy would be assessed and we will know what impact will have also on young people. For example, if the assessment shows that there is a potential impact on young people, there should be a consultation with young people and young experts in the field and also with youth organizations. And in other words, when a new legislation is being proposed around entrepreneurship, for example, it would be compulsory to consult also with young people. And if a negative impact on a certain group of young people is identified through the impact assessment tool or the consultation, then appropriate mitigation measures should be put in place before the new law or policy is launched. And creating a youth test with these three simple steps would ensure also a concrete follow-up to the Conference on the Future of Europe and constitute a real legacy for the European Year of Youth. And it will also follow up of what we've heard the previous weeks from the President of the European Commission regarding the ensurement that the future generations are at the heart of the EU decision-making process. And I would like to hear your thoughts, Mr. Mavridis, regarding this EU youth test, and if you are in favor of it, or if you think such a tool will help us and improve us also in
favor
of the EU youth test, of this assessment tool, if you are in favor of it, and if you think that it will have a real impact into having policies that will be created from young people with young people.
Okay, thank you. And Maria?
So many questions and so many answers that somebody could comment on. But I will bring to the table something that it is there, it is more or less the elephant in the room, and nobody used to speak about it, but now almost everybody talks for it. The elephant in the room, especially after the pandemic, is the mental health issues and how everything, including the pandemic, basically affected the youth. Not only in Cyprus, but also at every country around the world and not just the EU member states. Basically, after having a national barometer data coming out from the Youth Board of Cyprus, we have identified that indeed many youngsters, they do have and they do face issues on mental health. It is the unspoken cloud, the unspoken, I don't know, identified enemy, let's say, but it is there. At the European level, we see many campaigns happening about raising awareness, about destigmatizing this, but what is going on at national level? Especially that after we got the data that we indeed have issues, we can see that many of the helplines that used to be on board with this, they stopped working, basically. So the youth, we don't have anymore this help that used to be provided to us freely. We have seen the country and the government putting some tools, let's say, very small steps forward, especially during the pandemic, but it was just targeting specific communities, not communities, but specific citizens groups, such as people who work in relation to health and people who got sick with COVID. But what is going on after that? And what will happen with young people having been unemployed, having got COVID, having all these issues that they have to face during their everyday lives, also studying either online or face-to-face, and also the uncertainty, and also the pressure that it is put on them by the society of being more active, of being participatory, and do whatever they can in order to succeed, either for their goals or what the society expects them to do. And this goes not only to women, but basically every human being, and especially on young people. And just with this opportunity, and before giving the right to Mr. Mavridis' answer to all of our questions, I would like to second what Christiana mentioned earlier about the EU youth test, and it will be lovely to hear your opinion of how this could help also the national level in legislation.
Okay. Very interesting and impressive questions. Thank you all for your enthusiasm in this panel. And I think the mental health aspect that you touched upon, Maria, it's a huge challenge. It affects us all, of course, the youth, the women, but generally the society. And I'm very looking forward to hearing Ms. Mavridis on this issue, as long as all the other questions.
Yeah.
And if I may just add, sorry, that Mr. Mavridis, Christiana, you spoke about the Conference on the Future of Europe. Just to say that Mr. Mavridis was a member of the plenary deliberations of the Conference on the Future of Europe, so he was really strongly involved in all the discussions that took place in the conference. Thank you. Please, Mr. Mavridis.
Okay. By all means, I would say that all four issues that you raised are very important. And in fact, had we been somewhere else, I could have been in your place arguing for what you have argued. Having said that, though, I will bring an issue just to understand politically how a member of the European Parliament, or even the European Parliament itself, can go. The health and the other issues, to a larger or less degree, are, strictly speaking, are competences of the member states. And the European Union, through its own institutions, especially through the European Parliament, we are trying hard to raise the issue that it's always better through a unified European response to manage these issues. And the best recent example, of course, was the management of the pandemic. Have we done wrong and mistakes? Yes. Have we acted and reacted in a delayed way? Yes, we all remember. But finally, we got our act together and we acted as Europeans through a European response. And I'm very confident that no member state would be better off if acted on its own regarding the pandemic. Many times, even myself, when we discuss these issues when we form directives or even regulations, we face the following dilemma. when we try to form a size that would fit it all, then more member states act in a negative way, and they reject it. If we have a loose way for everyone to fit in, then we tend to be non-effective. So it is indeed, to my understanding, a burden of responsibility, many times on the governments of member states, to take the framework, the sources being provided, the know-how by the EU, and act on their own in a responsible way towards serving the social interests of the people. And I will give you a good example regarding Cyprus, that regards especially the youngsters and the students. In the Reform and Recovery, in the Recovery and Resilience Framework facility, there was, at the European level, a strong fight so that social housing was included as one whole section for member states to be allocated resources through this facility. Portugal got more than 5 billion. Spain, more than 1 billion. Do you know how much money did Cyprus ask for? Not even a single euro. This is, the way I state this is just to make it so obvious that perhaps sometimes it's not just we should expect from Europe to act, but also it is the initiative of their own member states to act as well. A final word. I would love to keep in contact and for you to send me all these 4 issues. And by the way, yes, I'm in favor. That's a wonderful idea. I think that these are issues on which we can build on. And I expect that I will see you again in the upcoming European elections, and hopefully we can build on your own future for a better Europe and better Cyprus as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We've reached the end of this panel discussion. I would like to thank once again our 4 panelists and of course Mr. Mavridis as our keynote speaker, and thank all of you for being here with us today and listening to our thoughts and concerns. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting conversation and questions put forward. Thank you. Let's move on to our next panel discussion. I think you'll find this quite interesting. Having children does not come easy for everyone. I should know. I had my son at 41, actually. I was nearly 42, and it wasn't that easy. Studies indicate that approximately 1 out of 6 couples experience fertility problems at some point. You will get an insight on fertility and cross-border reproductive care on our next panel, all about fertility discussion, by the world's largest egg and sperm bank, Krios International. MP Savia Orfanidou, obstetrician gynecologist Dr. Nikos Zotis, Krios Director of European Operations Sagar Kassiri, and Deputy Ministry of Tourism Officer Thalia Christodoulidou will touch on numerous informative topics surrounding fertility and the prospects for the promotion of Cyprus as a fertility haven. Sofia Paraskeva will also be shedding light on her personal fertility treatment experience. The panel discussion will be led by writer, blogger, and podcaster Eleni Andoniou.
Hold on to your dreams and make memories that will last for a lifetime. We help people around the world make their dream of having a child come true. Krios is the world's largest sperm and egg bank with more than 30 years of experience. We deliver to over 100 countries. and we have more than 1,000 carefully selected donors of many different ethnicities and phenotypes. We are proud of our vital role in having achieved the highest number of registered pregnancies worldwide through the help of our donors. Every day, our experienced customer care consultants provide dedicated support and guidance to LGBTQ people, single women, and couples experiencing fertility challenges. We speak multiple languages and provide expert guidance for our customers' fertility treatments. We strongly believe in the freedom of choice and provide free access to both ID release and non-ID release sperm and egg donors, with different levels of information about the donor's personality, health, and physical traits. As a certified tissue centre, our donor gametes come highly recommended by physicians around the world. This allows us to cooperate with some of the best fertility clinics in each country. Quality, compliance, and safety are very important factors to us. We are certified in accordance with the International Standard for Quality Management, ISO 9001:2015, and operate in-house quality and legal departments, as well as state-of-the-art laboratories. We are your global partner, committed to the highest standards. The story of our company began in 1981, where founder Ole Skov had a strange dream about frozen sperm. 6 years later, he started Cryos in Aarhus, Denmark, where our headquarters remain today. Over the years, Cryos has grown into a market leader with activities, representatives, and several locations around the world. Yet with that growth, our vision remains the same: to help people make their dream of having a child come true. Thanks to the Cryos family, the many men and women who made the selfless decision to give life to other people's dreams, and the Cryos employees who work tirelessly to ensure high-quality products. We help make parents happy every single day. To Cryos, it is personal.
And those viewers online, my name is Sagar Kesiri. I'm Director of European Operations for Cryos International. It's an honor to be here, and we have a great panel, which have already been introduced. I will do a quick presentation. Well, when I say quick, I talk a lot, so I'm not supposed to do more than 20 minutes. But we'll do a presentation, and then we'll have a panel discussion. I hope you enjoy the subject. Perhaps to some of you might be very new. So, just so that you know what is fertility and the infertility issues, I'll have a quick run through what is it and what causes it for female and for male, what treatments are available, in particular gamete donation, which is gamete means sperm and egg, and also what we can do with fertility tourism and egg donation in Cyprus. And lastly, but not least, fertility preservation, which is freezing your sperm and egg. So, you've already heard about Cryos. I don't want to go too much into details, but perhaps the most important thing to mention is we have been around for 35 years this year. And we deliver donor sperm and egg to over 100 countries. We have many colleagues of IVF clinics that work with us worldwide. We've had the highest pregnancy rate, and we are estimating now to have had 70 to 80,000 babies born as a result of the donations that were made by our heroes, the egg and the sperm donors. But the most important thing for us is to make and help make the dreams come true for many couples and individuals around the world that yearn to have their own baby, their own children. And everybody should be able to fulfill that dream, and that's Cryos' vision. Everybody should be able to fulfill that dream, regardless of their marital status, religion, etc. So what is infertility? Infertility is a disease, as stated by World Health Organization. Infertility is a disease of the male and female reproductive system. It is inability for a couple, when they can't conceive 12 consecutive months, then we can say that they are suffering from infertility or some kind of fertility issue. Infertility impacts 15% of the population worldwide. This figure used to actually be 10% previously. And I put this statement here from World Health Organization, which I think is very important to remember and really sets the scene about what we are discussing today. Individuals and couples have the right to decide the number, timing, spacing of their children. Infertility can negate the realization of these essential human rights. Addressing infertility is therefore an important part of realizing the right of individuals and couples to found a family. And on that basis, I just don't want to go into too much scientific and medical discussions about it, but just very quickly tell you what are the common reasons for women when they are infertile. Mostly it's problems with producing egg, what we call ovulation. 40% of women that have infertility issues. It is found to be some kind of hormonal problems that can cause this issue. We also have other reasons, for example, obstruction of the tubes, which can be caused by endometriosis or infection. It could also be something wrong from within the uterus or the womb, which can cause infertility. And most common reasons are fibroids, which is very common, endometriosis, infections. But before we go to the next slide, I want to concentrate on the other causes. Age of a woman. This biological clock is ticking, and is ticking fast for all women around the world. We have problems that are social lifestyle, alcohol, tobacco, nutritional problems. So, without further ado, a third of couples have fertility problem when the woman is over the age of 35. And 2/3 of couples may have some kind of fertility issues as well when the woman is over the age of 40. What can cause and speed up this process where we may end up with some fertility problems is stress, and research shows, and being overweight, underweight, taking drugs, taking too much alcohol, smoking, and too much exercise or lack of exercise as well. But age, when we delay parenthood, age has a significant role to play. So, infertility used to be thought as being a female issue all the time in the past. Now, we are getting more awareness about this, and we are changing that attitude. Now we know that fertility is not just a female disease, and almost half of the cases of infertility are actually due to some male problems. And men are not immune to the various social risk factors that we just mentioned for the female as well, like smoking and drinking, being overweight and being underweight. And aging is not just a woman thing. It also impacts men. So men, as they get older, they have some problems with the quality and quantity of the sperm they produce. I'm not going to go into that beautiful diagram, which states a lot of the reasons for male fertility issues. Just to say, very plainly, that majority of those diseases that cause male infertility are to do with the sperm not being produced enough, or not having any sperm at all, or that it's not being, it's being blocked and it cannot make its way outside, and also to do with the abnormality of the actual sperm. So, what are the fertility treatments that we can give? That I see some of my colleagues here today from IVF clinics in Cyprus. So, if you go to a doctor, they can start with medication. Sometimes surgery may be needed. And if surgery or medication doesn't work, then we can look at some of the assisted reproduction technology. short is called ART. What is that? You may have heard of IVF. That's definitely one of the technologies. But we have IUI, which is intrauterine insemination, IVF, ICSI, and then all of these treatments, if the sperm and egg from the intended parents is not suitable to create an embryo, to create a baby, then we can use donation, which is a third-party donation from an egg donor or a sperm donor. Now, let's quickly look at the success rates here. I don't know if you can see my laser. I can't see it myself. But anyway, so if you look at this chart, you can see that when a woman is under the age of 35 and we treat them with IVF, they have just over 30% chance of having a baby. You may think this is not a lot. It is so low. Why bother even? Well, let's put it this way. Women and men in their 20s, if they have unprotected intercourse, every month they only have 20% chance of a pregnancy. So in the animal kingdom, we're actually the lowest reproductive species. So knowing that, these figures are actually not too bad. 32%, maybe to 33% when the woman is under the age of 35, but please see what happens as the woman gets older. Even with IVF, we have a huge issue to treat women with their own eggs if they are over the age of 40. However, 40 years of IVF and assisted reproduction technologies have led to over 8 million babies being born. And we still, however, 40 years on, have issues with the availability, access, and quality of interventions we can use to help the patients. Unfortunately, this is a challenge in most countries. Very quickly, I want to take you through gamete donation. Gamete donation is a donation of a sperm and egg, as I explained. Gamete donation is an effective way for the struggling parents to be able to make their dream come true. It allows the intended parents to at least be genetically linked to the child, one parent to at least be genetically linked to the child, and it helps them to exercise their right of getting pregnant and giving birth. Reasons for gamete donation can be medical, it can be genetics, or social reasons. So it could be that a woman has got, or a man has got medical issues and their own sperm or egg cannot be used. It could be that they have genetic disorders they could pass to their offspring, or it could be that for social reasons of age. There is medical, legal, and psychological preparations that are needed. So we have two types of egg donation and a sperm donation, but sometimes some patients may actually require embryo donation or double donation. So what is the role of the gamete banks? We are often associated with technological advances, but also we are associated with a lot of social controversies. There is a lot of ethical debate that goes on, but donation has resulted in producing healthy children, thousands and thousands, and it has been going on from 1983. So gamete banks have a very challenging and crucial role. We must make sure that we look after the well-being of our donors. We must make sure that we are within the legal and regulatory aspects. We must make sure that the donation process is of highest standard and safe, and also that we treat the intended parents equally. I want to take you quickly to a subject called fertility tourism. Many fertility patients need to travel abroad. And the reason for doing that, I will explain why. But first, we have a quick look at the market. The market for donor eggs is growing and has grown, and it's even grown during our recession years back in the 2009. So this field, the need for couples and singles to be able to have a child will never, ever stop, no matter what the economical status is. It is estimated that every year there is about 7.5% growth, and we know that the largest number of treatments of egg donation are actually done in Europe. So many people from within Europe or outside Europe come to Europe for their treatment. So we actually take around 50% of the egg donation cycles. What is the driver? Cost of treatment. In some countries like UK, where I live, cost of treatment is very, very high. Patients probably end up paying less if they go abroad, even if they add their flights and hotels and etc. There could be a lack of availability of donors. There are limited donor characteristics of what they want to have. And some nations ban or have different regulations that really limit the patients to be able to use a donor. So it could be donor anonymity status, which means donors usually can be either open ID donors or closed ID donors. We call them anonymous and non-anonymous. The egg recipient age, which means the woman that receives the eggs, might be a problem, or marital status and so on. But also very crucial is the egg donation success rate. How good are clinics in those countries that actually can get women pregnant? And a better journey. Here, these two graphs are taken from the most popular website for egg donation. It's called Egg Donation Friends. If you look on this graph, you see that Spain, in Europe, Spain takes most of the egg donation treatment cycles. 34% of patients that go on this website decide to go to Spain. We don't appear here, by the way, which is very sad. Then, if we look on the other graph, we can see that it is actually quite expensive to go to Spain. It's the most expensive. And we still have this huge market out there where we can attract to Cyprus, and we are not doing enough. If you look at what ESHRE has produced, this is the European Society for Reproductive and Embryology, 80,000 cycles every year are done in Europe. And Spain takes 50% of those. That's 40,000 cycles times the figure you see there. So, since we came to this country 4 years ago and established here, we have always said, I have always repeated in my talk, let's make Republic of Cyprus a fertility haven. Not because it's got the sand and the sea and the lovely sunshine as well, but because it's a convenient geographical place that is a bridge between the East and the West. It has the right infrastructure for the treatments that we can offer patients. It has excellent IVF clinics and very talented and experienced doctors who can help these patients coming from abroad, doctors and scientists. It also has Cryos, which is the first independent egg bank here, which is licensed by the EU. We also work under the EU Tissue and Cell Directive, which is very important. That means we have to abide by certain regulations of safety. We have these safe processes in recruiting, in the screening, and in processing and storing the gametes and distributing it. So let's pay attention. We can help patients. We need a good strategy to be able to do that. We can make Cyprus a fertility haven. And I know I've got very few minutes left. I want to move on very quickly to the social and medical egg and sperm freezing. This is the opportunity for men and women to preserve their own sperm and egg. This is good for the future. I always say prevention is better than treatment. So if you know for any reason you may not be able to have a child right now, you can freeze your sperm and egg and preserve your fertility. Reasons for doing that might be medical, or it could be social. So women, because their biological clock is ticking very fast, we suggest that they can freeze their eggs, because when they freeze their eggs, time freezes for them, for those eggs as well. Cyprus provides assistance and grants all medical egg and sperm freezing. And it's the only country that I know, and maybe I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, please correct me, it's the only country that I know that actually supports women to freeze their eggs from the age of 35 over. That is for the social egg freezing. But I want to bring very quickly, and then we move on to the panel discussion, something to your attention. So we are giving the grant to freeze eggs from the age of 35. But if you look at this graph, this is how many eggs a woman has when she's born. We have about 1 to 2 million. We have a very inefficient way of preserving our fertility, unfortunately. It drops, those eggs drop to around 300,000 to 500,000 by puberty. And if you look at the graph going down, by the age of 37, there's only 25,000 left. So not only the number decreases, but also the abnormality increases. So the number goes down, and abnormality of the egg, that means being chromosomally abnormal, will increase. From the age of 34, if you look at on that graph, it's 40% of our eggs are actually abnormal. And this figure keeps going up by the age of 45. 70% of those few eggs we've got left are actually abnormal. So how many eggs should we freeze for a patient? And this is a debate with regards to age again. So if you are having patients that are over the age of 35 or over the age of 40, we will struggle to freeze enough eggs for them to have a realistic chance of having a baby. If you look at that table, if a woman is 34 years and you manage to get 20 eggs to freeze for her, she has 90% chance of 1 birth, 66% chance of 2 births, and 38% chance of 3 births. And compare that to what happens when the woman is 37 or when she goes to 42 years old. I won't take too much time on this because the panel will talk about it. Just to finish off by saying that according to WHO, 48 million people, couples, and 186 million individuals have issues with fertility. Cyprus supports many women to actually be able to freeze their eggs and preserve so they don't become the statistics up there. But we need to do more. We need to improve regulation, we need cooperation from the policy makers, and we need coordinated awareness. There is not enough awareness out there to teach young women and young men how to preserve their fertility. If we look at the fertility tourism, which we can increase into Cyprus and get ourselves on that graph that I showed you a few slides ago, the revenue for Spain alone, for the egg donation treatment alone, is over 300 million. And this is not including the rest of the tourism income and revenue that we can have from hotel, flights, etc. So let us form alliance, develop a stringent strategy, and raise awareness and normalize fertility. Fertility should not be a taboo. Republic of Cyprus can be a fertility haven. Thank you very much.
So I think following Sarkar's extensive presentation, we should all know by now that having children does not come easy for everyone. Studies indicate that approximately 1 out of 6 couples experience fertility problems at some point. Today, we will find out more about fertility and cross-border reproductive care at this All About Fertility panel discussion by the world's largest egg and sperm bank, Cryos International. The experts touching on numerous informative topics surrounding fertility and the prospects for the promotion of Cyprus as a fertility haven are MP Savia Orfanidou, obstetrician gynecologist Dr. Nikos Zotis, Cryos Director of European Operations Sakar Kasiri, and Deputy Ministry of Tourism Officer Thalia Christodoulidou. In addition, Sofia Paraskeva will be shedding light on her personal fertility treatment experience. So, Following the presentation by Sarkar, let's have a round-the-table discussion on general fertility awareness in Cyprus. Dr. Zotis, I'm starting with you.
Okay.
In your opinion, through educational materials and the media available to the general public in Cyprus, is there sufficient awareness on fertility? The question goes on. If not, who would you say is responsible for this task? And does the gynecology community in Cyprus have some responsibility to do this? If so, could informing and or training gynecologists make a change, and especially regarding the preservation of fertility for women?
Thank you for the extensive question. I will try to answer all the aspects. First of all, I think there is no sufficient fertility awareness for the general public of Cyprus, and especially for the young people, because I believe that this should be the task, should be the target group. I would say responsible for this task, first of all, is the Ministry of Health, because you have somebody to coordinate all the trial for the awareness. And I strongly believe that this has to be done maybe in cooperation with the Ministry of Education in a way, as I believe the youngest you get an information, the better you can deal with it. And I believe that the age, maybe the age below 20, or I would say below 25, is the right period to try to transfer a knowledge to women and men, of course. So I believe that the Ministry of Health should be the first responsible for this task. Of course, then is the scientific societies, especially the Gynecological Society, the private sector of doctors, and finally every individual doctor, and then the journalist and the social media. So the second part, as a Gynecological Society, I think we can do better for sure. We can do better for sure. We have to emphasize more on informing our members, every single gynecologist, about the fertility issues and especially the fertility preservation. So when they examine a woman, to have always this in mind, always. What other we can do, of course, to support every symposium like today, or to try to support every social media, or we go everywhere we can in order to transfer our knowledge and to try to inform, especially, as I said before, young people about the fertility issues and especially for fertility preservation.
Thank you. Sophia, hi. You are a patient who has frozen her eggs. What was your experience, and would you say you were provided the right information at the right time? And also, to go a bit further on, do you think you may be the exception, or do you feel that there are more women out there who, like you, were not given the right information at the right time?
I think I'd like to start by explaining that the issue of my medical fertility was something I discovered by complete fluke. So at 39, I fell to the pavement one day. I was bleeding quite badly, so I went straight to my gynecologist, who sent me to the lab. And lo and behold, I'm sitting in the lab being told that my AMH and my FSH were completely low and pretty dismal. So credit to my gynecologist, because I think we do have some exceptional professionals in Cyprus. He said to me, you know, Sophia, you need to go to a fertility expert to discuss your options. And I did. The good news was I was given the opportunity, blessed with the opportunity to review my options. The bad news was that at 39, as you saw, my options were pretty bleak. So I was single. I was yet to even evaluate whether or not I wanted to become a mother, but I felt this is my time, I have to do it, given the information that's been handed to me. So I think what's important, obviously over and above the fact that I'd never even questioned my fertility before 39, is that the period between discovering my ebbing fertility and finding the fertility clinic I wanted to go to, obviously, because reputation, chemistry, trust is important when you're going to do something like that. That was the period that I found incredibly confusing and very, very mentally daunting, because if it wasn't for Google, if it wasn't for the internet, I would have been quite lost. Yes, once you find your specialist, the information is there, the doctors in Cyprus are fantastic, the clinics that we have are great, but when you're fumbling around trying to understand what's going on, it's a very confusing place to be because the information is not readily available. And something that I found incredibly frustrating on the fertility journey when I started the treatment was it suddenly occurred to me, if it's this easy to see your hormones on a blood test, if it's this easy to find a decent embryologist to talk to about your stats, if it's this easy to lie back with your legs in stirrups and look at your eggs leaping around on a screen, why on earth am I reactively doing this at 39 when somebody could have proactively encouraged me to do it at 29, when instead of 3 eggs, Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, I could have had 20. And the issue is that nobody had raised this with me, and I don't believe that we should expect the youth or anybody who is unaware or who hasn't been raised with the blueprint that I need to get married and have kids and live in a picket fence with a Labrador. Who's informing these people that they have options? And ironically, in the days following my decision, when I thought I'm going to talk about this openly because it's my way of dealing with the emotional and the psychological overexertion, because it is quite a bizarre thing to be doing on your own, I actually found that women were coming out of the woodwork. Literally 1 in 3 women I was talking to had either undergone IVF or was having trouble conceiving, or was looking for a surrogate or an egg donor. So the point is that if almost 1 in 3 women in their late 30s or early 40s are experiencing this, it means that possibly every one of us in this room has an experience in our immediate family or our immediate circle. So why are we not talking about it? It is not a taboo. Fertility is not a theory, it's a reality, and it has a huge knock-on effect on all your decisions in life. So you have to be thinking about it, and we have to be talking about it.
And you're definitely not an exception.
Not an exception. Everyone I have spoken to has the same complaints, yeah.
Salvia, having heard Sofia and Dr. Ortiz, in your opinion, is there anything the government and or the parliament can do to raise fertility awareness? Who do you feel is responsible for the undertaking of this task? The government or the Gynecology Society of Cyprus?
First of all, I would like to thank Cryos and, of course, the Cyprus Forum for the opportunity to express our views today here. I think it's a very crucial issue that we're discussing without taboos. I totally agree with Sofia, because I've been through myself this experience, and I believe that there is a huge gap regarding the awareness and regarding the information that should be given to women to know that they should freeze their eggs from an early stage. So yes, when I went through this experience, I realized that something must be done. So when I took the seat in the parliament, that was the first thing I promoted, basically a discussion at the Human Rights Committee to bring about the issue of a campaign for the awareness of fertility. And there we discussed various issues, specifically who is responsible for this. Of course, the Ministry of The Ministry of Health is responsible, but I believe that the IVF committee, which is established by law in the IVF legislation that is currently being enforced right now in Cyprus, has a huge role to play, and I know the people there, they're doing an excellent job. So we said that because we need uniformity in the way that we will proceed with the awareness campaign, that unit should undertake this role. And there are two levels to inform people. The first level is the gynecologist and the doctors and the embryologist. And that must be done in a different level than the information that we should give to women who are looking for information through Google, as Sophia said. So 2 different levels, 2 different, perhaps, leaflets, 2 different videos with 2 different campaigns, but aiming at the same issue to make fertility an issue that should be known. And I believe that we will not invent anything. There are best practices around the world. We have so many other countries that have been informing the people better, perhaps. European countries, Sakar might know better than me about these issues. So I think we should learn from the best from other countries. And the message that I want to get through to women is that they should do from an early stage these, I'm going to look it up again, AMH, because I never get it right, AMH test, which I have done also at 39, and I discovered that I was low, very low in fertility. Thank God since then I have my child from a sperm donor from Cryos, to be more specific, and I think we should urge more women to start looking into this from a very early stage.
Thank you. The next question is for you as well. Oh. So 35 is the age that has been set for the egg freezing funding scheme by the Ministry of Health, even though through data and years of research, it is a known fact that fertility starts to decline at that age. You've already said this, but do you agree that women who want to freeze their egg and preserve their fertility should do so at an earlier stage in their lives? And what age would you think that is?
Okay, I'm not an expert on this, so the decision was taken by the Ministry of Health about the age limit, and they have looked into studies from the UK, the USA, and Europe. In my personal opinion, I think it should be even lower, but just to clarify things, women can also get the grant, because I have worked a lot to improve the grant scheme, and we have given now women the chance to get 2,000 euros for every time they are going through their egg freezing. Up to 4 times they can use the scheme. So I think that's maybe we can increase that a bit, but I think it's okay for now. And we are pushing to increase that in the future. Yes, you get the grant at any stage when you're doing the IVF process, the whole process. You have to be 35 to get the grant for the egg freezing, but you can get the grant for the egg freezing at any time if you have a medical condition. So there are conditions and criteria for this. But definitely, I strongly believe we should change the age as soon as possible that we can. I'm going to push for this in the next few weeks, months, and let's see where we get with this.
Yeah, I hope you do. Thank you. Sakar, as a provider of this service, what is your experience with patients who contact you for social freezing?
First of all, before I answer your question, I see some young people sitting in the audience. I just want to say that I'm so pleased that they're here and they're hearing this, and maybe they can pass the information to their friends. I think it's very, very important to have that awareness. What we are seeing is when patients contact us, sometimes they believe that, for example, they can come with their own gynecologist to get the fertility treatment or to get the fertility preservation done or the egg freezing done. There isn't enough information, as my friends here have said as well. There isn't enough information to actually inform the patients that want to freeze their eggs that
they need to have a fertility expert, someone who knows how to stimulate their ovaries and produce more eggs for them to be able to freeze. This is very important information that all our gynecologists can pass on to the patients. Pass the patients at the right age to the IVF clinics or to us as a bank. And we will help and assist them in getting a good number of eggs frozen for them. So the information needs to go to the patient, but also there is a huge gap in the information going to the public. So public awareness is very important, starting from the young age in schools to teach them about their fertility. I'm assisting in UK a committee that is now trying to bring fertility awareness to the attention of the people who set the curriculums for sex education in the schools.
I was going to say, do you think that, because you keep saying young age,
Yes,
should this be part of sexual education?
100%. I mean, we teach them about their own body, about their own biology, about puberty. We teach them how not to get pregnant. We teach them how not to get someone pregnant. But we don't teach them how to preserve their fertility. So when they decide to have a baby, they can have a baby. And that's really important. And this information is missing in many countries. There is not enough awareness.
Thank you, Sakar. So following what we just heard about the potential of fertility treatments with donor sperm and egg in Cyprus, bearing in mind we now have the largest sperm and egg bank and many successful IVF clinics in Cyprus, I would like to find out what is our panel's point of view on cross-the-border fertility care or fertility tourism. Thalia, as the Deputy Ministry of Tourism, are you aware of the potential market for fertility tourism? And if so, what is your strategy? And do any future plans include fertility treatments?
We have been aware of the interest for fertility treatments in Cyprus from specific countries. As such, fertility treatments were and are included in the selected treatments that are considered to have the potential to develop Cyprus as a health tourism destination. In the past, the Deputy Ministry devoted 1 year for the promotion of each one of these selected treatments, fertility tourism included. As we're not the experts in the medical sector, all of our actions are carried out in collaboration with the Cyprus Health Services Promotion Board, whose members include medical facilitators, travel agencies specializing in health tourism, health professionals, and clinics. In recent years, mainly due to prevailing circumstances such as the COVID pandemic, we have not proceeded with any treatment-specific promotions. However, health tourism is included in the special interest tourism products that the Deputy Ministry considers of priority based on the National Tourism Strategy. As such, this coming year, we intend to restart our treatment-specific promotions in specific markets, again in collaboration with the Cyprus Health Services Promotion Board. And having seen Cyprus's potential as a destination for fertility treatments, we plan to include specialized promotional actions in our action plan, aimed specifically at promoting Cyprus as a fertility tourism destination.
Excellent, thank you. Savia, as a Member of Parliament and the Vice President of the Health Committee, is there anything you would like to add to what Thalia said?
Well, Thalia has said it all as the Deputy Ministry of Tourism, but I think there should be a cooperation, of course, with the Ministry of Health. These are very important issues. So if we are going to promote a strategy on medical tourism and specifically on fertility tourism, I think there should be a close cooperation. And of course, the Health Committee can discuss these issues. Actually, I was thinking of putting forward a discussion on these issues in the Parliament regarding the tourism aspect. To see what's going on and to give the opportunity to the Deputy Ministry to expand its vision on the issue. Of course, I should say I personally strongly believe that there are huge benefits from promoting fertility tourism in Cyprus, and that's why, as the government, and in my personal view again, because I'm not representing my party's views, of course, I strongly supported the fact that the Cryos, the biggest sperm bank in Cyprus, has chosen to expand its services in Cyprus, which gave the opportunity to all of us to be more aware and to many other people to come to Cyprus from other countries and benefit from our legal system, our procedures. And I like the fact that you said that the Republic of Cyprus can be a fertility heaven. So let's hope that in the future we can manage that in order, at the end of the day, to help women in their right to become mothers, or anybody, men and women, to become a parent.
The next question is both for you, Dr. Ortiz, and you, Sarkar. As service providers, what do you consider are the limiting factors that directly impact your IVF clinic or Cryos sperm and egg bank to provide treatment to patients from abroad? Dr. Ortiz?
I think first of all is the information. I think people living abroad, they don't know about the fertility services that we can provide them in Cyprus. So the first goal should be to inform them and convince them to come to Cyprus. So the first is the information. We have to send the information abroad. And the second, of course, is the law status. We have to make some changes. We have a very good law, I would say, but we need some more small changes that we have to do in order to make things easier for IVF centers and for people from abroad to come and visit our IVF centers, which I would say they have a very high standards, and we have nothing to jealous, or if we compare it with IVF centers abroad, we are in the same status. So these two things. I would like to say something about the law. I think it's two small things that we have to change. Maybe to change the anonymous status and add to this the non-anonymous status. And the second thing is the surrogacy. It would be very good for us if we make a small change and offer this to people living abroad.
Okay. Sarkar, have you got anything to add?
Yes, thank you very much. Very much aligned to what you just said, Dr. Zotis. I think one of the slides, I rushed through it a bit because I was concerned for time, but they did a huge survey asking patients why they want to go abroad. And 42% of patients that travel abroad, sorry, this was in UK, 42% of patients that traveled abroad was for egg donation. They also did looked at the age range, and over 80% of them were above the age of 35. So if you cannot find the donors in your homeland, if you don't have the right anonymity status that you want, and just maybe in a bracket here, I quickly, if we have time, explain. Being anonymous donors means the child that's born from the sperm donor or the egg donor will never be able to contact the donor when the child becomes an adult at the age of 18. Being a non-anonymous donor or ID release donor means that the child that is born as a result of that donation at the age of 18, not the parents, the child, at the age of 18 can decide to contact the clinic or the bank that the sperm or the egg donation came from and find out information about the donor. This is very important because some families, some countries feel very strongly
about not taking the right away from the child. If you go for anonymous donation, for example, you are taking the right away from the child to choose whether to contact the donor at the age of 18 or plus or not. So we see now in Greece recently, they changed. So now they allow both anonymous and non-anonymous donation. And this helps to give better choice to the parents. And I think this is very crucial. If we want to work as a fertility tourism country, we need to be able to provide, destination for the patients to come to. We need to be able to provide for all kinds of patients the needs that they have. Many countries are changing to non-anonymous donation, or some may be anonymous donation. If we want to be successful in providing this service to the patients, we must also allow as much choice as possible for the patients arriving. And one last thing, Cyprus is going to be a fertility haven if all of us stakeholders work together and liaise together and collaborate together, and we can improve the fertility tourism to Cyprus.
Okay, yes, I agree. But Drs. Ortiz and Sarkar, and then Savia, I'll get to you. Do you anticipate that these changes will be made in Cyprus, offering parents and their offspring this choice?
You are asking our opinion on that?
Yeah.
I already mentioned that I think it's fundamental to change the law and give to all people the opportunity to use Cyprus as to use the services of Cyprus in order to solve their fertility problems. So I fully agree. Yes.
Okay. Savia, should we anticipate any changes in the law from the House of Parliament?
Yes. Currently, the legislation for the amendment of the IVF legislation has been promoted to the Legal Service for legal vetting. So the Ministry of Health has already prepared a legislative piece in cooperation, of course, with the IVF committee. And we are expecting it in the next few months in the Parliament. So we will have a discussion on these issues. In my personal view, I will start with the anonymity issue. When I had the child through a sperm donor, I didn't have a choice because the legislation says, that the Cypriot legislation says that it should be anonymous. And that was fine by me. I'm still not certain that this should be changed. But I can see the point of view because sometimes we need to give the right for people to choose. So I will discuss it with myself when the time comes and see if this is one of the things that I personally would want to promote. But generally, I believe what we should change is the fact that because we are promoting tourism, we said, so citizens from other countries or third-party sperm donors who choose Cyprus and to carry out this procedure should be allowed the non-anonymity status because they come from countries, at least those who come from countries who by law allow the non-anonymity status, should be allowed to have it in Cyprus as well. So these are two separate things. I think this, what I just said, might take place, actually, because I think it's only fair. The second part regarding the Cyprus legislation, we will see. I strongly, though, believe that the biggest change that we should do in the context of this amending legislation should be to give the right, finally, to single women to be able to have a child through surrogated women. It's so unfair. It's a discrimination, and I don't want to say anything else, because I'm very angry about this issue, that we are cutting off single women from using a surrogated woman. So, yes, we should change this. Also, the fact that single women need to get the approval from the IVF committee to have a child by themselves. I had to take the approval. So I don't think that that is fair.
Because we have a little bit of time, I was wondering, can you talk about that approval? What does it mean a single woman has to get?
As a single woman, I had to go through this IVF committee to apply. I had to fill in papers and apply so that I will be given the permission to have a child by myself. A conscious decision at my 40s.
And the permission is to be given to you by?
The IVF committee. You need to have a clean criminal record, but these are things that I think we should not abolish, because these are best practices in other countries as well. Clean criminal record, no sexual abuses, blah, 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 you know. Yes, I think at least though, the procedure for the approval by the IVF should be abolished. I think maybe it's in the amending law. Also, I believe that we should change the age limit for women to have a baby by themselves, because now it's at 50 years old. Maybe we can increase it to 53. I'm just saying 52, 53. Also, another issue that I have written down here is the fact that we had some problems with the IVF clinics not informing their systems and their archives on the donations, the egg donations that have been taking place. In order to avoid things that might be taking place in other countries, things that are not good, things that are bad, I think we should find a way to update in real time or records about egg donation or sperm donation by all the IVF clinics. And parentheses, I think we have excellent, and I mean excellent, IVF clinics in Cyprus. I'm very impressed with their professional status, and I've been through an excellent IVF committee. I think I saw my embryologist here. I'm not sure. Yeah, she's still there. I wasn't sure. So I know that I have taken the best treatment that I could possibly have after I found out by myself that I can have this opportunity. So yes, I believe that we should help to have better records on these issues in order to avoid other things that are not good practices abroad. Well, these are one of the few things that we want to change, but when the time comes, maybe some other things will come up. Hopefully, soon enough, we will be discussing this, and I'm sure that it will be a taboo issue again. But again, we will try our best to change things.
Yes, thank you. So, having heard the various points of view on this issue, I would like to ask for some final thoughts. Thalia, if you would like to go first.
The development of Cyprus as a health tourism destination is one of the Deputy Ministry's strategic priorities, and we are confident that attracting fertility tourism to Cyprus plays an important part in achieving this goal. We feel that Cyprus has a big potential to develop as a fertility tourism destination, and as such we plan to collaborate with the Cyprus Health Services Promotion Board and all other stakeholders toward achieving this goal. And as mentioned earlier, we plan to restart our treatment-specific promotional actions, and we plan on including fertility tourism in these actions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zotis, any final thoughts?
I would like to make a comment on the aspect of medical tourism. And I mean, there is years and years hearing about this, like we have to improve medical tourism, but I think we are at the beginning. So I think we have to make it a little bit more specified and find the, the aspects, or in which aspects we can bring tourism in Cyprus. We should not make it a general. We have to specify, and I strongly believe that IVF services in Cyprus are in a very high standards with very good clinics. So I believe that using these excellent IVF centers in Cyprus with these very high standards, they can fully support your trial to bring tourism in Cyprus. So we have to make it more specified, not generally medical tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Savia, final thoughts?
Well, I think I've said it all. We are expecting the amending legislation. We will try our best once again to change things, to give the right to all women, and actually all people, to the right to be a parent, which I think is the biggest blessing in the world. So we will be we will keep pushing towards that direction. And we will do some more technical issues as well as the awareness campaign, which I will bring soon enough again for discussion in the Parliament so that you will all be able to attend and say your opinion. And we will be looking after the Deputy Ministry here to make sure that they promote that medical tourism, fertility tourism.
Good to hear. Thank you. Sophia, any last thoughts you'd like to share?
I think, I mean, given that this is the Cyprus Forum, the perfect platform to say a few things, it really saddens me that we live in a European country and issues like fertility, sex, mental health, depression, addiction are still being swept under the carpet as if they're going to go away. And the sort of the mentality that we've inherited, I don't know why gynecologists don't want to talk about options with young women. I don't know if it's because we know everybody, it's a small society, people are supposed to get married, have children, but I'm very adamant that these are prevalent issues, they are not taboo issues, and people need to start talking more transparently, because the knock-on effect fertility has on all your decisions in life, your career, your relationships, dating. All you have to do is look at the divorce rate and the birth rate in Cyprus and you can see that we have issues. So if we're going to fix all of this, we need to identify that there is an issue. We need to have the intent to get together, educate, raise awareness, and change mentalities. And it's about being sure that the youth, and I'm not a mother, but I'm fearful for the next generation because they've got enough to contend with. They need to have all the right information at the right time.
Thank you. Sakar, I'm leaving it with you to finish.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Very valid points, and I hope that we have managed to provoke some fresh thoughts about fertility and the issue of infertility treatment. I would like to just finish by saying we need to form strong, solid, stringent strategy if we want to bring more fertility patients into Cyprus. This has to happen with a combination of policymakers and the different arms of the government, you know, Deputy Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Health in Cyprus, come together with the fertility field and have a proper strategy set place. Promoting Cyprus alone is not enough. We need to have our hands open as service providers to be able to help as many patients as possible, which means we need to get more donors. We need to be able to talk and raise awareness to get donors. We need to be able to talk about the treatments and invite patients to come to Cyprus. And I think more and more importantly, for the people of Cyprus, for the youth of Cyprus, we have a responsibility to raise awareness about their fertility, about how to preserve it. And that would only come from forums like this, that we can talk about it openly. That is not a taboo. It will come from journalists allowing us to publish research and discuss it and open the subject so that it's not seen as something that you don't want to talk about. It's something that should be talked about. We don't hide if we have kidney issues. We don't hide if we have heart disease. But we hide if two organs in our body, for male and female, you know, if we have reproductive organs failing to function the way they should function, which is to be able to produce sperm and egg in order to have a child. If those organs are failing, it's no different to having a heart disease or your heart or your kidneys or your liver failing. So let's treat it as a disease according to what WHO has said. Let's raise awareness, and together we can do it and break this taboo and normalize fertility treatments.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. We now move on to our next session. The attraction of international tech companies has represented a key policy towards the establishment of flourishing economic ecosystems in the past 30 years. Tech companies represent anchors in smart and specialized economies, as their presence generates an ecosystem of knowledge-based SMEs and startups, and a better attitude towards innovation. Successful countries have combined their offer of excellent human capital and infrastructures with focused incentives and tax exemptions. Nevertheless, the global geopolitical conditions are rapidly changing, and the delocalization of core and critical tech companies, as well as their supply chains, is affected by conflicts and decoupling policies which counterbalance the economic advantages. How are attraction policies and company strategies going to face the new international situation? How will other factors, like the evolution of labor and capital markets, generate new opportunities and threats? Please welcome Angela Giuliano, EIC Ambassador, Managing Director across Limits, Petra Valov, Founder and CEO Exnes, Stavros Drakoularakos, General Manager at Philip Morris Cyprus, Evgenios Evianiou, Chairman Invest Cyprus. The discussion will be moderated by Fabio Maria Montagnino, Head of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Cyprus Institute.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much for the introduction, and welcome to this virtual fireplace. The fire is virtual, and I've been asking for Zivania, but it's virtual as well, because I think that Zivania is a very good, let's say, attraction tool for coming in Cyprus. I'm here since 2 years, and it has been very important, you know, to get me used to this country and from my previous place in Italy. So I want to go directly to the point, because we have not so much time. The clock will run, and I will ask you to be short in order to have more conversation and to have a real dialogue. So we are going to talk about the reason why international tech companies can be brought here in Cyprus, and what we should do to attract them, and what they would leave. And I think that these two dimensions are really connected, because the way you approach a country is then letting you, move in a direction and leave something more in terms of impact and more in terms of engagement of the people here. So I would start from Stavros, who is has a leading position in let's say, very important international company and brand, which is Philip Morris. And your Philip Morris is going through a disruptive process, so it has been changing a lot in the last years, and you are shifting from an industrial company into a more tech and service. So you are in Cyprus with this approach, this new approach, and I want to understand more and let people understand. What are you doing here, why you are developing this presence, and what you would like to find, or what you have already found, and what are you leaving, what are you giving to the country?
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let me start off by saying that this is my first time in the Cyprus Forum, and I'm really happy and excited to be here. So, 10 years ago, I don't think that I would be in this panel, because Philip Morris used to be a tobacco company. Nowadays, we identify ourselves as a technology and science and services company, and the reason for that is that we've been investing quite a lot, almost $9 billion over the past 10 years, in order to make sure that our transformation works. And the problem that we're trying to solve, like every startup is trying to solve one problem, is the problem of smoking. And in order to do that, we develop new alternatives, which we try to bring to as many adult smokers as possible. Hence, the main reason that Philip Morris Cyprus exists for the past 4 or 5 months. Now, in terms of what makes a country or a location attractive, obviously a stable regulatory framework is important, and obviously the strategic geolocation is also important. But instead, I wanted to focus on 3 main areas that were important from our side, and we can deep dive into that as you see fit. Number 1, talent, i.e. people, both in terms of hard skills, so there are many generations of well-educated Cypriots that, that are currently here and that are available for a multinational willing to invest. But it's not just the hard skills and the types of knowledge that they're getting, it's also the soft skills. So the local culture of collaboration, of power, of passion, of commitment, of loyalty is also something that's really attractive to an employer.
Are you already happy with that?
Quite happy, yes. You know, we would not expect to have an open position like data analyst 5 years ago, but now we do, and it has been filled, or an e-commerce director. We're also learning, so this is not a do join and we're going to show you how it's done. It's more of a do join and let's find out together.
Great.
So that's number one. The number two thing that was important for us was the business partners that already exist in Cyprus. And by that I mean, for example, in our case, Cassandra CTC Group, which is our distribution partner, is our main business partner, and this has reduced our go-to-market time into practically zero. So this is also important, the business partners. And third, last point, is the fact that it's not just a matter of right now, because no one comes in and is investing for 1 month or 1 year. You want to see the trajectory of where the country is going. And I believe it was a couple of months ago that I was reading this paper by the Cypriot Republic saying that over the next 10, 20 years, it wants to be a sustainable business and trade center. And this spoke to our heart, because sustainability, which at the end of the day is continuity, is what investment is all about. And it's what our strategy is all about. And
I will ask you, 30 seconds. I will give you 30 seconds to answer. This is written in many plans, in many countries. What do you think Cyprus has on, let's say, as a specificity? What is the specific point of Cyprus? Why do you think this country might compete?
Do you mean in terms of?
In terms of being a hub and business hub worldwide. If you go in the plans of most of the small, medium countries, this is what everybody is saying. But
yes, obviously saying, I was going to say that saying is not enough. You also need to measure it, and you make sure it's progress.
Yes.
Obviously, this is for the Cypriot Republic to measure and see its progress, but from our side, as I've mentioned, location, infrastructure, talent, business partners, all very important factors. But this doesn't mean that someone coming in to invest does not have responsibility. So responsibility comes both ways, from our side as well. And if I can mention 2 numbers, one would be that, for example, we're investing on a yearly basis close to $1 million to our retail network, because we want them to grow along with us. This is not something that we can win on our own. And the second thing, because sustainability is not just about numbers and finance, it's also very much about people. And a point that I'm really proud of is the fact that as Philip Morris Cyprus, we currently employ close to 100 people, directly and indirectly, and 50% of them are women. And in our management team, which is the last ceiling that women are trying to reach globally, which is top management, also 50% are women. And this is something, it's the last number I want everyone to live with.
Thank you so much. So I will move to Petr, because you have decided to start your fintech company here. Is scaling up. It has been already scaling up, so you are an international reality, but you are still here. And I read in your previous interviews that you think that Cyprus should move, and probably is moving, from being a good, let's say, hub for taxation. So the main motivation was the very good tax environment, to something more holistic. And in this holistic dimension, you are mentioning human resources, people. And this is quite in line with what Stavros is saying. So can you please explain us what is your vision? You say that it could be the Silicon Valley in the Mediterranean, but this is very challenging.
Yes, I really believe in that. There are many reasons why a company could relocate to Cyprus. One of the reasons is to have a local market, but it's very small reason, because the local market is not so big. Now, especially IT companies, they don't actually need local market. They relocate for other reasons. Either they need local labor market, so local talents, or they just need to have a good place where they can have kind of hub. For example, like Singapore and Dubai acquiring such kind of companies. So we also relocated here, and we use Cyprus as a hub to relocate people here, and there are a lot of benefits for Cyprus. That's what I'm repeating, that before Cyprus was not just for taxation, really, Cyprus was a place for holding companies, and holding companies don't need many people, just few Cypriots. It's also good, there are job places, but it's not the main benefit. When a big company relocate people here, every person, by many of our study, averagely bring 60,000 euro per year to economy, and this money go directly to small businesses and to regular Cypriots, and it's very important. It's local, it's consumption which boosts economy. For example, this year economy projection, GDP projection is 6-7%, and most of that growth attributed to IT sector. That's, I think, future of Cyprus. So Cyprus should be place for such kind of companies who, for different reasons, want to relocate their business. It could be political reasons, security, maybe they want to be in Europe for funding, but they want to be in Europe. And Cyprus is a good place. It's good geographical position. It's in the middle of Europe, CIS, Middle East, Africa. It's English language, which is not common in Europe, English education as well. It's good environment, it's part of Europe. So there are many reasons why they want to relocate here, but unfortunately there are no local labor market, and it will not exist. Let's be realistic. Cyprus population is small. Even with the best education in the world, there will not be so many specialists in the local market. So I really believe Cyprus need to focus on this thing, because these companies and these people is the main capital of any country in the world now. So it's not oil and gas which make economy great now. It's a human capital and intellectual property. And it's competition. So it's not just open door and remove red tapes. So these countries need to compete for these people, compete for these talents. And these talents, they can find job anywhere in the world. They can pick a place, a city which they like, and find employer there. So for Cyprus is a challenge. Cyprus need to compete for these people with taxation, with environment, medical, education environment, banking system, migration regime, naturalization. There are many, many factors which make people decide to relocate to Cyprus, because they're not slaves who can move. We cannot just bring them to Cyprus. They need to make their own choice. So it's companies who decide to relocate and people who decide to relocate. But it's great value, I want to emphasize once again, great value for economy, great value for society, because by study of Ernst & Young and actually Invest Cyprus 2020, one relocated professional create 3 job places indirectly in other sectors of economy. We need to employ 30% Cypriots. It's a lot of benefits for...
Have you any country you want to benchmark with Cyprus?
I think Cyprus should benchmark, I prefer to benchmark with Singapore. We had office in Singapore, so Singapore is regional hub. If you want to have business in a APAC region, you open office in Singapore. And there are many international companies who open branch there. And they don't work with local market, because again, local market is quite tiny and population just 3 million. But they relocate people from over the Asia and put them in Singaporean office to serve the region. I think Cyprus can be the same. So Cyprus can be IT hub of that Mediterranean, but even broader region to combine all regions around. So Singapore, I think, is the best.
And then working around human capital, as you say. So it's Singapore, because Singapore has been investing a lot in human capital.
It invests a lot in ecosystem. It's also kind of tax heaven, I would say. It's low taxation. It's good migration regime. It's easy to come, easy to make business, clear rule, transparent rules. That's what every country needs to attract companies and talents.
Thank you so much. Angela. You approach this topic from another perspective. That's the perspective of the European Innovation Council, as you are an ambassador, and the EIC is trying to promote the growth of our startups and trying to build, global champions. So it's another way to attract. It's not attracting from outside, but it's scouting and growing from inside. What do you think? How Cyprus is approaching this this other direction to get there, and have a strong business environment with very good companies here.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I want to say is, first and foremost, to explain what is the European Innovation Council, because many people might not know, okay? So we are an EU agency.
Be short.
In short, we are the EU agency which is trying to really address the market needs of businesses in Europe to scale up and become international. You know, we always say we're hunting for the European unicorns, which is a big word to say in Europe. As you know, in Europe, we're always competing, you know, we're competing against the Asian market, we're competing against the Americans. But there is a little bit of a market failure. So we're good in startups, we're good in research, we're good in knowledge-based economy. We tend, at a point in time, to grow up until a point and stop. And we never really go big, we never really go boom, for a variety of reasons. And the EIC is actually there to address most of those, to address the ecosystem, to address the finance gap. Now, what I think Cyprus is doing well, when I look at it, you know, from a European perspective, is that it's trying harder. So I think, you know, Cypriots are go-getters, in the sense you already have quite a challenging, you know, life being islanders, being, you know, in the middle of a lot of different areas here, like Peter said, but you are survivors, and this is what we need in Europe. In Europe, we need businesses that will have the guts, will go for it, you know. And I think what Cyprus is doing well, indeed, it's investing in its talents, it's investing in its companies, but it's also trying, also locally, to fund these deep tech, fintech, all the other types of technologies. Yes, maybe the money is not large, but sometimes it's not only the money, it is the ecosystem. It is how they can connect. And I think all the people, I mean, I've been maybe 20 times in Cyprus, so this is not my first time here. You know, they are great networkers. Use it more, you know, but use it also to not just be made in Cyprus, but be made in Europe.
I want you to expand on the way we should keep these talents here, or more in general in the Mediterranean area, because I'm coming from Sicily. We've been struggling so much in building capacity, in creating startups, and then the startups are in Delaware. Startups are moving to Singapore. They are going to Paris or to London. So what is the right mix? And you say it's the ecosystem, it's about people, but probably this is part of the recipes we will discuss later, because this is not just about infrastructure and finance and taxation. It's about probably the full environment you find around. So it's Zivania again. It's something that is related to the pleasure to live here. I think that we share this vision that we have to work more on the broad environment.
I think Europe is a wonderful place to have like work-life balance, because it is not just a great place to work and grow a business, but it's a great place to live. You know, I always tell people, use kind of what God gave you. Yeah, here in Cyprus, like in my native Malta, you know, God gave us sun, gave us the sea, gave us, you know, great food, gave us friendly people, and we use that to attract businesses, but then to keep them and grow them. I've worked a lot with Sicilians, and I think Sicilians are also great fighters, in a good sense.
Of course.
It's just that we need to orient this energy all together, you know? We are on the same side. It's not, you know, if I lose someone from Cyprus to Sicily, that's not a loss. Let's make it work together. We need to build a bigger European ecosystem, not just, you know, each country for its own. It has to be connected.
And I think we are exactly at the right time for you, Vienius, because that's a matter of combination of tools. So you have your toolbox, and you are combining a number of instruments. So are you elaborating in this idea of having an holistic approach to the attraction of companies? And what are you asking these companies to do here? Because it's a matter then of do des, we say in Latin. It's they give, you give, but you want. What is your vision on this?
Okay, well, thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity to be on this panel. Let's look at the big picture, first of all. The economic strategy, the economic growth strategy of Cyprus at the moment is based on a study that was conducted for the Economic Council and the Ministry of Finance with the European Union funding. And it's a comprehensive strategy and action plan. It's called Vision 2035. And the vision or the aspiration that sits at the center of that strategy is for Cyprus to be the best place to live, work, and do business. Obviously, it's a very ambitious aspiration. Now, on the basis of that, as far as attracting investments is concerned, what is at the center of our focus as Invest Cyprus is to attract to Cyprus high specialization companies and talent. So it goes to building a technology or a tech ecosystem, but potentially even beyond technology, research and development companies, pharmaceutical companies, and in other sort of high specialization fields. Now, what have we done as Cyprus the last couple of years? Cyprus has traditionally, as was said earlier, was good at attracting companies. We have a good, stable taxation system, Anglo-Saxon system of law, all the nice things that companies like. But we were not very attractive for people to relocate here. So we extended the tax incentives and the tax, let's say, friendliness to the employees as well. So now highly paid, specialized people want to come to Cyprus and work for the technology companies. There is still a lot that we need to improve to make Cyprus more attractive for these people to come. We have to make the migration process friendlier, and we have to sort out some issues that we have with regards to availability of housing and schools and stuff like that. But the market, I believe, gradually will sort them out with some support from the government. Now, this strategy is giving results. In 2021, Cyprus jumped 50 places in the Greenfield FDI rankings in terms of foreign direct investments, and that calculates the multiple paid to GDP, and for Cyprus was 3.3 the multiple. And Cyprus is in the top 10 in terms of the post-pandemic recovery for FDI. Specifically, the first half of 2022, there was a 150% increase in FDI compared to 2019.
Also, in the Global Innovation Index is going very well.
It reflects that as well, and specifically for technology, for investments in software, the increase in the first half of 2022 compared to 2019 was 600%. So there is progress in the right direction. Now, what is the aspiration? The aspiration or the goal is to make Cyprus even more attractive for human talent to come to Cyprus, because these people have options and they cannot be forced by their companies necessarily to come to Cyprus. And because as Invest Cyprus, we are active in the promotion and attractiveness, and sometimes companies ask for a bidding process between countries. Obviously, what they value a lot is to what extent the country is welcoming for their people. So we need to improve in that front, and then we need to ensure that this ecosystem links up with the local community, and maybe that's where I get to the last part of your question. They need to link up with the local community, both from a societal aspect in terms of their contribution back to society, but I think more importantly, the way that they are connected with our educational system, and obviously there we need to do a lot in terms of upskilling our people and modernizing our educational system. But although Cyprus doesn't have a lot of people, and necessarily these companies will need to bring people from abroad, we would like to see them employing young Cypriot talent, because that is what's going to give the opportunity to young Cypriots to have quality jobs in their country and even come back from abroad to Cyprus. And they are already doing it. I mean, only recently, I can't disclose the name because they shouldn't announce them themselves. A US-based company, Datart, announced that they are opening an office in Nicosia. They will bring 50 people from abroad to begin with, but they will also recruit 50 people from Cyprus. So the long-term goal is for this ecosystem to become to have its own dynamism, its own growth potential, and connect with local society, the educational system, and hopefully then Cypriots, more Cypriots themselves, will start setting up their own startups, scale them up, and move internationally.
If we would have a word count of this conversation, people would have been the first word to rank, which is quite interesting, that we are all aligned around the idea that it's the core issue is about people, talents, lifestyle, and making this an attractive place. But, and this is the second question with 1 minute each, we are in a very special period probably in the history of Europe and worldwide. It's like shaking the tree, We are shaking the tree, and some apples will fall and other apples will stay there. So is it, these strategies are going to be affected, are going to be disrupted because of the specific situation? And we are in a, let's say, in this, again, in the overall situation, in this particular part of the world where the friction is, you can feel it, you can see it. So what do you think, Stavros? Are we going to overcome, and how? It's a big question for 1 minute, I understand. But
first of all, may I clarify for everyone, when you say that thing, because I can think of at least 4. The geopolitical location, the energy crisis, the supply chain crisis, the war in Ukraine.
It's going to be a 5th and a 6th, it's
the climate,
so it's a shock every week. So we are in a...
So I think that companies, need to make strategies and need to make plans regardless of the external environment. The fact that you make that, it also means that you need to take into account that there's going to be change in your plans. As Mike Tyson famously said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Nowadays, we get many punches from all over the place, but we still need to keep our North Star. So strategy means, you move left, you move right, but at the end of the day, you know where we're heading. And as Philip Morris, we know where we're heading, towards a smoke-free world and to help people live better. Regarding Cyprus, I really like the fact that Evgenios was mentioning progress through numbers. So if I can give some numbers, 1 out of 4 adult smokers have already moved to new alternatives. So this is a good thing because it means it works, but also it means there's room to grow. And that's our strategy here, Smoke-Free Cyprus.
Have you your own strategy, Petr, to face this situation? How do you see it? How you are reacting to this from Cyprus and in Cyprus?
I would say for IT companies it's not so hard. So yes, we also face crisis all around the world, and I just in the morning read articles how Facebook and Google are shrinking. They stopped employing new people. They focus on replacements. But they still, they're the biggest companies in the world. So I think IT industry is not so much affected by the crisis as other companies. And that's another benefit of attracting such companies. So Cyprus needs to have some kind of surplus of such companies and people in the economy to be able to survive. And again, I refer to GDP growth, so it's much higher than overall in Europe, in Cyprus now, mostly because of IT and international companies. So that's what Cyprus, I believe, should do as economy and a society, to have this surplus of companies and people to be able to overcome these hard times.
What the EIC
EIC is doubling down. This is the time when we actually, as Europe, this is the time of resilience. We need, European resilience. We need to come together more than ever. This is the time of unity between Europe, also at a business level. Because I think all these crises have taught us that sometimes we can only depend on ourselves, on our 27 member states and neighbors, okay? So I think it's really important, and this is also where I see the future of the EU going, that, you know, we really continue funding, we really continue working together, we really continue strengthening the links between the countries, because only together we can face all of these challenges and somehow, you know, survive.
So there's time for investing Cyprus to be more interconnected and work.
I mean, the time is limited.
Yeah, but
I would say that the only certainty, and this has been the case for the last decade and more, is uncertainty and instability. I think in this environment, Cyprus has demonstrated time and time again its resilience, and we're again resilient. And as was said earlier, we have, you know, counter to the pandemic, counter to the war, we have good GDP growth. I'm not saying that things are going to be easy later on. Maybe next year there are challenges in the economy, but from the investment attractiveness perspective, Cyprus is demonstrating that in this sea of instability is a stable place to do business, and you know, the statistics speak for themselves. In 2022, through the scheme of you know, relocating high specialist people to Cyprus, 7,000 people came to Cyprus, and this is people outside the European Union. There was a number, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 the previous year. It's higher this year. It has to do with the instability because in Ukraine and other areas, other countries in the region. So yes, we're a member of the European Union. We are in an unstable region, but we offer stability and predictability. We're moving in the right direction, and we're working hard to improve and to make Cyprus, as I said, a better place for people to live, work, and do business.
So let's go on, and let's meet next year to see the progress. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. In a rapidly transforming world, societies and cultures shift in needs, challenges and opportunities, affecting every citizen's capacity to be actively engaged in the civic domain. Education comes forward once again as the primary medium to facilitate access, participation and inclusion for all in public goods, services, decision-making and employment. The Center for Social Innovation, CSI, is bringing together diverse global experts and practitioners in education and civic engagement to discuss and propose tangible paths to revolutionize the learning process so that learners can be the decision makers of their future. This discussion is co-organized with the Center for Social Innovation. Give a warm round of applause for Dr. Michal Mlinar, Ambassador Permanent Representative of the Slovak Republic to the United Nations, Professor Dr. Niazi Gizilgurek, Member of the European Parliament, Dr. Lucy Avramidou, Director of the Institute for Science Education and Communication at the University of Groningen, Dr. Katerina Theodoridou, Director R&D and Project Management Center for Social Innovation. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Sotiris Themistokleous, Director of Strategic Development Center for Social Innovation. Welcome.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, everybody, for coming here today to listen to this very interesting panel discussion. Thank you, Cyprus Forum, for organizing this event. And of course, thank you, Cyprus Forum, for having these comfortable sofas this year, in contrary to last year's chairs. So, yesterday we heard three of the candidates for the presidency focusing a lot of their discussion and talk on education. And I guess it's a cliche by now that every time there are challenges in the society, we go back to education and pedagogies. We know and we realize that citizens interact with the society, the interaction of the citizens with society has changed. The labor market and the education have dramatically transformed, and in a post-COVID era, a lot of people seek for more flexibility in space and time. The way they work is transformed, the way they interact with other humans is changed with the environment, but also with education. And everything are taking place in different ecosystems, maybe in real life, in virtual life, in cyberspace, everywhere. So we live in a world that is nothing static. We are here to discuss how education can move forward and provide a step for the participation of citizens in the making of this service, of this gift. Citizens rightfully demand to have an active role in decision-making, and through other forms of participation like social movements, social media, community work, community politics, we see them to move away from mainstream politics and mainstream decision-making centers. So we need to find a new way of co-creation of education policies and education initiatives which are considered to be a medium of more informed decision-making, more adaptive to change, rapid change, and of course, aligned to inclusivity, participation, and democracy. We are here today to discuss maybe what we could say a new social contract on education, to take education in a new level, in a level that will be aligned with the fast changes that are happening around us. The education that needs to be based on participation, in crowdsourcing, to take in consideration the needs and expectations of the citizens, to take in consideration the importance of democracy and inclusivity. And I think today we have the right panel and the right representatives from decision-making bodies, academics, practitioners, experts, politicians, if I may say, to discuss this, people that work from the community level to the regional and global institutions. And talking about global institutions, I would like to start our discussion with Dr. Mlinar, the Vice President of UNICEF Executive Board and also the Ambassador of the Slovak Republic in Cyprus. Doctor, we understand, as we describe and we study the past days, that participatory education is implemented through inclusive education, the inclusive decision-making, with the participation of schools, communities, decision-makers, academics, a wide spectrum of stakeholders. In supranational bodies like UNICEF, that many times we hear that they are inclusive, they go to the community, they take their decisions, taking into consideration the voices of the people. How is this achieved? I mean, it was also a personal puzzle. How do you manage a global organization like this to take in consideration the voice of every citizen?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here all the way from New York. I would start by saying that we have to go to the basics. We have to see education as a fundamental right. Too often we have seen education as potentially something supplementary which can be delayed or postponed because of maybe economic reforms or other social issues. And we are often forgetting that by delaying our action, our investment into education, we are risking the future. And the pandemic has taught us some lessons, and we need to make sure that that we have really learned those lessons well. We are not necessarily too good in learning the lessons unless we are really reminded that it is absolutely necessary. So we really need to make sure that that no child is deprived of the fundamental right. And with the challenges that we have on our plates, whether it is conflicts, climate crisis, rapid technological transformation, of course, migration, even infodemia and spread of fake news, and so many other issues, it is an absolute must, it is an imperative that we transform our education systems. I wanted to also say that actually just last week we held in New York the Global Transformation Education Summit over a span of about 4 days. It started with the Mobilization Day, which was youth-led, continued with Civil Society-led Solutions Day, and then it culminated with high-level leaders forum, which really focused a lot on the necessary transformations in education. I am not a statistician, and I never like statistics too much. I used to be a high school teacher, and I was teaching foreign languages, but we often can look at the statistics, and there is one particular element which shocked me recently. There is a recent study of the World Bank which actually says that as many as 70% of 10-year-olds today are unable to understand a simple written text, which is truly shocking. And there is more. It actually estimates that we risk losing as much as $21 trillion in potential lifetime earnings in present value, or the equivalent of 17% of today's global GDP, if we don't focus enough of on education, and if we don't ensure that not only children and young people have universal and equal access to good quality education, but that we adapt the education systems to the current needs. Because, and that's the last piece of statistics that I will mention, today the youth population between the ages of 10 and 24 is 1.8 billion, which is actually 100 years ago, this was the entire global population. And now we are facing a situation where we need to cater for this number of young people. And we have a huge responsibility in that context, because if we don't ensure that they have, today they have the education opportunities, tomorrow they have the job opportunities, and other opportunities stemming from them, then of course we will be in trouble. We have a blueprint for that, and that is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, SDG 4, which of course is built on leaving no one behind, and that's exactly what needs to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. And having in mind the previous agenda of the United Nations, the Millennium Development Goals, we saw some slight improvements, so I hope the countries that participate in this process to adopt the agenda of 2030. Just to mention that we have a Slido. If you put the hashtag Cyprus Forum 2022, you can post some questions, and if we have time at the end, we'll ask our panelists. Now, Dr. Gizil-Jurek, I guess it was unavoidable to make to you this question. In many countries around the world, participatory education has been used as a tool to promote peace and coexistence through collective development of education narratives. Is this a model to be promoted and developed in Cyprus? I know there were a lot of efforts in many levels. Do you see a way, a tangible way, a path that the Cypriots could be able to follow and implement participatory education methods around the island?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation to be here. Before I go to your question directly, let me say a few words, because we are invited to discuss an education in an evolving world, but I will say actually in a dissolving world. And of course, I mean, war, crisis of ecology, of economic crisis, migration, wars, nationalism, etc. You're going to say what all has to do with education? I think a lot. And the question is, what kind of loyalty do we accept to have from our students, from our kids? Tribal loyalties, ethnocentric loyalties, or a sense of empathy, sense of belonging to the community of mankind and not to one nation. And that's the crucial matter to my mind. It's at that level where we have to rethink. And by saying this, of course, I'm coming to the subject of nation states and their role in education. And of course, nation states were ethnocentric, and we organize an ethnocentric education. They don't left any room for the societies because they want to dictate to the societies a sense of identity, a fetish of the identity. So, and of course, now to come to Cyprus, we are a paradise of nationalist obsessions when it comes to idea of identity and exchange, lack of empathy, etc. We don't relate to each other. We don't learn enough about each other, but we talk a lot about each other without knowing nothing. So we judge actually each time. And our education systems in both communities are unfortunately far away from any sense of empathy, understanding of the other. Beyond this, of course, it's a very nationalistic, ethnocentric education, which doesn't leave any space for civil society environment. I very much appreciate the concept of partitionary education. I was partly implementing this when I was at University of Cyprus myself. I was working with my students together. I was naming this learning together. For example, I mean, each group of students should have write an essay, present it, and discuss it with me, and I was learning from my students, whereby we were all learning together. That's something very good. But imagine in Cyprus, there are two communities members. They cannot see each other. They can't visit each other. They can't go to another school to see what's going on there. And you have, of course, all this history teaching, which is one-sided. It's always, based on a kind of self-righteous understanding of events. So we have a serious problem, and I think that's part of the Cyprus conflict. Education in Cyprus became part of the Cyprus conflict, and we have to underline this. We have to understand this, because it is unacceptable to have Greek and Turkish Cypriot students, pupils, which they don't see each other. How can you expect them to develop a collective activity of learning, participatory learning, or collective learning, even if they don't have a chance to talk to each other, to get to know each other? So we have a serious problem. Participatory education overall is actually something which minimizes the role of all of nation states and get the societies involved in this. Of course, and this is very important, because many countries manage so, because we are not anymore in the 19th century, and we don't anymore consider education as forming national consciousness, but we see it as a developing a new society of critical thinking beyond anything else, and of empathy. Unfortunately, to our country, that thing is something, it seems something very far away from to realize. But of course, I call here about all politicians and elites who are responsible for this. It's about time to reform education in Cyprus, to go into a peace and reconciliation concept of education. But you don't need this only for approaching whatever community. To know the other, help you to know yourself. You need this for a healthy self-awareness also, to relate to the rest of the world. So here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I know you are a positive person working with students. Also in the European Parliament, your efforts to bring all the communities of the island together. And we can discuss about this later, that also from your work and our work, we realize that a lot of things are happening outside the educational system. And our youth, not all of them, but a lot of them are interacting to create new educational narratives through technology, through social media. And this is a hope. And this is where I would like to ask Dr. Avramidou, working in an academic institution and interacting with students and youth, and with the vision to have an open access to sciences but education overall. Do you see at that level the creation and the formation of initiatives of participatory education? Would you consider this type of learning where students, and especially those coming from marginalized groups, will be empowered to participate in this process? I mean, do you have any examples from your work?
Yeah, how many days do we have? I think, yeah, these questions are loaded, but also very important, so thank you for raising them. Maybe I will start the other way around. I will start by sharing an example, just to give the audience something concrete to engage with, and then I will share some of my reflections around this. So I've been living in the Netherlands for the past 6 years, a country with a colonial past. And I've been working with underserved communities mostly. So what we did with my research team was to curate an after-school STEAM program, which includes interactions between science and arts and technology as well. And what we aim to do with this project is basically engage these communities in kind of raising the questions that they want to raise about their local communities. For example, what is the water quality? What is the quality of the water that we drink? What is the air? What is the quality of the air? This is a community that suffers a lot with earthquakes, so that was another major theme. But the idea behind this was that so in bringing together this community, we wanted to engage not only children, but also parents, other members of the communities, to work closely with scientists, artists as well, or activists, to kind of provide responses to these questions that are personally relevant, they had societal relevance as well, but mostly they were personally meaningful for them. Now, why is this important? Because it offers them a sense of agency over their learning. It offers them an opportunity to understand the value of science to their everyday lives and to utilize this scientific knowledge. Some important characteristics of this program is that the curriculum is co-created between educators and these families and the students as well. The questions do come from the students. Another innovation is that the program takes place in an abandoned space in this community setting that we curated together. So this removes barriers related to access or transportation. It's also free and it's also multilingual. We invite students to bring in their home languages, even though we don't always understand that language. But for me, the kind of the premise of this project and why it aligns with participatory education is that it starts from the premise that learning is intergenerational. So it's important to bring families in, and when I don't refer to biological families, I refer to parents of all sorts, I refer to grandparents, I refer to community members. The second one is that learning doesn't happen only in schools. In fact, I will argue that schools are a horrible place to ever learn anything because they're so unnatural socially. And then, so we take opportunities to curate spaces outside of school to facilitate learning. And the third premise, and I know that I will be crushed about saying this, is that science is political, education is political, and knowledge is political as well. So this is what we're trying to do with this project. So, so I think you know where I'm going with this, and this is my personal take on participatory education, is that I think it provides a particularly striking opportunity for inclusiveness, for rethinking about questions like who participates in knowledge production, who decides about the curriculum, who is considered a legitimate producer of knowledge, or who is considered a consumer of knowledge, who gets to decide what scientific questions to investigate, and even lastly, what kind of knowledge and practice counts as scientific or valid knowledge. And my take on that is that we have a lot to learn from the local communities. I'll leave it to that.
Thank you, Dr. Abrahamidou. When are you bringing this project to Cyprus?
I think, yeah, I'm going to share more about this later on, but I think, so I have an insider status in Cyprus. I've lived in Cyprus for most of my life, and I've only been living abroad for the past 6 years. And I want to share later on projects that are done in Cyprus that are, because this project was inspired by a project that we carried out in Cyprus in 2008.
Great. Dr. Theodoriou, following from Dr. Avramidou, project-based approach and learning, and knowing your background, we realize that education is not happening only in schools and the classrooms. It's a lifelong process, regardless of space and time. And from your experience in designing and implementing participatory learning processes on the grassroots level, I mean, what are the challenges you face? I'm sure that many of us would like to be aware of these challenges in the design of similar educational initiatives. And how did you overcome those, maybe through a couple of examples?
Thank you, Dr. Themistokleous. It's a good transition from what Dr. Avramidou has already mentioned, because a lot of the points that I wanted to make, they relate to that. So when we talk about participatory education, we have the learner, whether that's an adult or a student in school, in the center. So necessarily we need to move away from the traditional teacher-centric approaches that have to do with maybe lectures or just providing all the information comes from the educator. So by putting the learner in the center, then we try to match and see what the needs are of that learner, whether they are in formal education setting or a non-formal education setting, and try to address them in a way that actually gives them the opportunity to try to work with the educator in the learning process. So in my field, in the work that we do at the CSI, we work mostly with non-formal education. So we work with projects that have to do mainly with adults, youth, adults, and maybe marginalized populations. So what we try to do is that we design trainings that are based on their needs. We try to address some of the challenges that they have in their life, and we try to do that while we have them as part of the training program's curriculum. So we engage them, we co-design, like Dr. Avramidou mentioned. We have small groups that we work together. We do mentorship programs, so we have the learners become mentees and mentors themselves and train each other, provide feedback to each other, and this moves the learning to the kind of a metacognition level, which is what we want. So we try to also engage other stakeholders that might have to do with a specific topic, so NGOs, CSOs, policymakers, parents, if we are talking about youth or children in high school, because we feel that they are also part of what needs to be done in order for participatory education, or as we might want to call it, active learning, in order for it to be successful. So I know that in sciences and in maths, it might seem that it's easier to do that, to approach it that way. So when we talk about STEAM, we can kind of see where we can go with a project-driven approach. But it's really important to think about humanities and social sciences and see how we can bring that, the participatory education, into those fields as well. So other than that, what I just mentioned, the peer mentoring that we have in our programs, the peer teaching, the small groups, we also have community-driven projects. So for example, we had a project that had to do with green cities. So we took teams and we actually planted flowers and plants at the rooftop. So you kind of take them there and they become part of the actual practical process. And we try to take approaches that are really alternative, that are going to allow the learner to provide their own knowledge and their own approaches so that they teach each other. And now I go to the challenges that you wanted to find out more about. I think the biggest challenge, and it goes to the intergenerational aspect, is that the generations are currently changing in the sense that they are being taught. So we were talking about adults and maybe a bit more older adults, that they were raised in an educational system that was really teacher-centric, and the expectation is that the educator has all the information and they're going to go to a training and everything will be provided to them. Then that can become an issue, because you need to train those learners and to prep them in order to be able to function in a program that is based on active learning and participatory education. So that can become one of the challenges, how to transform education, which also goes back to the reform of education, so that we integrate this sort of learning approach so that all the learners from different styles, they can benefit. So that takes, we take that into account in the first sessions of every training program to account for that aspect. How do we prep our learners in order to be able to learn best in that condition? And then we also need to consider time, because when we talk about participatory education, because we provide equal opportunities for all the learners to engage in the same way according to their needs, we need to be flexible a bit with time and not be really rigid in the sense that, you know, I'm going to have a 3-hour training program and I'm going to split it into 10 minutes and 20 minutes and 30 minutes. We need to go along with the flow. So we need to be able to allow for some time adjustment and flexibility so that every learner can approach it and learn on their own pace.
Excellent. I can understand that one of the biggest challenges is to teach people how to learn, how to participate, and I think there is a kind of a circle there on how things are processing. And it's a good point to go back to Dr. Avramidou, and this is not a personal question, Lucy, okay? As an academic bringing specialized experience and knowledge in your sector, how open would you be, talking for the academic community, how open would you be to develop your courses with the wider community, your students, maybe the market, the society actors? How is academia overall responding to this movement of democracy, more participation, more recognition of non-conventional forms of learning? I mean, again, this is not personal, but academics are not holding the power of knowledge anymore. It's so much out there. How is this affecting the academia, and how academia will respond to this?
Thank you, Sadiris. Yeah, that's a very timely question. So maybe I will start by sharing what has been changing in academia in the past 5 years at least, and then I will move on to share some personal thoughts and examples from my work. What we're witnessing in academia in the last 5 years, I think there is a strong focus and push towards addressing the 2030 sustainability goals, which is only 8 years from today, and which touches upon all aspects of life on Earth. So consequently, there is a lot of attention to transdisciplinarity, to partnerships with the industry, NGOs, science centers, museums, galleries, community settings, and in general, a lot more attention is being paid on learning that takes place outside of the university. And we see that not only in the kinds of program of studies that are offered right now, which are much more interdisciplinary and intersectional, but also the kind of research that is being done, which is again much more interdisciplinary than it used to be 5 years ago, and it also has a more strong focus on impact in terms of societal impact. Now, this is better done in some countries or not as nicely done in other countries, and for good reasons, of course. Now, an example from my work, maybe I'll share something recent. I teach in a master's program on science communication, and I teach a course called Science and the Public. My students are all master's students. They come from different disciplines, mostly from the sciences, but I do have a few artists in the class as well. So during the pandemic, what we did, given the urgency and need to engage with the public in issues around public health, vaccination, and so on, we engage in designing a traveling exhibit around COVID, which travel mostly in the northern part of the country, which is populated by underserved or high poverty areas and communities that are usually disengaged with science, or communities that have been marginalized from science. So that was one. And the other thing that we did, and this was as part of the course, was for students to interview scientists from different fields and produce short videos that were again made publicly available for the purpose of engaging the public with crucial questions around the pandemic. But to do that, they worked with many different people, professionals from the field of public engagement with science. They work with curators. They work with community members. They work with artists, and they work with scientists. So that's an example of kind, I think, provides a first step or approach to participatory education. But by sharing this, I would like to also share that we shouldn't maybe necessarily be looking for examples in other countries, because there are already a lot of amazing initiatives and projects or examples of participatory approaches to education that are taking place in Cyprus, and these are organized by individuals, NGOs, or local communities in Cyprus. But I think also kind of looking from a distance on this one, I think that these serve more as kind of pockets of resistance to a broken educational and social system than anything else, which of course is very, very valuable, but I think a bottom-up approach alone is not going to do it. So I think for thinking about the future again, I think for such a change to happen at a more substantial scale, a systemic approach is needed that includes top-down investment at the governmental level, at the Ministry of Education level, that aims to redesign the very ethnocentric national curriculum, as well as the evaluation and accreditation system that we currently have, to formally recognize such practices. And I'll give up two examples here. Imagine the possibility of someone earning 10 ECTS or credits if they attend 5 science cafes throughout the year. Or if they spend 100 hours of engaging in a citizen science project or in a local community project, or attending a robotics summer school or a STEAM academy that I know are happening in Cyprus, and they could carry these ECTS to university. I think that will really be groundbreaking and really transform the education.
Thank you, Dr. Avramidou. I mean, two very important points. The first one is the moments of resistance that we experienced throughout the years, also working together in many projects, they are a hope. And I agree with you that we need to maximize them and maybe find a way to make them in a more organized way. Mm-hmm. In a way that will put some real pressure in the decision-making level. And the only thing to do that, in my personal opinion, is to populate this resistance. Yep. In this process. And the last point about accreditation, in the last year there is at last an open discussion in Cyprus how non-formal learning, informal learning can be transferred as credits to universities, or for people that they want to go back to education, how can they use this? So it's very important, and thank you for bringing this up. Now, going to another group of power, the European Union, Dr. Gizil Jurek, I guess you heard a lot of times that one of the biggest challenges of the European Union is a distance from its citizens. Many of the decisions that are being taken at that level do not really relate with any of us. And especially in areas like education and society in general. Being a member of the parliament and a representative of the citizens, and you are voters, coming from an academic background, how would you suggest this to change, to maximize the civil participation in decision-making at the European level? How do you suggest for citizens to have a more saying in this process, and also to make them more related to the decisions you and your colleagues are taking every day in the Parliament?
Well, that's a very hot issue. I mean, I just want to remind you that the European Parliament is the only institution elected by the citizens. So if we go to Council or Commission, we're going to find the nation states, member states deciding mainly for themselves, and if it can happen for common good, also it's not bad. But when we go to the Parliament, first of all, let me tell that the member states, they deprive even the Parliament of full participation in decision making. So it's still, for example, one of our demands is to increase the role of the Parliament, European Parliament, in decision making, because exactly we are elected by the citizens of the European Union. Now, so by this actually, I assume I already mentioned that tension we have between Parliament, Commission and Council. Many times what we decide in the Parliament is ignored by the Commission, for example. So you see, even at that level, you see the gap between citizens' endeavor and the Commission and Council. So there is again a tension between state and societies in the European Union. And of course, a lot of discussion is going on. We had this conference for the future of European Union. We want to have a more participatory, of course, European Union. And exactly one of the solutions is to enhance the role of the European Parliament. Because that is there the citizens are actually playing a direct role, because they do vote for representatives. And this is one. The second thing, to my mind, we have to overcome this concept of are we nationals of one state and citizens of European Union? How do we combine these two dimensions? Because European citizens, of course, they have two dimensions. They are citizens of their nation states, but also they are citizens of European Union. At some point, there is it's not always a harmonious relationship, this one. So how can we, for example, develop a more European consciousness that we are struggling for a common good for all of us? This, how can we really, I wouldn't say undermine the existence of nations, you can't undermine them anyhow, but I mean so that their role is not as strong as it is today. There again, exactly, you want a participatory understanding. That is enhancing the Parliament. It's not good enough. We have to get more and more with civil society involved in our, I mean, we don't do enough of that. I mean, for example, we celebrated last year the Year of Youth. I'm in a cult committee, so it was directly related to my job too there. And we wanted youth to come together and discuss for their own problems and propose solutions for their own problems, not we to talk about the youth. So that kind of participatory processes are important, not good enough, maybe not enough, but we should do more of this. Get more and more NGOs to involve civil society, to involve in the processes. And actually, European Union right now, to my mind, we are in a kind of crisis. We are to heading from here onwards. That would be one of the solutions, more participation. And you know, like in politics, but also in education, participatory understanding, it means, it touches very sensitive issues. On the one hand, it brings in the democratization, and of course, any democratization touches the issues of power. So you come in a tension with power structures. This is exactly what's happening also in academia. If you tell to a professor, you don't need to teach teacher-centric, I mean, you are behind a desk and you say, just you tell, well, it's a kind of loss of power. No one likes it. So it's not easy to put yourself also to get out of this role. So back to European Parliament, yes, we want more participation also in society at all levels, but to achieve this, to be really honest and realistic, without enhancing the role of the Parliament, which is an institution elected by the citizens, we will not be really tackling substantially the issue of lack of democratic legitimization?
That's extremely important, especially thank you for bringing up the role of civil society. And being part of this domain, the civil society, we can assure everybody at the European Union level that the civil society is working very well together at the European level. European Union is helping in that through funds and initiatives, actually. And European Union has to take advantage what they actually try to promote, to bring the civil society together at the European level. They do it in a very good way, but they don't take advantage of this union.
To consider also the results and achievements which come from the civil society initiatives.
Exactly, exactly. And talking about more participation and more involvement of the citizens, I go back to Dr. Theodoridou, and the process of digital transformation that is obviously affecting everybody horizontally in the society. We know that at CSI, we use a lot of technology to promote social inclusion and participation in many of our work. But I would like to ask you, do you also use technology in co-design educational initiatives for marginalized groups like migrants, women, youth? What type of technology is used to empower this? I mean, this would be a good example maybe for other friends that are here in the audience and they are in the same area to take some of these examples with them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Themistokleous. Definitely, and especially through COVID, we've seen that we cannot exclude technology from education in any way possible. I mean, in the past we used to say that we need to use technology where there is added value, and that's true. I still believe that. However, when you're faced with a pandemic and you need to come up with how to integrate technology in a really fast way, an active way, so that we don't lose 2 or 3 years of learning, then you need to come up with more collaborative approaches in terms of the technology that is used. So yes, one of the priorities at the Center for Social Innovation is to design programs that will help populations that are not let's just say marginalized populations that are not given as equal opportunities as other parts of the population in terms of the education opportunities that they are provided. So we design mostly e-learning programs where we use LMS platforms. We try to make everything be accessible on mobile devices because we all know that mobile devices are part of our life nowadays, so that we use them in everyday functions. So why not try to integrate that as part of the learning as well? So we design e-learning programs that they use tools that are more collaborative, like wikis and Google Docs and blogs and tools where you know that the learner will need to collaborate with another learner in order to have an outcome that they can present. And through the process, they learn, they mentor each other. Now, in terms of our preferences, I would say that we do believe that blended learning is kind of more beneficial for these specific parts of the population because they also value so much and they benefit from the face-to-face teaching as well. So we try to design blended learning programs where we have a first session with migrants, let's say, or youth, and then we also have a debriefing session at the end. And in the meantime, we have these collaborative e-learning programs where they take charge of their learning. It's self-paced. All the material is there, but we try to use videos and other material that is going to it's going to be attractive and also beneficial to all the learning styles that we're trying to reach out to. So we need to be also conscious of their needs as well and the time that they have available in order to devote to this. So we try to go by their needs and how they can benefit from this experience.
Thank you, Dr. Theodoridou. It's extremely important, the examples we gave for technology, because we truly believe that technology can take the local element to the global element. And that's where I want to ask Dr. Mlinar. I mean, you are representing, beyond the beautiful Slovak Republic, also UNICEF. And I mean, how a political and social shift is achieved at a global level? I mean, it sounds so big, I know, but coming from an organization like UNICEF, how do you see this in the future to change the future and the way we understand education? And what are the challenges that you see in this process that to change the way we see that education development, curriculum development, learning process that will affect our global village?
Thank you very much. First of all, really your focus on participation, participatory education is absolutely critical. This is the way we have been looking at it also from the global perspective, whether it's UNICEF or also, of course, UNESCO is involved a lot. But as I have mentioned, in the 2030 agenda context, in the SDG context, this is the same. And I would say that education is probably the most cross-cutting of all the SDGs, because when we succeed on education, this is an enabler of all the other processes, whether we are talking about gender equality or we are talking about various other opportunities and other sectors that are there. Going back to participation, you may remember that probably about 10 years ago, former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, invited Malala to first time participate in the UN General Assembly, and she was sitting on the balcony of the building and observing the leaders' dialogue. Well, the good news is that we have really progressed a lot since then. It's not enough to have young people observe leaders' dialogue. We have seen that today young people are directly involved in the dialogues, and we have invested a lot in having young people part of the conversations. Colleagues have mentioned already how important it is to have young people directly involved, and that it is in fact a learning process for us as well if we engage in that dialogue. And this is the only way forward, that young people need to be part of the decision making and part of the solution. We have just created a new UN Youth Office in the UN. This is part of Secretary General's Our Common Agenda initiative, and one of the elements has been the proposal to create a new UN Youth Office which would be able to oversee and coordinate properly the various aspects of youth engagement. And it's already a reality, youth activism and youth leadership is there. I don't have to say too much about climate, how much youth climate activists have shown us the way forward. You remember the recent Glasgow COP26 conference, and it was obvious that the leaders simply cannot ignore that voice, and they have to not only listen to the youth voices, but they have to actually take advantage of them and react properly. And we see the same type of engagement on so many other issues. So this is one element that I wanted to mention. Also, part of this initiative, Our Common Agenda, is focusing more on creating norms for countering the spread of fake news and negative propaganda that is really a huge challenge for us. It is for the UN to be the global norm setter, to be an organization that creates criteria that should be helpful for us in that particular context. And of course, we have to be able to balance properly. The pandemic has shown us that use of digital technology, including use of social media, is absolutely essential because it is an enabler, it is supporting the various opportunities, and digital learning, digital solutions are there. And of course, they will be there more and more. But at the same time, we have to be balancing properly, and we need to equip our young people and also our children with the skills that will show them how to distinguish or how to prioritize so that they are not susceptible to various negative trends. And of course, we are all aware of those. So it is this people focus that we need to also involve in supporting the participatory processes. And last but not least, there is another P word, which is partnerships. And you have also already mentioned that as well. Nobody can do it alone. No national government can do it alone. No Minister of Education can do it alone. We need to really make sure that we involve also the private sector, because often they can provide the additional solutions, the additional resources, and the additional opportunities to equip the young people with the necessary skills. And we see a huge and actually growing gap of technical skills and vocational training skills that we don't have among our young people. So that's yet another important context. But also, I would add the local and regional authorities in each of our countries, because it is, in the first place, the mayors or the governors of regions that can provide for the local solutions better, often better than the national governments. And that's yet another focus that we have taken also at the UN, that we need to have the mayors, the governors, the local and regional authorities more part of some of the global discussions. And again, this is one of the lessons that we should learn from the pandemic, because if you look at what was happening during the pandemic, it is not often the national governments that our citizens expected immediate solutions from. It is more on the local level when solutions needed to be provided, whether it was health solutions, social solutions, or, of course, connectivity or education solutions as well. But, of course, we cannot just kind of decentralize it to the local and regional level without providing the mayors, the governors, and others with the proper tools, with the norms, and of course also with the financing, which is critical. And also, let me add that there is the grassroots level. There is the civil society and other local leaders that absolutely need to be involved. In which context, of course, often being the conscience of the global public good, or of the local public good, if you go to the local level. So these are the various aspects that we are looking at, and that I thought could be useful to add to this discussion.
Excellent, Dr. Mina. I mean, definitely the partnerships also is one of the goals, or the Sustainable Development Goals, that are forwarded by the United Nations, something that I think all of us here appreciate and work towards that direction. I have the time ahead of me. We all have from 1 minute, but I will include in your last talk some of the points raised by the audience, and you can refer to them as you like. The first one, it refers to Dr. Gizil Jurek, but of course can be for everybody. How we can overcome hate speech in Cyprus, and what could be the role of in or outside education, the role of religion in all communities. The other has to do with technology and overcoming the division on the ground and taking a free space in the virtual world. And another question which Katerina referred to is how we engage marginalized groups like refugees and migrants in this participatory education process. We all have 1 minute just to say what we believe about what we discussed today and what we can do in the future. Please see the time there.
Well, about hate speech, I mean, first of all, let people to come together. Let the youth to know each other. Instead of talking against or about someone, meet someone. It's not a coincidence that the Secretary General of United Nations is insisting in each report of him about the youth, how the youth should come together in Cyprus, and we don't do this. Exchange in the schools, exchange of memories. It's a sphere of education. Definitely we can do a lot about this. But you have to see the other, talk to the other, you know, instead of imagining the other. Big issue, of course, hate speech. And then when it comes to the religion, the role of religion, I mean, religion, like everything else, can do this or that. I mean, it's how you approach religion. I mean, in the substance of all religions, we know that there is love, love to the next one, etc., etc. Of course, we can also religion can also contribute to reconciliation, but of course, religion is also warfare, as we see around the world. So it depends what kind of interpretation you give to the religion, etc. So I'm rather a secular person. I would like to see that issues solved at a school level. And one remark, and I finish by this, we are talking about education, but it's very important to mention the question, who will educate the educators? Because either participatory education or anything else, or digital, etc., you need further education of educationists, and this is an important aspect. Thank you.
Very important point. Thank you, Dr. Theodoridou.
Thank you. So we all know that research has shown that if you have a classroom where you just provide the information to them, most of it is going to go just like that. So when you have the learner involved, it means more retention, it means more interest, more motivation. So of course we want to use techniques that have to do with self-reflection, with mentorship, with something that really triggers an internal and intrinsic interest in what is being taught in the classroom. And going back to the no person left behind, I do feel that it's really important to focus on marginalized populations that do not have as equal opportunities in order to be part of the mainstream education that is offered. So that's where I think CSOs come in, the civic society comes in order to try to reach out and provide to these people something that they can, it's useful to them, it's beneficial, it addresses their needs on the ground. And one of the best ways to approach them is through what I mentioned before, blended learning, so that you go along with the time that they have available to do that, and it fits their really hectic schedule.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Theodoridou. Dr. Avramidou?
Yep. Thanks. So I don't have answers to these questions. Instead, I will raise a set of new questions that I think will help us move forward. So I will start by this. Let's take a look around this room and reflect on what bodies or what identities and what voices are represented here today. And then think of those bodies or those identities and voices that are missing. What social groups are not here with us today and why? Who is on this panel right now? What voices are not here and why? And I think that's the first step to imagining a more participatory and socially just future. And for education, especially, I think in order to contribute towards imagining this future, I think the first step is to redefine what educational success means, with a focus on pedagogies of care and resistance instead of pedagogies for the economy. And to do that, this is my last piece, educational institutions, I think, need to stop obsessing with neoliberal paradigms and rankings, and instead invest in bringing about social change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Avramidou. Excellent. Dr. Inar?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, we really need to be truly inclusive. We often pay lip service to being inclusive, to inclusiveness, and we often don't fully understand what it means. And it, of course, includes migrants. It includes, you know, in the Cyprus case, youth from both communities, creating opportunities for engagement, because education is a very powerful tool also for peace building, for reconciliation, for building the future. So that's something that needs to be kept in mind. Second, we need to empower the teachers. The teachers should not be left behind either. We can hardly expect to have new results and new opportunities without empowering our teachers and giving them the additional opportunities which they may have never had, because these things don't happen on their own or automatically. So, of course, I fully agree with that particular element. Thirdly, harnessing the digital revolution, the digital skills, and finally, investing more. And when I say investing, it doesn't only mean in financial terms, but there are different ways how our education systems need to be invested in more equitably and more efficiently. Maybe I can say an example from Slovakia from some years ago. We once had a very successful finance minister who was labeled as a reformist, and actually today he serves as a special advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine on important reforms, which is, of course, also a very important context. And at one point, he was offered the position of Minister of Education. And it was not a coincidence. Indeed, we need to look for creative solutions also in such contexts. And we need to be bold, even in situations like that. So I will leave you with just you know, some additional food for thought in that context. Thank you.
Thank you all, and for the very positive messages for the future, although in a dissolving world, Dr. Gizigüler. And I hope that we will manage to transfer the ownership of education to the people, to the communities, and to those that they are really interested in this. Thank you for the great discussion, and thank you all for participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, it's 1:20, it's time for lunch, but we're not going for lunch. I promise that it was not me that decided to have this next session at lunchtime. You'll get to why I'm talking about lunch in a minute. I apologize if the next session will be making you hungry. Asma Saeed Khan is an Indian-born British chef, restaurateur, and cookbook author. She is the owner of Darjeeling Express restaurant and holds a PhD in British constitutional law. She's the first British chef to feature in Netflix's Emmy-nominated Chef's Table and the first chef featured on Vogue's list of 25 most influential women. An award-winning cookbook author, Asma's debut cookbook, Asma's Indian Kitchen, won the Gourmand World Cookbook Award in the UK category for Indian cuisine. Her second cookbook, Amu, was published by Ebury in March 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Asma Khan.
Thank you very much. This is a real honor to be here. I've always felt that you need to follow one of the very inspirational comments by Martin Luther King, that if you're a black preacher, get out of the church and preach outside the church. So for me, I've always loved the opportunity to be able to come out and speak to a different audience. Because in my accented voice, you can see I'm from the East and I'm from the West. I have lived longer in England than I have in India. I moved to England as a new bride in an arranged marriage. And the first thing that hit me was that when white people came and lived in India, they were called expats. But when people like me moved to England, we were called the polite names, were migrant, economic migrant, and people asked me as well whether I was a refugee when they saw me, especially dressed the way I was. And I just want to kind of point out one thing, which is very elementary, which is we are all migrants and we are all refugees, because the first home we all had was the womb of our mother. Who is still living in that house where you were born? Many of us are not. We leave for different reasons. We leave for economic reasons, we leave for financial, for love, for education. This is part of the way human life goes on. But the labeling of people and the abuse that comes from it, in England, unfortunately, the right-wing press is obsessed with the number of people that are arriving by dinghy, a very precarious journey. And the word refugee has almost become like an abuse. And you might be wondering why a chef is talking about these things. I just want to say a little bit about what it is to be a female Muslim immigrant chef in Britain. There are not many around. And it is a very isolated place to be. And I saw that you were all the mention of Netflix and Chef's Table. This was a real turning point because they had never featured anyone from UK, not just from England, before. And after the episode came out, a lot of people said, wow, you broke the glass ceiling, you've shattered all the kind of misconceptions people have. And my first reaction was that I do not want to be in a place surrounded by glass. There is no ceiling I want to break. I need to bring the entire edifice down. I think this is what all of us need to think of. Because this whole idea that, a token person, the token brown face, has made it, and you tick your box of, oh yes, we are a representative of people. We have women, oh yes, look at her. I refuse to go to conferences and to things. I tell them, tell me who else is on the panel. Because this whole idea that you can tick a box by inviting me and thinking that this is being diverse, no, it's not. There's a public face and there's a private face. And all of you are actually very powerful. Because what you can do is you can change the life of people around you. Put your arm around a person, irrespective of who they are, if you feel they're isolated. And I think that this is something that most people think, oh, we can't do this. And I remember when I turned 50, I went to northern Iraq. I opened a cafe for the Yazidi survivors of ISIS slavery. And I came back and a lot of people, oh, you've done a great thing. And I was thinking, I could do it because of networking, I could manage that. On a very small scale, all of us can do this. You can make someone who's around you, starting with your siblings, your mother, your family, your work colleagues. You can move that up and up the ladder as you go. Representation matters. It is not about the color of my skin, my Muslim name, my identity. This is just about humanity. The fact that anyone, not knowing my background, that I can walk onto the tube and face abuse and people ask me to get out, to go home. This doesn't happen to me because I'm recognized. Happens to other people who look like me. And this kind of hatred is very hard to fathom. And there are enough people teaching you how to hate. Little children, tell a lot of Asian kids, oh, you stink. Your lunchbox stinks. How is it that they've learned this? And yet, when they grow up, they queue for hours to go and eat Chinese food and Indian food and other food but at that moment as children, they destroy the soul of that other child who they say, you smell, you stink, your food stinks. Your food stinks, you stink, is where I come in. This is where all my worlds collide. I'm a constitutional lawyer. I understand how important it is to use the law to protect, but I understand the law can never do enough. You may have the law that, you can be LGBT, you can be, whatever, and you have equal rights, but the reality on the ground doesn't work that way. That's where change has to happen, and this is why I began to cook. Because for me, I realized that food and culture are very easily separated. I'll just give you an example. In America, they love tacos. I've just come back from New York, it's everywhere. And they build walls to keep the Mexicans out. You cannot eat my food. You cannot wear my clothes. You cannot listen to my music if you do not accept me. My food is part of my DNA. It runs through my blood. But you take my food so easily. Yes, chicken tikka masala is the most popular thing in Britain. Indian food is everywhere. You ask Indian families how they're treated. The fear that they have. I have crossed the road. I have left the tube compartment when I felt there were a lot of white drunk people on it. I got scared. Why am I getting off? When my food is the most popular, we are so great. Everybody loves to eat our food. This is when we need to have these conversations. I am very political. I speak at every dinner in my restaurant, which is unusual. And I tell everybody, too bad, how sad. You waited to come to eat in my restaurant, you're my captive audience. You're going to have to sit and listen to me till the food comes. And the food will not come till I finish speaking. Because this is my choice, that I have used my skill, my fame, whatever it is, my ability to feed people, to cook biryani, whatever. I've used that as an opportunity to have a conversation about food. And food is my bridge to my host nation. I'm an immigrant. So the nation that has allowed me to have Darjeeling Express, which is a very unusual restaurant. I am, unfortunately at the moment, the only Indian female sole founder of an all-Indian female kitchen in the world. That there are no other restaurants where it is an all-female kitchen is shocking when you take a step back and you look to the east. From Afghanistan to Sri Lanka, it is women who are cooking at home. It's the matriarch who decides what everyone eats. Yet when it comes to money and the tag of being professional, it's all men. And there's a saying in my culture, which is, it says, "Ghar ki murgi dal barabar," basically means that the chicken you eat at home is on par with lentils. They're not talking about chicken and lentils. There's a price difference. Chicken is sophisticated, expensive, glamorous. Lentils is like bean and rice. It's very simple, very basic. They're talking about my hands. They're talking about your grandmother and your mother, actually. This idea that the food of our grandmother and mother is so loved and appreciated because it's free. Why is it that you do not see women, older women, cooking in kitchens when this is the food that we all grew up with? This is not food you consume. This is not food that impresses. This is the food that healed you and built you. Yet, we're nowhere there. We're not powerful. And I'm not taking pot shots at, men who cook our food. To some extent I am. But I think that this idea that you go to culinary school and you cook a food I do not recognize. You cook a food that is easy to mass produce, production line cooking, that you cook to impress. And behind the walls of my kitchen, there's equality. There's actually literally equality even when it comes to wages. But we don't know what's happening behind the walls. There are hardly any women around. And even taking a step away from Indian restaurants, when you see women in hospitality, they're playing the role of the pretty woman who is in the reception. You'll find them as pastry chefs because women are skilled and patient, and they're in the cold kitchen. You'll not find them in positions of power. They're not the ones who dictate what's happening. This is why they cannot protect other women. the kind of bullying and harassment that happens in kitchens is staggering. If this happened outside the kitchen, 100%, I mean, I'm not just saying this because I'm a lawyer, that person would go to jail. Touching without consent, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, rape. Touching without consent is just, it's assault. That's the legal definition. And I think that we all need to be aware of the fact that there isn't equality. And on the surface, it may look the same. I mean, the BBC was taken to court. The fact that they were paying a female less than a male for the same work. And it's appalling that they had to go to court. The idea that a lot of people in India especially have, in the East, that, oh, women in the West are equal. No, you're not. You are not at all. It's just much more sly and suave and sophisticated. There's a veneer of equality. When it comes to power, we haven't got there. And one of the things that I've realized, you need to build collaborations. Women need to work with other women. And we need to work with empathetic men. Men are very important. It is not us and them. The maximum help I have had in setting up my restaurants has been from men who have come in and said, you remind me of my mother, and I could do nothing for her. Do not have that regret. Do something for your mother now, if you are still lucky and she's in your life. But otherwise, the ageism is staggering as well. So discrimination works at many levels. It's not just about the skin, not just about the faith. These are all there. But I can tell you, I'm not running the same race as a white man in the UK. But I'm also not running the same race as a white woman. As someone of color and an immigrant and Muslim, I carry cultural baggage that nobody else is. This is my own doing. I carry this baggage because I am who I am. And then I have obstacles, and I hit hurdles, and I get pushback. Yet, I am here today because I won. And this is the thing that you need to be there. You know there are hurdles. You know where the hurdles are. So if you are not running that race that is full of hurdles, you have a responsibility to remove the hurdles for those that are having to jump hoops that no one else is having to do. And I think that this is where the change can happen. Just you, the ripple effect, the person next to you, transform their lives, open the door, keep the door open till they go through. This actually is all you need to do. You don't need to do something grand and big. You just need, I hope that at least for some of you, I can inspire you. I hope I am like a candle moving the light into your souls because you understand. You don't fail because you've helped someone else. The light just gets bigger because you brighten up the space. And I just wanted to end my keynote speech with a poem from a Nobel laureate from Bengal. This has been the motto of my life. The last verse of his poem, it says, walk alone. That is very inspirational. He says, oh, unfortunate one, if you are walking alone in the storm, and every house has closed their door to you, and there is darkness, and your foot is bloodied from the thorns on which you stepped, open your heart and let the lightning set fire to your ribs. And as you burn, you show the light to those so they know where the thorns are and they don't step there. This is what drives me every day. I wanted to share the poem with you all because many of you will have that moment when you can be the light for other people. And just like night is never endless, day will always come. There are people in dark spaces. You can be the person who shows them the light. You can be the change. And I can tell you one thing, for everything that I've fulfilled in my life, the power of my all-female kitchen, many of women were very deprived and had lots of abuse against them. This is when I feel my most powerful, when I've been able to help someone else. Thank you very much.
Asma. Asma. Thank you. Thank you for such an amazing, inspirational talk. And I would add to that that they don't just take, well, the ones that do take but don't accept, don't just take your food, but they take your natural resources as well, diamonds, copper, gold, but they won't accept you as a person. Our next keynote speaker is a shining example of succeeding no matter what life throws at you. At the age of 14 months, he was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy. At the age of 15, his case became the occasion to change the law on flag bearers in school parades. In 2003, he was admitted to the Department of Medicine of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, from where he received his degree in medicine in 2010 with honors. From 2013 to 2015, in parallel with the exercise of specialty, he attended postgraduate seminars on the subject of human psychosexual disorders. In 2014, he received a master's degree in mental health promotion, prevention of psychiatric disorders. In 2016, he received a degree in psychiatry. He has been serving as a member of the European Parliament since the 2019 elections. Please give you a warm welcome to Stelios Kimbouropoulos for his keynote speech on the rights of people with disabilities.
Dear all, thank you for inviting me to this high interesting forum. Honorable panelists and participants, it is a great pleasure for me to be with you today in this inclusive forum for inclusivity. It is real nice to have a high level on that issue, which is usually excluded from events like this one. During the previous decades, it was believed that accessibility is the key to protect disabled people's rights. This conception has led to the creation of various structures, schemes, institutions, services, provisions, entrances, designs which are not used, which are used exclusively by disabled persons. This practice has contributed to the segregation of disabled people. And as we all can conclude, segregating the group of people from the wider society generates racism and it violates fundamental human rights. Getting in a building through a special, accessible, not visible back door, working in a segregated workshop, being educated in an accessible special school for disabled children, being transported by special accessible transportation, living in a segregated accessible areas or houses, it is possible to create a comfortable living for us, but it also makes disabled people invisible. And as we all know, societies don't take into account their invisible members. Of course, I'm not stating that accessibility is wrong or that it should be ignored. Accessibility remains very important, but it should always be implemented through the perspective of inclusivity. Worldwide, the disability movement has realized that we should advocate more about inclusivity. The UN Convention on the Rights for Disabled Persons focuses on that. This realization has happened initially in the USA, and it has been spread in Europe, mostly after the millennium. It has been more than 20 years now, but I'm sadly finding out that it's still not a priority in Greece, Cyprus, and generally in the southeastern Europe. We are still discussing about which model we need to follow, the medical, the philanthropism, or other models in our inventory. But the only acceptable model is human right-oriented or the social model of governance for disabled persons. While trying to understand the reasons for this dissociation of interest, I came to the conclusion that it is due to the lack of participation of disabled persons and the representative organizations to the political decision-making about disability, especially in the area of Europe. Inclusivity must start from the decision-making processes. This may be hard for non-disabled persons to accept, particularly for those involved in politics. But when it comes to disabled people's rights, it's the disabled person themselves, through their own organization, that must have the first word, the last word, and every word in between concerning any legislation or political decision about disability. All the other stakeholders, no matter if it is a government, an organization, and so on, should have a supportive and advisory role to the decision-making process, and not the other thing around. Disabled persons are aware of all the barriers that deprive from their fundamental human rights the ones that know what should change, and how an improvement should be implemented in their everyday life. Disabled people need a group of experts to indicate our rights. We need the experts and the governmental support to propose the eligible ways to make these improvements or to change the laws. We need to involve more the disabled persons to this kind of decision making. And it is outlined in every single paragraph of the new European Disability Strategy, as it is in the UCRPD. The member states aligned to this, to some extent, has created working groups, and their disability papers organizations need to be participate on this. But in most cases, these working groups have only an advisory role to the procedure. This role is crucial, and as we have seen in Greece, for example, with many positive changes. During the governments of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the first national action plan for the rights of the disabled people has been created through various working groups, with the participation of the disabled people. Additionally, in the European Parliament, we are called to find a proper way for this advisory capacity to be more binding. The EU must work on these taxes for change of perspective to be successfully implemented. Firstly, for this participation to become meaningful, the appropriate directives should be given to the member states. Secondly, we need to make the wider society aware and ready to accept that it is the disabled people that should have the control and the choice of their life. Lastly, but not least, we need to empower disabled people. In non-inclusive societies, as the ones of the South and Eastern Europe, disabled people are not confident enough to demand to control the political decision-making. On top of that, they are not experienced enough to be efficient in such procedures because of lacking interaction with the wider society. Therefore, inclusivity in every aspect of life will bring more inclusivity. It is crucial that the empowerment of a group of people starts in early stages of life. Inclusive education could be the holy grail to this effort. After all, children are the future. At this point, I would like to share with you something more personal. During these last 3 years in the European Parliament, I have understood and I feel that more disabled persons should be into politics. I believe that it will be more easy for me to accomplish my vision with the European Parliament if there are more disabled MEPs. We need to join our voices. We even need to improve the accessibility of the European Parliament, which is good, but it could be efficient, more efficient, due to this lack of disabled MEPs. The European Parliament collaborates with the Disability Intergroup, the European Disability Forum, the European Network on Independent Living, and many more. But all these organizations can just advise us. Many disabled persons that I know have stopped trying after being really tired, explaining for decades to non-disabled persons that are responsible to make the final decision about their lives and about their own way of living. It is hard to have to prove that we know better about our rights and that this is our choice, how we implement them. To conclude, we agree that inclusivity is the key to a society that disabled persons will live on equal basis as everyone else, enjoying their fundamental human rights. But inclusivity is something more than a group of laws. It is more than a structure or than a percentage of mandatory participation. Inclusivity is a way of thinking, a perception that if we all adopt in every aspect of life, the society will change. Our societies will be more fair and unprejudiced for everyone, not only for the disabled persons, and this is the only way for the EU to evolve. Thank you very much for your attention, and really, I'm dreaming of this inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. How can entrepreneurship and innovation enhance inclusiveness and have long-lasting impact to marginalized groups of people? Entrepreneurs and innovators can bring real positive change through their actions in our society. Economic empowerment can be increased through entrepreneurship and innovation for women, minorities, youth, seniors, immigrants and rural residents through a number of actions. During Grant Expert Talk, we will hear about real practical examples of how this has been achieved. This is a thought-provoking and unique discussion, and let us welcome Andrea Zafirakou, 2018 Global Prize winner, Best Teacher in the World, Artist in Residence, Dr. Alexandros Geragiodis, postdoctoral researcher at the Software Engineer Internet Technology Laboratory, University of Cyprus, Dr. Michalis Neoptolemu, Chief Executive Officer at Medica Group, Natalia Kucharchuk, Center and Project Manager, NGO Support Center, Christina Hileos, Head of Erasmus Unit, Grant Expert Consulting, and the moderator for this discussion is Dr. Celia Hadjikristodoulou, Founder and Managing Director of Grant Expert Consulting. Celia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you. We will start with a short speech by Dr. Michalis Neoptolemu, the CEO of Remedica Group, and then we will continue with our discussion.
Thank you, Celia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to devote the next 2 minutes to the recent death of Maxa Amini. Maxa was just 22 years old, and when she was arrested for allegedly breaking hijab rules, morality police, as we all know, accused her for breaking the law, requiring women to cover their hair with a headscarf and their arms and legs with loose clothing. And that was the beginning of her end. Masha is yet another victim, I would say, of the sustained oppression and systematic discrimination against women, which deprive them from basic human rights, such as freedom of opinion and expression. Despite the progress, I can say, made over the last decade, women across the globe are still suffering the consequences of gender inequality. Much as death served as a fuse, as we all saw, for protests in favor of dismantling gender oppression in many countries around the world. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. We at Remedica are committed to achieving gender equality and strive to empower women by eliminating all kinds of discrimination based on either gender, race, sexuality, religion. As an equal opportunities employer, we aspire to remove any barriers for the inclusion of women and strive to serve as an agent of change in our home country, facilitating the shrinking of wage gap between the two genders. Our own beliefs for inclusiveness have been implemented through innovative approaches to our group of companies, which now present examples of good practices and have even become precedents for others to follow, including the state, I can say. Glass ceilings do not exist. With women holding 51% of leadership positions, we have created a workplace culture that champions diversity and inclusion. Women are well represented and included and encouraged in every step of the way to pursue their careers further, to seek for roles which they would have not otherwise considered, and to ask for more raises and promotions. We provide all kinds of assistance to prospective and new mothers, helping them balance their work lives and their family lives, whereas we also have a zero-tolerance policy for all sorts of workplace harassment. As part of our systematic investment in the recruitment of highly specialized scientific human resources, we regularly recruit people from across the globe. We strive to create a welcoming environment for them and offer them the resources that will enable them to feel empowered, included, and safe. We want our company staff to feel that they are part of Remedica, and we do not see them as just a human resource serving interests. At Remedica, we firmly believe that people are our most valuable asset. It is our main concern and top priority. Our human resources are our main concern and driving force for growth. We invest in it with the aim of maximizing efficiency, our organization, and the services we provide. We continuously invest in cultivating the culture where our employees feel that they are part of a company's success. At the same time, our people may have anything from a high school diploma to university degree. Education for us is a key factor in our continued success, especially for the research part. However, we also give the opportunity to people who didn't have the opportunity to graduate from universities to come on board for education and training as well. We have colleagues who are only 18 years old, and at the same time, we have colleagues who are retiring from us. We are proud to give the opportunity to people who have not yet even started their studies or are unskilled to start their professional career with us. Even during times of economic uncertainty, Remedica didn't cut a cent from its staff's training and development budget. The strong belief that the training offered is fully intertwined with the results and progress of our group is part of our whole culture. And that is why we do not compromise on the quality nor the quantity of our staff training. Remedica started its operation 60 years ago as a small and medium-sized family business. During these years, we have evolved into a competitive player in the global generic pharmaceutical arena, and we still maintain the same family atmosphere and work culture that existed since our inception, while maintaining our commitment to act as a responsible global citizen. Today, Remedica employs more than 800 people and will still expand with skill set excellence. We are committed to operating without discrimination regarding age, disability, gender, marital or social relationship, maternity or pregnancy, race, religion, or belief. What we ask and need is the added value that each employee will bring to the organization. Skills, knowledge, and experience certainly count, depending on the position for which a recruitment will be made, but the emphasis is given mainly on the character. We hire the character, we train the skill. Only when we understand that we are different from each other, we will be able to move forward using our diversity as an advantage to create a working environment, but also a world without discrimination and exclusion. Communication and transparency is key for this purpose. What we want to attract and develop people with creativity, passion, and innovation for what they do, while our ultimate goal is to be the employer of choice for talented people from around the world. Concluding, I would like to share a personal experience that comes from various investors asking me the whole time how and we managed to have this kind of year-on-year CAGRs throughout the last years. And the answer of mine is quite simplified to them. I just say that if you choose the right partners, there is no way but from success. And when we talk about partners, the whole globe offers a huge pool to choose from, regardless of religion, gender, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neoptolemu. I would like to thank the organizers of the Cyprus Forum for the excellent organization of this year's event and for giving us the floor to talk about a topic that is very close to our hearts. And this is the positive impact that entrepreneurs and innovators have on the individual, on the communities, and the society as a whole. And what is really evident many times is that entrepreneurs are viewed in a negative way. People think that entrepreneurs only care about their self-interest, their own economic prosperity, and that they're willing to use unethical and selfish ways to achieve their goals. This is far from the truth. And our aim today, through our discussion, is to show how entrepreneurs and innovators do contribute in inclusiveness and social cohesion through different activities and actions. It is with great pleasure that I welcome an exceptional panel of experts coming from the education, the consulting, the civic society, and the startup world, and each contributing in a different way in improving inclusiveness in our world. Our panelists will very briefly introduce themselves. Andrea Zafirakou, I start with you. It is great to have you with us.
Lovely to see you, Celia. Hello, everyone.
Would you like to tell us a bit about your background, very shortly?
Yes, absolutely. It's lovely to be back in Cyprus. My origins are, I'm Greek Cypriot, born in the UK. I'm a teacher, an art teacher, working in a state secondary school in one of the most deprived areas in London. And I'm also a founder of a charity called Artists in Residence.
And you have received an amazing award that has made all of us very proud. You have received the award of the best teacher in the world in 2018. And we will be hearing more today about the work you're doing in class, Andrea, and how we can all learn. The teachers, the educators that are hearing today can learn about it. Christina Hileos.
Hi to everyone. My name is Christina Hileos, head of Erasmus Plus unit at Grand Expert Consulting, and an EU funding consultant for the past 7 years. I am really, really excited and passionate for being here with this amazing panel today, speaking about inclusivity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, especially, Celia, in terms of how we are able to achieve inclusiveness through European programs. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting discussion today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. I agree with you. Natalia?
Thank you for the invitation. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalia Kucharczuk. I am the executive director of an NGO called NGO Support Center here in Cyprus. What we do is we enhance civic engagement and active participation of citizens in society through capacity building programs for civil society, networking events, and also fund operation. Very excited to be here to speak about the perspective of the civil society sector in enhancing innovation and entrepreneurship.
Excellent. Alexandria?
Thank you, Celia. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandros Gerachotis. Thanks for having me here to join this panel. So I am a researcher at the University of Cyprus. I'm a lecturer, taking a break from lecturing this year. And I'm also an entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur. Along with my brother, we are the co-founders of ConnectF, and it's in that capacity my discussion will follow from the social entrepreneurship side of things.
Excellent. So I'll start with Andrea. Andrea, you are the global prize winner of the Best Teacher of the World Award for 2018. Can you please let us know how you encourage inclusiveness in class for kids which come from migrant background or they come from disadvantaged families? And what kind of practical tips can you offer to other educators, teachers to follow when it comes to creating an inclusive classroom?
I mean, that's a big question, powerful question, but very important question. I don't think we can ever understand what the word inclusive is and how to be really inclusive in our classrooms unless as educators, as parents, as leaders, as workers in our community, to put yourself in the shoes of other people, to put yourself in their experiences. And we do this by inviting them to speak, to talk, for us to want to listen to their stories so that we can understand what's taking place. And there's a balance between equity and equality. It's great that we're offering everyone jobs. Everyone can apply for jobs. It's no problem, please come. But are we really making sure that what we're offering them is equity? We're giving them the same and the right opportunity which they can then address, and in my case, teach the curriculum, learn from the curriculum, but most importantly, to feel valued. So your answer is huge, but simple things that we can do in classrooms and as leaders is, do you actually know your children? Do you know where they come from? Do you know their stories? Do they know what they're facing when they go home every day? Have you bothered to ask? As teachers, have we been prepared? Have we been given the professional development to be able to teach certain students who have come from traumatic backgrounds, who may come to us with different languages? And as teachers, you know, where do we sit? What is our conscious bias? What's our values? What's our belief? Are these values and our beliefs, are they helping these young learners learn and feel part of your community? So there's no one simple answer to that question, Celia, but I think what's really important is that this is something which is going to increase and increase and increase. We're living in a multicultural society which is going to grow. Every classroom now is changing. The profile is changing. What was in the classroom 20 years ago in our countries is now different. So are we teaching the same way that we taught 20 years ago? Are we giving them the same resources? Exactly, we should not. And it's all about the young people. What is it that they really want? What is it? What kind of a country do we really want to have? What opportunities are we giving them? And if it's not coming from the teachers and the schools and the incredible work that's happening in the schools, and that we're not looking after our teachers, we're not educating them, we're not giving them the support they need, the time they need to skill up, then progress will not happen in our country. It will just stay stagnant, and what's happening now in many countries is that we're going to have the brain drain. Our young people are leaving because there's nothing here which they can attach to and believe it's theirs.
Exactly, and we'll be talking about this, Andrea, in a while. And I know that one thing you've been doing, based on what you just discussed on hearing the kids, a lot of the times these kids don't speak English because they come from other countries, they have moved to the UK, in a very rapid way.
This is dangerous. And I'm using the word dangerous because automatically, I know what it's like when you have 30 children in the class, and you are trying to teach a curriculum, and then you have a group of students who you know can't access that curriculum, you've got to make sure that you give those young people the same amount of time. You've got to adapt, you've got to differentiate, and it's very, very hard. But what we mustn't do is judge them, prejudge them that they can't do anything. Just because they can't speak our language means they can't learn, that they won't learn.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things which I absolutely love about teaching in my school, and it just gives me so much pride, is that when students come to us from other countries, and we have migrants from all over the world, just because they can't access the language, you see them after 4 years when they sit their GCSE, they make more progress, they do better than children who have been living in the UK all their life. And that gives me such a sense of pride because they're hungry to learn. They want to learn.
And you use arts as well, right,
Andrea? That's the universal language.
That's the universal language.
You don't need to be able to understand or write to be able to access and show your skill.
Exactly. So Alex, I will move to you. You have created with your brother, as you said, Connect Deaf, which is a startup, an innovative company. Can you tell us a bit about your entrepreneurial journey, how this idea came out, which one is the main target group,
yes.
how you're helping deaf people and their family friends to connect?
Yes, yes. So how did Connect Deaf start? Okay, first of all, my brother and I, our research backgrounds are accessibility in terms of technology, designing accessible technologies, inclusive technologies. And the idea actually came from my brother's master's thesis when he was doing his research at that time. And he was actually working on a different topic in access to technology. And as he was working on his original topic, he came across the deaf community, and he saw how limited they were in terms of technology and being excluded from access to technology. And he just started like drafting these pictures, because he's a designer as well, and creating these user interfaces of a mobile app and a keyboard and using sign language alphabets, basically the signs. And he started putting them all over the room, and we were discussing them and so forth. And then one day he went back to his supervisor and he just showed her the pictures, and she just stopped him right there from what he was doing, and he said, "We're moving to this project now." And he continued there. We got to a point where he had a prototype ready. We went to a school for the deaf. It was tested. It was positive. It was emotional, the feedback. People were asking when it's going to be ready. And from then on, after he had finished his studies, we then continued ourselves to develop the first application. And from then, we've gone to different stages of development, yeah.
And I know you have a lot of users, right, Alex?
Yeah, well, the initial application, when it was a free Android app initially, and just to let people know, because there are some misconceptions, and we usually get these questions, and people can't really ask today, so I'll just say it. We always get the question, can't a person who is deaf write in English or read a text? Because what we do is we allow them to interact using sign language alphabets and sign language in instant messaging applications and social media like WhatsApp, your telegrams, and so forth. So the answer is many experience literacy barriers. A large number, 90% or over, have difficulties in reading and writing a spoken language. Their first language, you must remember, is the sign language of the country. And that's how it started. So when we created the first keyboard, we had 5 sign language alphabets, and each country has its own sign language and sometimes multiple dialects of it. So we had in the first app 5 different sign languages, alphabets, and it was released as a free Android app. We had reached a point where we had like 50 to 100,000 downloads worldwide. We had 600 daily users active on the application. We are getting comments to add more languages. We are getting emotional kind of messages. We're getting constructive feedback to progress the idea to more sign language videos and so forth, and move beyond just the alphabet in the app using signs. And that's how it started. And since then, we've gone through several revisions of the app, And the one that is currently out right now has about 15 languages in it, and it can be used within instant messaging applications. A number of them is supported, and I will say a bit more later.
How you're progressing with it in the next stage. And what is amazing, Alex, is that not only deaf people can use it, but their family, their friends, their colleagues can also communicate with deaf people. So your market increases dramatically if you add the numbers of these people as well, right?
Yes, that's correct. So in the US, we know, for example, that 90% of children who are born deaf are born to hearing parents. So their parents don't even speak sign language. So there's a hearing network around, and that's what delays the language modality. And they experience literacy barrier issues. So what we try to do is we try and allow other people in the hearing network, maybe it's friends, maybe it's family, maybe it's colleagues, to have a way to message each other. Because we could translate what it takes into the sign language alphabet and vice versa. And we also see it as an educational application where whoever's interested to learn more can use as well. So
Do we have a number, Alex, of how many deaf people are currently on a worldwide level? Do you have
we have an estimate. Okay, obviously, proper census have never been done around this, but the estimate from the World Deaf Federation is 70 million plus people.
70 million? 70?
Yeah.
That's a big number of people.
That use sign language as a first language.
And then you multiply this with their friends and their family members.
Yeah.
So this is a big market for your new solution. Excellent. So now we move to Natalia. As you understand, we have a representative of experts coming from very different areas, and Natalia, of course, represents the civic society group. Natalia was speaking as a representative of a non-profit organization, which is the NGO Support Center. How would you consider the role of civic engagement in nurturing innovation and entrepreneurship in Cyprus? And are there any mechanisms available at grassroots level in Cyprus to support innovation in an inclusive and participatory way?
Right, so for me, civic engagement is a really good starting point to start discussing how we can support innovative ideas that come from the grassroots level, from the citizens, from the people, and can be developed further. So, like, for example, taking an idea like the one that you just described, Alex, and nurturing it, I think civic engagement is essentially, we educate people to care for the collective. And when I say educate, I don't just mean formal educational settings, which are very important, as Andrea just mentioned, but also in non-formal and informal settings. When you educate people to care for the collective and to look at the way they contribute into the world, not just from a personal perspective, but how does that impact the overall communities, then we have more chances for people to be invested in when they have an innovative idea, an interesting idea, to work together to make it happen for the collective good. So that's essentially why civic engagement for us is important and why it's important to nourish it at the non-formal sector where we are located at the moment. And I'll just give you an example. There's a mechanism that the European Union launched about 10 years ago. Actually, 10 years ago, they're celebrating their 10-year anniversary this year. It's called the European Citizens Initiative. And essentially what the European Union said is, well, people have an innovative idea on how to change things at a policy level in the European Union. They can now submit their ideas into this mechanism, and we can listen once enough signatures or enough people are coming together to put their name there and say, yes, we support this. And of course, the European Commission has certain power over only certain policy areas. So that's a very limited process. But it's an example of how, for example, a citizen of the European Union can have an idea about the environment, transportation, or other areas where the European Commission has power to propose legislative changes, puts down that idea in the mechanism, and can collect signatures from across all the European Union states. And once 1 million signatures are collected, then that is a proposal that goes into the European Commission, and they are obliged to reply and see how they can maybe tackle that change. So this is just an idea of how one simple tool that's available to the people can support one person's idea, but you need the collective. It cannot be implemented without the collective contribution of people. And so that's civic engagement. That's when people come together across borders to make it happen. And this is an example. There's only one mechanism. I think we have a long way to go to still keep building tools that will promote civic engagement and will promote one person's idea, putting down the table, and then other people coming together and saying, you know, I can offer my skills and my support because I believe in what you're trying to do. In fact, the European Citizens Initiative, there's a stall here at the forum right just outside. So if you want to know more about it, you can go outside and there's a representative there. And just like this initiative, we want to see more at the grassroots level. We want to see more tools available for one citizen to be able to reach out and grab and also engage with other citizens. I think there's something to be said here about the personal idea and then connecting it to the local, the national, the regional, and then the global. Yes. And what we're talking about when we say civic engagement is when there is an idea, like what Alex was saying, there was an idea that came out of a master's thesis, that when we're going to be reaching the global impact, we need people to see their ideas as tools that would change the world. Essentially, it's a global citizenship perspective. We want people to be citizens that look at themselves as part of a larger community. So that's what we want to nurture. Just like the ECI, the European Citizens Initiative, we want to see more mechanisms like those.
Exactly, and Natalia, what you're discussing is part of this idea of participatory democracy, right? How we can encourage people at the grassroots level to support initiatives, new directives, and once you get a lot of signatures, then this can be viewed as a suggestion to the European Parliament, the European Commission.
Yeah, so this is a tool, and it is a participatory democracy tool, but the essential element is that people feel that they have agency and that they're interested and civically engaged. Yes. That is this, because no tool will work unless people feel...
Exactly, and that's the most difficult thing of achieving, right? Of making people engage in things that are out there and relate to them and to their families and to their friends.
We all want to be heard.
Exactly.
We all want to be heard and valued. We all want to say, yeah, I have an idea, and then we're not dismissed over that idea. And that goes to the personal, the local, the collective, and then the global.
And we want people to know that their ideas can be heard.
They can be heard and taken into consideration when there's enough collective support.
Exactly, exactly. Christina,
yes.
We have been working in the European programs area for many years. Let's explain to people how do European programs can actually promote inclusiveness through innovation and entrepreneurship actions. Let's give them some practical examples.
Yes, that's a really great question, so thanks, Celia. And it really relates, again, to our speakers, and especially with Alex's idea, what I'm going to say. So at the core of the design of the European programs, these instruments that actually help people, individuals, create innovative ideas and invest for the social welfare and well-being. So at its core, inclusivity is, let's say, a must. So in the design of these programs, applicants need to prove, actually, how they are tackling inclusiveness. So the majority of the programs, especially those targeted to innovators and entrepreneurs, are giving, let's say, indicators and requirements on how to embrace inclusive entrepreneurship in their programs. And I think it's very important to share with everyone that EU funds are a medium, an instrument, a strong foundation for new business creation. And in terms of innovation, this is where innovation comes in. Entrepreneurs creating ideas with a strong social impact, ideas solving real problems, either being social, economic, training, or education challenges, like your idea, Alex. So actually, Celia, we can say that the European programs are directly promoting inclusivity, paving the way for a more sustainable and inclusive society. And I would like to share our experience at Grand Expert, because we are working for so many years now with Erasmus+, which is a program investing millions of euros and training millions of people in Europe of all ages, especially tackling the needs of marginalized target groups, and this is where inclusivity comes in, talking about refugees, migrants, people with physical and mental disabilities, people with special learning needs, people coming from low social economic status, any other disadvantaged groups, and of course, women being underrepresented in many areas of our society. So I think Erasmus Plus is a very good case in point of an EU, let's say, program tackling the concept of inclusiveness through entrepreneurship and innovation action. I would like to highlight that for the new programming period, Erasmus Plus has inclusivity in its 4 strategic priorities, so we can understand definitely the importance of inclusivity. And let's not forget that the European Commission is all the time making it very clear that education should be open and accessible for everyone. This is a principle, a basic right. So yes, I mean, European programs are really helping towards this direction.
Exactly. Thank you, Christina. So, Andrea, I'm coming back to you. We heard about the European programs and how the EU has this priority of creating education for all, with no boundaries, no limitations. Alex talked to us about how an entrepreneur can help a specific group of people, which is, in his case, is deaf people, help them in solving a very important problem for them. Natalia talked about how we can all be heard through different mechanisms provided at national and EU level. And I'm coming back to the root of all of this, which is education. Because if we don't create the right mindset and the right skill set for our young people, then all these things that we're talking are very nice, but they cannot be put in practice. So my question for you is the following. How can schools develop the necessary skills and competences to our children that will help them prepare for the future workplace, for the changing, constantly changing demands of our world and all the complexities and uncertainty that exists nowadays, and for becoming innovators and entrepreneurs themselves? So for them to create new stuff, for them to see what are the needs of the society, what are the problems we're facing in my community, in my neighborhood, in my city, and how I can help bridge those gaps or find a solution like Alex was saying, or like Christina and Natalia were mentioning from a different perspective. Can we develop this skill set?
See, I love the way you give me the most easiest questions.
The easiest ones, for sure. Which you can talk for days.
I can, and the answer is, of course, we can always do better. We can always, and you know, we've just come out of the pandemic, and now is the most special time to not fill the gaps, but see where do we need to make sure that we move our young people forward. So I mentioned before, if we do things, if we're going back to doing the same things that we did 20 years ago, that's not going to work with our young people. Our young people are different. They're not influenced by who lives in the house. They're influenced by what they see on social media, who they see on social media, and what's in the bigger, wide world. But the question is, it's not what teachers can do, it's what the leaders, the government, are telling us to do. Because we can't say we want to teach this. There's a curriculum that's dictated to us. We don't have as much autonomy as you would think we have.
Of course.
So the question is that how much does the government, how much do they want to support the future of young people in this country? And there is passion, there is agency. I've never met a young person who doesn't have an opinion on wanting to improve the world for their generation, for their families. I've never met one who doesn't have an opinion. And we have got the role models here. We've got the role models from Alex and what he's doing, but also from the speakers. I mean, I'm going to point to Asma, my new best friend in the audience, but, you know, a role model of a woman who was a lawyer, who has now followed her passion and her dream and has become one of the world's best chefs in the world. That happens with resilience. That happens when you've got a belief in yourself, when you've got a team of people believing you. Could that be your family, your teachers, whatever? But that is a mindset shift in the community. Now, unless we don't have this support that we're giving to young people and creating the space, the opportunity, the environment for this to happen, it's going to be hard. We're not going to have the innovators. We're not going to have the inventors. We're not going to have the climate for change. And it seems to me like we have the resources here already, but how are they connecting to the teachers? How are they connecting to the young people? Is there a gap? Is there a bridge directly to them? That's what I'd be interested in finding out. And
there
if
is
it's
a gap,
not
isn't
there,
it?
well,
there is a gap.
Is there a gap? Right, so how do we fix it?
How do we bridge the
How
gap?
do we bridge the gap? Yeah.
Excellent, excellent, Andrea. Thank you. You see, you managed to give us
something.
Answer a lot.
And
a very different question.
But I love the way that you say to all of us more at the end of it. So those of you who don't know, more means mine, and it's a very endearing word. So thank you for saying that. I love it. Thank you, Celia.
Thank you, Andrea. So Alex, I'm moving back to you to hear about your future plans for Connect Deaf. How do you intend to encourage more inclusiveness for deaf people and their family friends through new technological solutions that your company, Connect Deaf, will be developing?
Yeah. Okay, so I should say that we do several things at Connect Deaf. So one of the things we do is the mobile applications, which I talked a little bit about earlier. Another thing we do is we try to participate in research and innovation projects, again, focused in our area of technology and inclusion. And we also have an e-store where we create our own designed apparel that kind of spread the message of the importance of sign language, that people need access to sign language. So we try different avenues with different ways to get our message across. So creating sign language logos for companies when it's Deaf Awareness Week or something like that. But if I focus on the mobile apps, and in the contents of a research project that we are working on at this point, by the end of the year, we expect to have a new version of the mobile app. And that would, we will be adding 4 new languages from 4 new countries. So we'll have close to 20 sign language alphabets supported. And we're moving a step further where we will be testing actually not just typing or using signs to use a sign language alphabet to write a word and then create it as a picture or as a GIF and post it to your chat, but to also have sign language videos where over 1,000 common daily words and phrases we have in American Sign Language. So the test is in American Sign Language that we'll be testing this in the States. And so they will be able to have a video, and the user will be able to change the face of the sign, for example, being a fun, interactive social media and educational app as well. So we're using different techniques in testing how we swap, let's say, the face of the sign with either the user's face or even celebrity faces or special people in the deaf community faces. So that should be out soon by the end of the year. Our goal is to get it out there as quick as possible. Our goal is to see how it's received. Obviously, we follow a co-creation approach, so we have users involved. In the States, we're working with the Deaf Consultancy Agency, and locally in Cyprus, where we visit the School of the Deaf, and we show them how our prototypes, we discuss, we improve. So we will see how it's received, and then hopefully it's good, and then we can start creating for other countries as well, because there's so many languages out there in each country and multiple dialects in some case. And in the meantime, we have many ideas. Our priority, or shall I say our goal is that, or what we feel, is that everybody should have the right to experience technology in their own language. So, I mean, I always use the example to people, imagine I forced you to have to only use the internet in English when you didn't speak English, or you couldn't use Greek, or what. So, that's what we see. People should have the right to use sign language as their first language to access technology.
And all the changes you're making, Alex, and the improvements come from the deaf people themselves. So you're hearing their suggestions and what they need and how you can improve the solution. And you're taking into account all this feedback and you're trying to give them exactly what they need in different languages so that you accommodate the needs in people from different countries?
Yeah, research, we look at research as well. And yes, a lot of the comments you get from users that maybe use the app turn out to be new functionality or a new feature or improved feature, or something goes away that's not good. And then you obviously get the feedback when you're testing things with them. Yeah, so we try.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Nataliamo, can you offer some practical examples from the work of civil society organizations, entities from Cyprus that you are familiar with that enhance inclusiveness through innovative activities, particularly when it comes to focusing on vulnerable groups of our country?
Yes, so as working at the NGO Support Center, I have the privilege, the absolute privilege to be supporting programs at grassroots level that are run by different civil society organizations and informal groups. So the NGO Support Center, together with Grand Expert Consulting, are fund operating for a program called the Active Citizens Fund. To give you a little bit of context, this is the program that's under the EEA, the European Economic Area financial mechanism. So that's 3 countries, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, financially supporting and giving grants to 15 EU member states of the Central and Southern Europe and the Baltics. So Cyprus has a program and we're fund operating it together with Grand Expert Consulting. And so within that program, we have the privilege to be able to support financially projects that come from grassroots level, from ideas and initiatives that come from the people, and are either implemented by, there's definitely implemented by CSOs, civil society organizations, but have partners who are people, informal groups. And I'll give you some examples, if you indulge me. So we have 17 projects at the moment being supported by the Active Citizens Fund program. One of them it's called Echo Age, and it's been, is essentially the aim of the project is to bring elderly individuals, so older adults who are more senior members of our communities, who have experiences in environmental practices that are older and maybe not so well known, and coming together with young people in our communities, and basically then mentoring them and being ambassadors for eco-friendly practices. And so what that does, it tackles isolation, social isolation of the elderly in Cyprus. It also supports this kind of collaboration, this intergenerational collaboration. It supports and promotes senior entrepreneurship, which is a topic that maybe isn't tackled that much, and all in all supports eco-friendly practices that maybe are dying out or not so well known. So that's EcoAge being implemented by an organization called Youth Empowerment Foundation in Cyprus, together with an organization in Norway, actually a university in Norway, University College of Green Development in Norway, together with another organization, the Turkish Cypriot organization. So we've got this complex ecosystem of people and organizations coming together to offer this at grassroots level to society. And if I give one more example, if I may.
Yes, of course.
So we've got 17 of them. I don't have time to tell you all about them, but you should check it out.
We need another one.
Check
We
them
need
out.
another example.
One more example, there's a program called Podcasting for Peace, and it's a project that's been implemented by Cyprus Peacemaking Initiative together with Unite Cyprus Now. So it's a bi-communal program, and essentially what it does is teaching young people who are coming from who have an immigrant background, who are vulnerable individuals in society and need to communicate their needs and also communicate their stories and be heard. So that it's teaching young people of that background how to create podcasts and how to disseminate that podcast, and at the same time engaging civil society organizations that work with immigrants and asylum seekers on how to take that information from podcasts to address these young people's needs. It's a beautiful initiative, and it's across the entire country, so it engages a lot of people, and that's just an example of how much richness there is out there in terms of ideas and innovative approaches and entrepreneurial mind and thinking that we want to support. And then we do that through the civil society sector and through the Active Citizens Fund. Check them out. There are 17 projects. There are a lot more out there. Check them out through the Active Citizens Fund program website.
What is interesting in the examples you gave, Nathalie, they're very different examples. And you have a combination of universities, NGOs, other organizations working together, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots as well, which again makes the whole program very interesting. So we will definitely be checking out the progress of these projects. Christina, how can we achieve the biggest impact possible in terms of inclusivity through the implementation of EU-funded projects in a world economy that promotes more and more an entrepreneurial mindset and an emphasis on innovation and creativity?
Well, I guess the answer to that, Celia, will be to continue developing new innovative projects in a way that we include all of these marginalized groups that we mentioned before. And I would like to share our experience from Grand Expert with working a lot with women, empowering women on becoming entrepreneurs and supporting the European economy and the society. So I would like to briefly mention two very nice projects that we have implemented. The one is still in progress, the other one is completed. So the first one, the completed project, was named Women Entrepreneurs Inspire Us, and it was aiming to support women that have an actual business idea. They were willing to start their own business, but they were lacking support networks, stamina, and confidence. So we were responsible, together with our European partners, to develop a very hands-on training program on how to empower these women, feel supported, and help them actually make the first step into entrepreneurship. We have approached, and I would like to share this experience, we have approached the creation of the training program in a very unique way. We went in 3 countries, in Portugal, Greece, and Cyprus, interviewed a number of actual female entrepreneurs. We gained their insights, so we have created a very practical training program which was not based on usual theory, but on real key lessons. We also delivered very nice case studies videos based on their experiences. So the women who participated in the program, they could actually feel inspired. This was the project, Women Entrepreneur Inspire Us. So I'm very happy because we have helped approximately 60 women in 6 European countries to actually make the first step. And their business models, a lot of their business models were based on social innovation, which is really, really encouraging. Now, the second example, a very new project, which is being coordinated by IMH here in Cyprus. We are also partners, Grand Expert. It's called YEA, and it's aiming to train young women, not in education, employment, and training, living in rural areas, on the concepts of agripreneurship. So we want to create, let's say, the new generation of female agripreneurs in a way that they can deliver innovative and sustainable products to the EU market. So the project has just started. We have 14 partners with us, and I am sure that the results will be also very, very useful and amazing.
It sounds remarkable, doesn't it? It just sounds incredible.
Yes, what we can do with European funds is incredible. Andrea, the thing is that the organizations working in this field, it's very important to care about the impact they're making, not just implementing the project as it was originally written and ticking the boxes, but having the biggest impact possible and reaching the real target group that you have mentioned, whether it's women living in rural areas who want to become entrepreneurs, or migrants, or children, other people from deprived environments, and so on. So the European funding programs can really work towards this.
And we've got to give time to see the impact. Sometimes impact can't be seen the next day. We need to make sure that we have time in progress.
Exactly, and you need to measure this impact as well over time. So I'm giving you the final question, and it's addressed to all of you. Cyprus is trying to build a new business model for the future and sustainable growth of our economy, of our society. And this will be based on high-tech, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That's the vision for Cyprus for the next 15 years. To achieve this, of course, we need to keep our greatest and our brightest minds in the island and also attract international investment and international talent. And all of this, of course, mean having an inclusive culture and a tolerant and open society. How can we encourage the building of such a culture, the creation of this type of culture, through actions implemented by the private, the public sector, or through collaboration between the two, and keep the brightest minds in Cyprus, and also attract new talent and create this new business model of growth and sustainability. What can we do about it? Alex, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure.
And we go around.
Okay. Okay, so my view is that, and I think Natalia touched upon it earlier, and even Asma in a keynote speech earlier, we need a lot of education across the border, not just on how we design inclusive technologies, how do we create inclusive work environments, how do we create inclusive schools. In my view, there seems to be a blur what discrimination is, where it becomes racism, what is inclusion, what is accessibility, what is integration. And integration, believe it or not, is not something positive. I learned this myself from a friend in the UK, Mr. Raymond Sweeney, a very well-renowned inclusive martial arts instructor. So inclusion means we all participate together. We need to create environments where we actually adapt tasks or according to the people's needs. But the idea is that we're all together participating, no matter who we are and what our abilities are, to do something together. So I feel also that there are ways, so education is one way. Unfortunately, regulation is another way. And I say unfortunately because these type of things, we should just want to do them as humans. But if I look at the technology fields, like the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is how we design accessible websites, those have been around for years. But it's only after legislation and fines to big companies.
You had to
people are now forced
follow
to do
them.
them. Okay, if that's the way, then that's the way. And also from a startup perspective, it's a long journey. We are by no means anywhere close to where we want to be as a company. And it's a very lonely journey in social entrepreneurship. And I think a lot more can be done by government. So it's also, the funding is good, the EU funding coming down. And we've progressed a lot from it through getting projects. But it takes a lot of effort out of someone to sit and write proposals, to wait for, to get rejected, to redo it. Time goes, and when it's okay when I'm working in the university and we're doing research projects to progress, but when you're an entrepreneur, you're falling behind. So there must be other ways, and we can't just depend on EU money. There must be structure at the base that supports success for social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship in general. And to end on a positive note, I will say that I'm seeing a lot over the last couple of years interest in social entrepreneurship, either through NGOs, either through social entrepreneurs, others through social research organizations. And my real hope is that they get the support they need to stay sustainable and to progress. And yeah, maybe that's another forum for discussion, but yeah.
Thank you, Alex, for very good input and very relevant to startups, not just the ones that are doing social entrepreneurship projects, but to all the entrepreneurs and startup founders of our island. Natalia Mo?
If I may speak from the non-profit, non-governmental kind of aspect and where I come from in supporting civil society, I think as human rights defenders and as an organization that works for civic engagement, our job is to continue to nurture social cohesion. So there is a vision there of advancing and promoting innovation entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship more specifically in Cyprus. And to move forward towards that vision, I think we also have to nurture social cohesion, people being interested to collectively work together for the better good, and we need to work a lot more on that as well. So it's not a personal step forward, it's a collective step forward, and we need to nurture that. So that is truly inclusive and respects human rights, and that the step taking forward is a collective one. That's one. And the second thing I want to say from the perspective of the civil society organization working in the civil society sector is that we need to reach out into the other sectors, the public and the private sector, and work together. Because for me, what's important is relevance. Any idea that is popping up and is going to become the next thing, it needs to be relevant to the people, relevant to the needs of the people. And I think what we do working in the grassroots level is we are able to help those voices of the people being heard. And so when there's legislation being passed at public level or in the private sector, there's innovation and ideas and digital progress, that all that is relevant to the people and that they're not just happening and are disconnected to the public.
Yep.
So I think the civil society sector can really play an important role there in the relevance aspect as well.
Thank you, Natalia. It's good to see a very different perspective from the civic society aspect. Christina, if we can have with Christina and Andrea another maybe 1.5 minutes from each one of you.
For sure. So definitely, the societal
out.
paradigm shift definitely needs to start from society for the society. 100% agree here. I think, especially Celia, when trying to attract international talent here in Cyprus, one good way is to digitalize everything so a better access is achieved for people coming and wanting to live and work here in Cyprus. And another idea that I would like to share is perhaps for the Cyprus government to create a scheme in a way that it distinguishes the existing Cypriot companies that promote inclusiveness, support them financially so that these companies can offer short traineeship opportunities to people coming from abroad so they can meet the Cyprus culture, the way we do business here, and they can also bring in their own experiences and in a way that we connect better with each other and we live in a more, let's say, inclusive society from all aspects.
Thank you, Christina. Andrea Mo?
I was recently inspired by a conversation that I had with a colleague from another school. She said that Wales are having an anti-racism policy. So in 2030 target, there'll be no racism in Wales. That's what we've got to do. Our government have got to give us a target. 2030, what do we want to see? And that's the only way we're going to get all the collaboration. Exactly what my colleague said here. If we get everyone in the room, have a target, be challenged to do that, that's how we're going to make progress moving forward.
And this can relate to inclusiveness, having a more open
Exactly.
society,
Excellent.
no
Exactly.
racism, no discrimination.
I thought that was a brave government, a huge change,
challenge.
Massive challenge, but they're brave and they're doing it. And I think that's what we've got to do, is just get the right people in the room, education, health, business sector, everyone in the room together talking about how we're going to reach this goal. That's how we're going to get it. Yeah.
Exactly, because now we have this vision for Cyprus, which is called the Future Vision until 2035, and the idea is to be the best place in the world to live,
2030.
work, 2035, live, work, and do business. So the goal is there. Now we have to sit down and find all of us together how to achieve this. So Andrea, Christina, Natalia, Alex, thank you for a very interesting and thought-provoking discussion. I hope that we have managed to show to our people here and in the live streaming how entrepreneurs and innovators can bring real positive change and how economic empowerment can be increased and achieved for women, minorities, youth, seniors, immigrants, people living in rural areas, and many, many other disadvantaged groups. Thank you all very much. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much. Celia,
thank you.
Being a true Cypriot at heart,
yes,
I thought we were the best place to live and work, and we are the center of the world, are we not?
We can improve it even further, Melanie Moore.
That was a joke.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
all
Melanie
very
Moore.
much. Right, let's move on to our next panel discussion, Inclusive Growth and the Future of Work. This panel discussion is co-organized with the Cyprus Economic Society. Please give a warm welcome to Zolt Darvas and Daigu Güner, who will be joining us online, and Ioannis Trikidis from the Bank of Cyprus.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here. I'm glad to be part of this event, this year's Cyprus Forum. All right. Our subject is inclusive growth and the future of work. It's a very diverse subject. In some respects, also controversial. It's about technology that's always disruptive and also very helpful. We're now in the so-called fourth industrial revolution. So we are observing things like the Internet of Things, robotics, cloud technology, IoT and AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, though, over the past 30, 40 years, we've seen developments which are not so conducive to what one might expect, like, for instance, slowing growth of the economy or slowing productivity growth in the economy, and skewed income distribution across labor and capital, and at the same time, increasing income inequality. So thinking about how these square together and how they're interconnected, we're going to discuss the subject of inclusive growth and the future of work with two dear colleagues and guests, Zsolt Darvas and Daigu Güner. Zsolt is a senior research fellow at Bruegel. Bruegel is a think tank in Brussels, focusing on economics. He's also a senior fellow at Cornell University in Budapest, Hungary, and he has a PhD from the same university, Cornell, in Budapest. His interests focus on macroeconomics, central banking, and he also published recently a paper on the subject we are going to discuss, changing nature of work and inequality, with Maria Sarova. Daigu Güner, also an affiliate fellow at Bruegel. She joined Bruegel in June of this year, and she joined to work on a project on the same subject, the future of work and inclusive growth. Daigu is an applied economist with interest in labor economics, gender economics, skill shortages, and the rest. And she's now finishing a PhD in economics at KU Leuven University in Belgium. So the plan is to open the discussion with Zsolt, move on to Daigu, and then take questions from you and from people online. So with this, I will give the floor to Zsolt for his presentation. Zsolt?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ioannis, first of all, for inviting me here, and also for this kind introduction of me, and even more importantly, the introduction of the topic, which I think indeed, I mean, the future of work is indeed what will define many people's life, and the policy choices that governments decide to make these various kind of transitions that I will talk about smoother will have a large impact on the lives of many people. So what we do see is that there already has been a lot of changes to the world of work, and I will start looking a little bit backwards, what happened and why it happened, and then try to offer some thoughts on what might come in the future. But what we know that, I mean, the main drivers are, for example, globalization, technological change, demographic changes, environmental changes. All of these factors had a major impact on how we are working today, and in fact, today we are working very differently than we worked 20 years ago, not to mention how we worked, let's say, 50 years ago or 100 years ago. And the three main questions I would like to address in my short introduction are that, first of all, focusing on new technologies, what to expect from new technologies, how they will change the nature of work and income distribution. Also, how it will change the functioning of labor market, whether how many jobs will be replaced, what kind of jobs will be replaced, and in fact, what kind of new jobs will be created, equally important issue. And lastly, I will also show a couple of charts which shows that there are some differences between the United States and Europe on the one hand, but there are also quite important differences within the European Union countries, and I mean, understanding the reasons behind these differences, I think, is absolutely important. Now, let me start with two sets of charts. Now, this first one shows this so-called labor share in income. So it tries to measure, what is the share of all kinds of labor consumption in GDP. Small technical detail, it's measured at, factor cost, which is not the GDP at market prices. So it doesn't include taxes, for example, because it's difficult to allocate taxes. And what you can see here on the left panel, which compares the United States with the European Union or the Euro area as a whole, is that there has been a long decline. I mean, this data starts from the 1960s up to around 2010s. But around 2010, something has changed, especially in Europe. I mean, the labor share went up, at least temporarily. And in the United States, around 2015, labor share started to grow, which I think is quite a novel development and not well recognized in debates. So this is the broad trend for the US and the EU. And if you look at the EU countries, I mean, I plot here on the right panel the 4 largest countries, but Cyprus. And you see quite diverse developments. In fact, if you look at Cyprus, then you can see that the labor share in income is well below the values of the 4 largest countries. Not still not the lowest. As I say in the note, it is the 8th lowest in the EU. So it's far the lowest in Ireland, when the hundreds of multinationals are there and have lots of profits. So it's a bit a kind of outlier. But also in a couple of Central European countries, it's lower. Also in Greece, it's slightly lower than here. But we can say that in Central European and Southern European countries, the labor share in income is typically smaller than in Western and Northern European countries. Now, as a flip side to that, my second introductory chart shows the developments in income inequality. Again, if you look at the United States, it stands out by having a steady growth from the early 80s up to about 2000s. After that, it remained more or less flat. Nevertheless, it's much higher than in most European Union countries. And again, we see differences in Italy and Spain. It is well above than in France and Germany. Now, Cyprus here is more closer to France and Germany than to Italy and Spain. So in this regard, Cyprus is not a southern country in terms of income inequality, which is good news. So in Cyprus, I would say a lower share of income goes to the labor, but at least that is more evenly distributed than in Italy and Spain. But again, also if you look at European countries, also in Germany it went up, and I mean, there are some diverse developments, but in many countries, income inequality went up. So I mean, it raises the questions, what role technology and automation could have played in these developments. And this is an important question, not just for the past, but also when looking forward to the future, because if we understand what were the drivers of income changes in the past, we can have a more informed view about what might happen in the future. So if we look at the literature, what kind of factors are typically thought to lie behind increasing inequalities and falling labor shares? There is a large menu. And in fact, I will argue that none of this can give a satisfactory result. And but let me come to that. So I just will say that none of them can offer a satisfactory result. But let me start with technological change, which is, I mean, a very prominent possible driver of increasing capital share, declining labor share, and increasing income inequality, because it's generally so that technological change mostly favors people with higher skills, and people with higher skills typically have higher income. So better educated, higher income people typically benefit from technological development, while more kind of routine type of tasks are easily automated and can be replaced with a machine or with a computer algorithm. So technological change can be a driver. The second point, which is called the rise of superstar firms, like Google, Facebook, and we can raise many others, which firms typically work in an environment where competition is lower. Therefore, they can have a higher markup, meaning that the corporate profits are higher, so a lower share of the revenues go to workers. Now, globalization is another prominent driver. First of all, initially when China was relatively poor in terms of income, lots of labor-intensive activities were relocated to China, again disadvantaging, for example, factory workers in advanced countries. Certainly more recently, China upgraded a lot, and also some other emerging and developing countries upgraded themselves a lot, and now they can already offer much higher value added and sometimes already also innovative technologies. Nevertheless, in this process, it might have resulted, again, developments in advanced countries which was at the detriment of lower skilled, lower income people. And in fact, I can continue many of the other factors, but for the sake of time, because I already half of my time, but not half of my slides, let me just mention that none of the factors here can indeed offer a good explanation. For example, let me just go back to my initial slide. If you look at the United States, since about 2015, the labor share is going up. So again, after a period of almost half a century of declining labor share, it's going up. And all the factors that I listed which could potentially explain the declining labor share, including technological innovation, might have even accelerated, for example, all kinds of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and related things. Nevertheless, there was a change in the direction of labor share, and more recently started to grow. Now, let me focus on automation. And in fact, let me recall basically three main phases of automation. The first one was around the first industrial revolution in the 19th and 20th centuries, when many routine manual tasks were automated basically replaced by machine. Meaning that in car factories now, people not standing in the factory and doing the manual work, but simply robots doing that for a long time. And that was already at that time a very transformative change. Also in the agriculture, similarly, now we have super agricultural equipment which can replace lots of human labor. So again, when those changes were made, many people were hurt, many people lost their jobs, many people suffered from income declines. Yet somehow, the economies and the labor markets could get over it, and now it's quite normal that people don't stand at the assembly line in the factories, but now machines doing that. Now, if you look at the past 40 years, it was a kind of a digital revolution, in particular information technology and artificial intelligence, which started to replace cognitive routine tasks. For example, in many lawyer offices, I don't employ as many assistants as before, because they use an algorithm, to look at similar cases for a particular investigation, and artificial intelligence solutions can offer maybe an even better answer to that than if an assistant looks back all the previous legal cases and try to find out a legal case similar to what currently at stake. So again, but still we talk about relatively routine tasks. Now the big question looking forward in the third bullet points is what will happen to non-routine tasks, both manual and cognitive. And indeed, there are many predictions that new digital technologies will be able to do that. For example, even in journalism, now there are very clever algorithms which can write an excellent article with almost no or very limited human input. And this can be in the future. The big challenge is how fast it happens and what impact it altogether will have. But as I note in the last bullet point here, that the overall impact on the labor market is not clear-cut, because certainly many jobs will be replaced. I think that's inevitable. But also many jobs could be created, and many jobs could change. I mean, some tasks for a particular job might be automatized, but that particular person might do different things, maybe more creative things than she or he did before. So what could be the overall impact of automation? And it depends on a number of factors. Now, first of all, one of the most important issues, whether capital complements labor or substitutes labor. I think that's a fundamental question. Another main issue is how it changes relative wages and of different tasks. A third is what compositional changes will it bring for employment. And last but not least, what could be impact in other sectors. Now, when looking at the literature is relatively mixed. Nevertheless, I think there are more papers concluding that the substitutions effect dominate, but there are also many papers having more nuanced views. For example, some papers find that for the low-skill jobs, substitution indeed dominates. So for low-skill jobs can be much easier automated than high-skill jobs. High-skill jobs are more complementary, so if there are more intelligent algorithms, then that can even boost the productivity of higher skilled, better educated people. So again, the different segments of the labor market can be different. And the last point I think is also very important, which is, for example, based on a particular study for the European Union, which concluded that over the past 25 years, around 10 million jobs were lost due to automation. But the same study concludes that even more, almost 50 million jobs were created, because there are many, other channels which leads to job creation of new jobs related to the displacement of other jobs. One is that certainly more automation could lead to lower prices. Now, if there are lower prices in a region, that region becomes more competitive, which has an overall positive impact on output and employment. So basically, all other sectors can benefit. There are also higher wages has a kind of demand spillover. So if there's more productivity, there are higher incomes, and people spend on many different things. And also it can spill over to services. So even if the automation is initially made, let's say, for the manufacturing sector, it results, can have overall economic effects. Now let me skip these slides and I have two final slides and then I give the floor to Duygu. So just a quick on the pandemic. So the pandemic amplified pre-existing trends, partly because home working and teleworking became much more widespread, and it's again largely benefiting better skilled people who can actually work from home. Thereby, it can increase inequality. If you look at, for example, job developments, which on the very last slide I will show, you will see that jobs for low-skilled workers declined much more during the pandemic than high-skilled workers. Nevertheless, there's also an important but here. So there are a couple of essential services like delivery, healthcare, personal care, and so on, which simply cannot be done remotely. So there will be a very core segment of the labor market which cannot be done remotely. And then the last substantial slide looking forward, and instead of speculating myself, let me quote here two very prominent authors. One is David Autor, who argued that many middle-skill jobs requiring certain vocational skills or numeracy or common sense will likely persist even in the coming decades. Richard Baldwin, he was very, very bold because he had two scenarios. When in one scenario he said that 10% services jobs, which so far have been largely protected from automation, will be displaced. But in another scenario, it says that 60%, so more than half of the jobs, would be likely replaced. So he calls even the 10% big. I agree, that's already would be big, but 60% would be really enormous. And he noted that in the long run, probably everybody will benefit, but the transition can be very, very disruptive. And now this is just a slide that when I pass the floor to Duygu, let me just explain what you can see here. So you can see here the employment rate by education in the European Union on the left panel and in the United States on the right panel. So there's the advanced level of education, intermediate level of education, and basic level of education. And there are two messages I would like to tell from this chart. One is what happened during the pandemic. So you can see that people with basic level of education lost many more jobs than people with higher levels of education, message number one. And the message number two, which is also in the title of the slide, so if you look at both the US and the EU, only about half of the low-educated people work. A bit higher in the EU, now it's nearing 60%, but not much higher than 50. In the US, it just surpassed 50. So basically almost one half of the working age. Can you hear me?
Maybe not control. Any problem?
Can you hear me?
Maybe you
Shall I try this one? Yeah. So basically one half of low-educated people is out of job. So certainly, I mean, there's a lot of floor for skilling. And now, let me pass the floor back to you.
Thank you, Zsolt. It's very interesting. We have too many things to consider. The income inequalities that have been developed, the lagging productivity growth, the changes in the income inequalities that we have seen. But let's pass on to Daigo for her presentation, and then we'll come back and discuss a few afterthoughts and questions. So Daigo, are you with us?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Hello.
Thank you for the invite, and also thank you for the nice introduction and having this space to discuss the reskilling and upskilling for the future of work.
Okay.
So I will share my slides with you. I cannot really share my slides because I'm disabled. Maybe you can help me with it.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Do you have slides?
I have slides, but I cannot really share my screen.
You must share them from your side. Okay.
Me? I don't have the rights. This is why I am disabled to share the screen. But if they can give me the host right.
Recording stopped.
No, we lost you.
Now I can. Yes. Now I think I'm back.
Bad connection. Here we are with the slides. Daigo?
Okay, so you can hear me, I hope.
Okay.
Just give me a second to. Sorry. So, I see you can also see my notes. This is not ideal, but we will see. So. I'm so sorry for this, but I will try it again.
If it's a problem.
Now it is
okay,
good.
Good, yes.
Sorry for the few minutes. I already had limited time and I lost some of them to arrange my screen, but hopefully it will work. So today I will quickly discuss what we mean by reskilling and upskilling, but also I would like to advocate the need for this effort to reskill and upskill the labor force. And I want to spend some few minutes about the Cyprus labor market in terms of the needs for reskilling and upskilling. So I'm not really very familiar with the job market in the Cyprus, but I had a quick research because I wanted to make the presentation also relevant for the audience. And hopefully I would be something new to say, or if not, maybe I will learn something new from the audience in the Q&A session. So first, I would like to briefly discuss, it is mostly linked with what Zsolt was discussing actually, why we have this issue of reskilling and upskilling all of a sudden in our agenda. Partially it is because what Zsolt was discussing, it is digitalization, automation and robotization. These new emerging technologies are changing the nature of jobs, and at a rate that we cannot really forecast. So it is very quick, very unexpected ways we observe the jobs are changing. But now they are not only displacing the routine tasks, they are even changing where we are working, you know, our locations, the content of our tasks, the tools we are using, the skills we are using to perform these tasks. But there are also more structural reasons behind this need for reskilling and upskilling. So currently what we see, the education system is not really able to catch up with the needs of the labor demand. So it fails in certain areas to supply the adequate knowledge in the labor market. But also there is a mismatch between the skill set of the labor market and the skill set needed from the demand side. So these are also contributing to the size of this skills gap. But also in the future, this might even escalate further, as Zsolt was referring to Richard Baldwin. Actually, I'm a bit more on his side, I have to say, because I see with the emerging of new technologies, I think it is very likely that the service jobs that we were able to protect so far might actually really relocate to third world countries where the labor wages are lower, where there's an advantage to displace these jobs. And now the current setting of the EU labor market is predominantly service sector. And when we start losing the jobs there, then the pressure on the labor market, or the size of unemployed people would be higher, considerably higher, and then the reskilling would be a bit more urgent need for us. So here I quote a report from McKinsey Global Institute. They are forecasting that in 2030, which is like in less than 10 years now, that almost 14% of the global workforce will have to shift occupations, jobs, tasks. So it is going to be sizable very soon. So now, since we have a general understanding of reskilling and upskilling, why we need it, let's go to the definition of what we mean exactly by reskilling and upskilling. Actually, in that sense, terms are rather, these both are very similar terms, and they relate to learning new skills, but there is an important gap between the two words. Upskilling implies learning relevant new skills to complement and supplement the existing job. So it is on the current setting. But reskilling really refers to learning new skills to replace existing skill sets. It is like investing from scratch almost, and then enable people to really switch between irrelevant jobs that don't have overlapping skill sets. So reskilling implies learning new skills to replace existing skill set, but it is still cost efficient than trying to find people with the skill set in the labor market. So in that sense, these two policy tools, let's say, are very vital if we want to create resilient workforces in the future and create better functioning labor markets. So now I would like to try to quantify the need for reskilling and upskilling. Of course, these are very abstract concepts, and we don't really have a real measure of it. But this survey done by Deloitte in 2021, I think it gives a really good idea of why it is good that we spend this 15 minutes to discuss reskilling and upskilling. So in this survey, survey, they are contacting the executives of companies, and what they find is 72 of the company executives, they agree that the ability of people to adapt, reskill, and assume new roles is the top priority if they are willing to keep up with the future disruptions in the labor market. But again, the same people, only 17% of them believe that their current employees are ready to adapt and assume new roles. So basically, the need is huge. The necessity of reskilling is very important. But what these people see is that the labor force they are currently employing is not really able to catch up, reskill, and change their jobs, occupations, keep up with the changing needs in the labor market. So, and despite, on top of that, when it comes to technological development, the limit is, sky is the limit. So we don't know, we cannot really predict how technology is going to evolve in the future. We cannot really know what kind of skills we are going to need in 2030, for example. So even the relatively near future, we are a bit unable to have really good predictions about what is expecting us. Because of that, this brings more importance to creating a culture of learning and actually makes learnability the #1 skills that is needed in the labor market. So learnability is like to make sure that people are willing to learn new things, not always easy, especially for which is not always easy for low-educated people. But this is really how, if you are gonna change the labor market in an inclusive way, learnability is one of the first skills that we should find a way to make the labor force gain. So in the future, of course, we are discussing the hard skills like ICT that we know they are going to be really needed, but also the soft skills will be in higher demand than they are today. Soft skills like critical thinking, judgment, complex decision-making, and creativity. Pardon. So in that sense, the European agenda is twofold. There are two aims. European policy is trying to advance the twin transition, so create a human-centered, sustainable, and more prosperous digital future, while also trying to reach the zero net emission target by 2050. But there is also the social aspect of the European policy agenda, and we are also trying to secure a just future. So European Pillar of Social Rights and European Skills Agenda, they are all trying to ensure that the future we are going to create with twin transition is a just future, is a more inclusive, less equal society. So in that sense, there are some set targets, but these are ambitious targets, especially, for example, by 2030, the target is to make 78% of employment rate and making 60% of the adult population being in training. So the training rate currently is, for those aged 25 to 64, is only at 10%. So these are really ambitious targets, but we have the tools, we have the motivation, and hopefully we also have the time to act. Here I'm just summarizing the challenges for the EU to ensure the just transition. So we know that the nature of jobs are going to change drastically in the near future, and we cannot really foresee. But what we see in the labor market currently, the current job transitions are always between occupations which have a huge overlap. But in the near future, we will need to make people jump long distances, because some jobs are going to disappear, and some new jobs with completely new skill sets are going to emerge. So because of that, we should sort of break this habit of jumping in a short set of skills, but we really need to enable people to switch to new jobs with completely different skill sets. So another thing which is a big concern is that although there is actually there is even currently there is a huge training effort, but what we see is those who actually need the training are not really receiving the training. So I have in the next slide I will dwell on it a bit more, but I will just finish here by saying that also the locations of jobs are a bit challenging, because some jobs are disappearing, but new jobs are not emerging in the same geographical region. You know, it is, and these have the risk of creating even like widening the existing inequalities within EU, not only between socioeconomic groups, but also between the regions of the Union. So this slide briefly shows who gets the training, and this I wanted to share to just show you that actually those who need training are not always receiving training. So when we look at here, we see that the training rates are always higher for those who are already higher qualified or already employed, already in their prime age, so they are not really suffering from like this digital illiteracy, or those who are long-term unemployed. They are, compared to employed people, they are only receiving half of the training the employed people are receiving. And we see similar trends in wages, in gender, contract type, and also the size of the company. But overall, what this slide is telling us that we have training, but the current trainings are actually widening the socioeconomic gap instead of closing it, which we would ideally prefer. And here, a short slide about what could be the reason behind people's lack of participation in training. So of course, there are some barriers to train. It's not easy. So there are credit constraints like time and money, and many people are not able to really afford the lost income due to training. But there is also lack of awareness of training opportunities. Most of the people, like 82% of the people who participated in this survey, they didn't even know there were opportunities for them to train and increase their human capital. There is also a signaling problem. Again, another 82%, they don't even, they are uncertain whether the employer really would acknowledge this training achievement. So whether the new skill would be appreciated and they will have returns in the labor market. But I want to add something here in this graph, which is missing, which is actually the low expectations from the employee side. So because if you don't have the expectations that you can actually, by training, you can get higher paying jobs, better jobs, benefiting from this training, you wouldn't have an internal motivation to really search for trainings, invest in trainings, both time, money, and effort. So this is also something we should address if you want to close the training gap. So for that, actually, European Commission is published recent proposals on individual learning accounts and micro-credentials. They are addressing, individual learning account is mostly addressing the credit constraint, and while micro-credentials is addressing the signaling problem in the labor market. So through micro-credentials, the employees will be able to signal that they are skilled through these certificates. And individual learning accounts basically gives individuals the autonomy to choose how they are gonna which sectors they would like to relocate, and how a certain amount of money is assigned specifically to the individual so that they can use it in trainings. So, but these are already partially applied and discussed widely in the EU. But again, although they are providing some sort of solution, there is still some pieces missing here. So I will just sum this and then finish this part of my presentation. So what is missing here is that, okay, we have the training opportunities, but we need we need to really find ways to identify the skill needs, because it is going to be fast, it is going to be unexpected, unpredictable. So this is why we need to build the mechanisms, identifying the skill needs constantly and feeding it into the training system. So there will be trainings available for the emerging skills constantly. So, but we also need to find ways to engage these vulnerable groups more in the training. So the current setting is not working, but we need to find creative ways to inform and intrigue them into training opportunities. So another
okay, Dago,
thing,
must wrap it up, please. It's Dago? Yeah, please, we need to wrap it up.
Okay, so then I will wrap it up here, and I'm not going to go through Cyprus discussion. So another thing we need to do is to really increase the expectations of job mobility from the workers' side. As I said, most of the workers, especially the ones in the vulnerable groups, they are not really aware or committed to retrain because they don't see any benefit in investing more in their human capital. Most of these people are already had problems in the formal education. This is why they became vulnerable later in the labor market. And finally, from the employer organizational side, there are also things we can do. We can change our hiring practices, maybe to hire for potential instead of the degree, or invest more in reskilling and of our own workforce, and create clear career pathways within the organization. So this is, here I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Dago, Gunnar.
Thank you.
It's been very interesting. Now, it's an obvious thing to ask here is the following. If productivity has been so slow for so many years, right, and at the same time as we are developing new technologies, if these two are connected, for instance, the income inequality we have observed over the past 40 years, the reallocation of income from labor to capital, right, these incoming technologies, and the fact that we have been having all along slower growth and slower productivity growth. What's causing this slower productivity growth in a context of new technologies that are supposed to give us a higher return, a higher productivity growth? Is there...
Yeah, indeed. Is this mic work now? Mic works now? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Is it good? Okay.
Yeah. So indeed, one of the biggest puzzle now, which is called the so-called productivity puzzle, that, we see a lot of, new digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and so on. But at the same time, if you look at published productivity numbers, even including for the United States, which is the technological leader, these are disappointing, and they are just going down and going down. And I mean, there are no good answers to this issue. Now, I saw some very good micro studies. So if you look at the company level, then at the company level, you do see a connection, I mean, increased productivity after innovation activities and adoption of new technologies. So research which focuses on individual companies, they do find that these matter, but somehow when we look at the macroeconomic aggregates of a country, these things disappear, which is a puzzle. Now, this leads to the question you asked, whether this productivity puzzle relates to indeed changes in income distribution and the lower income share. I mean, again, what micro studies show is that when the company becomes more productive, that particular company tends to provide higher wages, but at the same time also frequently conclude that the number of employees are simply going down, or there is a relative fall in employment. So I think these productivity developments can explain a lower income share, but might be less good explanation for income inequality.
All right, I think we've come to the end of our time. We discussed the issue quite broadly. It's not the end of it. It's interesting. It's good to be with us for quite a while. There's so many overlapping issues that come together. A changing working environment, more reskilling, more deskilling in many different ways, and upskilling in some different ways, more quick changes of jobs and employment. Jobs are always abolished and destroyed as we develop and we progress. The key is to develop new jobs and better ones. And that's where we don't see so many good results with this phase of this technology and the way it progresses. But it's still a subject in the making, and progress is coming or changing. So I want to thank my guests, Zsolt Darvas from Bruegel and Daegu Güner, also from Bruegel, for the presentations. And thank you also for attending and staying with us until the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
Let's move on to our next session, which is about working professionals that need to keep up to date. In a dynamic and highly competitive employment market, working professionals need to stay up to date with developments. That makes executive education very important. The framework in Cyprus must be redesigned to accommodate the needs of working professionals going back to education, and we should move away from the notion of higher education being targeted only to youngsters leaving school. The needs and wants of working professionals going back to education are radically different, and all stakeholders must create an ecosystem that enhances the proposition for lifelong learning. Let us welcome Anna Touloumakos, Associate Professor in Educational Psychology, Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences. Terpsa Konstantinidou, Director of Higher Education at the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth, and our moderator, Dr. Yangos Hajiyannis, CEO, Cyprus Institute of Marketing. Yango.
Thank you, Melanie. First of all, let me thank you all for being here on a Friday afternoon. Not many, but brave. I'm delighted to have two ladies next to me, Mrs. Konstantinidou from the Director of the Higher Education Department of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture. Culture has gone now. And Anna Touloumakos from Greece, from Pantheon University, to discuss this very, very intriguing subject about professionals going back to education, talking about reskilling, upskilling. Terpsa, how is the Department of Higher Education dealing and promoting, creating a good ecosystem so that the professionals in Cyprus can go back to education and upgrade their skills?
Thank you, Yankos, for asking this question. It's very important. Actually, the Department of Higher Education, and I'm going to mention this in my speech, we have a great project going on. We're going to start it, has already started. It's within the resilience plan of the let me see, the Greek word. It's a schedule anakapsis. It's the
resilient plan for the Cyprus economy.
For the Cyprus economy. And we have proposed a certain research that I will mention specifically in my speech about this, and the results for our graduates, what are they doing after they graduate from higher education, and also the demands. We're going to research the demands of the market, of the Cyprus market, and compare the skills that are needed and the skills misgaps and the needs for reskilling or upskilling. And if we give all this information, and we're talking now about a scientific information, that all the higher education institutions, but also the interested persons, they are going to use this information in order to make educational decisions, better educational decisions, and also to have what is needed in terms of programs that the higher education institutions are going to plan, or they have, and they need modification. And I think this is a valuable tool and something that is actually missing right now.
Excellent. And Anna, I mean, back in the days, higher education was for student life, for partying, for the 18-year-olds. Things have changed a lot in terms of professionals, mature students going back to education. whether for the first time to earn a degree or continuous education through executive education programs. How do you see the market right now, and what are the future trends?
Thank you so much for the invite. I'm really happy to be among you. Right. I mean, there's a huge strand of research, and there's a huge debate and huge discussions as to matching the labor market needs with education, right? And I mean, in a sense, this is very sensible to do, but of course, education goes way beyond this. And the interesting thing is, especially in countries like in the UK, for example, where people actually have in place methodologies in order to see the skills requirements, skills mismatch, and gaps and shortages in skills. The interesting thing to see is that although the more people get accredited in skills, so the more skilled they become, however, there are persistent skills gaps and shortages. And I mean, taking things a bit towards my direction of my own research right now, excuse me, a big part that accounts for this mismatch is actually located into the soft skills end of the spectrum, right? And things are hard with soft skills. They are much harder than one would think. And this is because mainly soft skills are about behaviors, right? It's how, like, you know, we interact with each other, and there's a lot of intersubjectivity in all that. So they're very hard to train. So there's a very big strand of research, actually, that is dedicated on how to help people upskill and reskill the labor market, and people that are going back to the higher education, or they are right now in the higher education system, trying to get ready for that. So, I mean, I don't know whether we're going to go on rounds, but I mean, my take is that there are a lot to take into consideration when discussing, and this is my own interest, very specific interest in designing programs that can actually help people inject the right skills into the labor market, right? So into the design, there are issues to be considered, such as the nomenclature. So, for example, we talk about sets of different skills, but different people mean different things when they refer to the same skills, right? Also, we talk about skills, especially in the soft skills end, but some of the stuff that we're looking to see into the people actually go beyond skills. Their qualities, their predispositions, there are things that you don't necessarily train the typical way or through typical programs. So there are huge challenges to overcome when thinking of how you can have some programs that can help people be job relevant and market relevant, if that sums it up.
Yes. Terpsa, how is the Department of Higher Education ensuring that Cyprus is providing the opportunity to professionals in collaboration with other stakeholders like the Human Resource Development Authority to create an environment where it is easy to access, whether it be short courses or even academic programs? How is the Higher Education Department addressing this in order to provide opportunities to the professionals to go back to education?
What we have concluded until now, and we know from different research that we've done, is that there is a gap in the skills, between the skills that our students have learned in higher education and the skills that are needed from the market. Therefore, what I said, our project, which started right now, is to do the research in terms of those that they graduated in 5 years period, let's say. And we will see what are they doing right now, and at the same time, compare to the programs of their study what skills they have acquired, and at the what they think that they have acquired. And at the same time, we will research the market, the work market of the Cyprus work market. And at the same time, the department is participating at the Eurograduate study, which is the same study in the European level. Therefore, we will have a we will compare the results with other European countries. When we see that, we will give this information, we hope to give this information to the higher education institutions, to to other ministries, to the Human Resource Authority of Cyprus, in order for them to make some changes in their programs, in the programs that they already offer, or to offer a new short-term courses or programs for reskilling and upskilling according to the needs that we are going to define. Therefore, for the first time, we will have scientific knowledge of what's going on and what is needed. And then the universities and the higher education institutions, of course, and I agree with what you said, that the soft skills is harder to train. And the universities are going to need this information in order to give emphasis to their programs and do the right study in order to give what is needed by the work market. But another thing that we are going to emphasize, and it's now a trend in the European Union, is the micro-credentials. So the micro-credentials are short programs that they have to be evaluated and offer some credits, some CTS, in order for the people to get the micro-credentials and be able to use it, academically, I mean. So this is another area that the Department of Higher Education is specializing. It's not specializing, it's giving emphasis. And we are participating in the European committee, different, we are going and we see what is going at the European level, and at the same time, we will see here how we are going to implement these micro-credentials. Maybe we have them, but the problem is how to evaluate the programs, to assess them, and give credits for this program.
And I think it's very important for the department to be able to pass on information to the providers so they know where things stand, and also to compare with the EU and be able to see exactly where Cyprus is and where Cyprus should go.
And this will be an ongoing research. They will have the results every year. So it's very important.
Anna, I mean, how important is the first degree or a master's of a student? Because we've seen a lot in the last 20 years, I would say, students getting a degree in history, and on the way they realize that the market wants something else. So the old conception of being tied to the first degree has changed a lot. People are more flexible, recruiters are more flexible, so they see the potential in employers. They might not have the right skills when they recruit them, but they see the potential and they build through especially in bigger organizations. How important is to select the right degree, and how crucial it is for the career? Because there are many examples who might not, a student might not have realized at the age of 18 or 19 the real market needs, but at 30 or 35, after him exploring the market, he or she has a better understanding.
It's a very interesting question. Actually, I was thinking, as I was describing the project, that this is very common. As you mentioned in another discussion we had, we live in a very changing and dynamic environment, the labor market especially, which means that one of these things, one of these qualities that I was describing before, that the people going into the labor market need to have, is actually being able to adapt to what's going on, to just be able to be resilient in changes, to be able to, just to excel and to work with very diverse environments, and, for example, and things they cannot foresee. Take the pandemic, for example, right? It changed the way we did everything in our jobs. So in my mind, the first degree actually gives you a very good background and a very good background and a very, and a solid way of thinking as a scientist. And I had an interesting discussion with a good friend of mine right before I came here today about, she was recruiting people because she's working as a consultant in a very big consulting firm right now. And she was just saying that, the CVs and just looking at the credentials and the qualifications is important, but at the end of the day is and psychometrics play their role, of course, but at the end of the day, coming and having a discussion with a person in person makes a difference, right? So that's why, like, in my mind, the softer end of the skills makes a difference. So it's good, people study, and as they progress, they see that, their studies are not necessarily exactly what they want, where they wanted to go, and they can make amends, and they can amend what they have studied. But at the end of the day, is all other things that make the difference in being successful and, being able to progress and be happy professionally. So I think that we should not fixate into what exactly degrees one should do, but rather into in creating like a profile.
That's why the adaptability skill is very important.
Exactly.
And when you go on, as you go on, as you learn, and also you learn yourself as well.
Right.
The ability to change and adapt to the different things that are going on in terms of your personality, the things you want, the way of your thinking at that point of view,
but through experience,
that point of time, it's very important.
Very important. Through experience, we'll transform ourselves, right? And we see ourselves very differently as professionals, as who we are. So this is very important, of course. But we're having a project right now. This is University of Cyprus, University of Crete. I work for them, and Spain and the Netherlands, on how to select and train for soft skills in higher education. And we held some focus groups with people that had different important relations with soft skills and skills in general. So people from employers and policymakers, etc. And the important thing they said is that, listen, degrees are very important, and as we said, they provide the basis for tomorrow's graduates. However, being able to marry theory with real-life experience, not simulations, not experiential learning, not workshops per se, but actual practical experience through internships, but at the same time marry this experience with training on these skills, this makes a whole difference, right?
Yeah. And this is how we are going to face all these changes, the rapid changes. We have the technological rapid changes in terms of the world right now. We will be unable to predict what exactly we are going somebody has to do in order to find a job in 10 years, in 3 years, like it was long ago. So right now, we need these things in order to be able to change and have
shape in a way.
Shape,
yes.
Right.
I fully agree, and I would say that I'm always delighted when I see people who are maybe in their 40s or 50s coming back for a second degree. They did a degree at 18 or 20, and now during their career they've realized that they want something else. To have the stamina and the commitment to go back and do another degree shows that, first of all, they're much more committed than when they did their first degree, but they have a much clearer understanding. And that is where we need to establish an ecosystem that supports, encourages, whether it be short courses, micro-credentials, or formal education, to encourage working professionals to go back to education, something that they want to do, but obviously they have different needs and wants. They have families by that stage, they have work commitments, so they need to sacrifice a lot of things in order to achieve that. On the other hand, they are more committed than the usual student because they know what they want.
Right.
And one of the things that I personally find that Cypriot students, when they are out of school, just out of school, is that the large majority do not know what they want. whether it be the counseling at schools, whether it be their parents who cannot always give them clear direction. I think one area that requires improvement is to give to high school leavers a direction. Very few students, when they're 18 or 19, they come and I talk to them all the time, and they say, please advise me. What shall I study? And it's not an easy answer. There is no quick answer to this question. So we need to establish a system, and it goes from high schools, to give some index, some direction, not only what is marketable and what is going to be the future skills and future employment opportunities, but actually, what are they good at? So it's a combination. You need to be good at what you're doing, and also to know what the market wants. Because on many occasions, they come and ask me simple question, okay, if I do accounting and finance, what would be my salary? And if I do shipping, will it be a higher salary? And I said to them, forget about it. See what you are best at, see what your skills are, and if you are good at, you're going to have a good career. If you have some passion about it and you have some devotion. And I think there is a clear gap in Cyprus and the high schools of giving some sense of direction.
Guidance, yeah.
What is your experience, Anna, from Greece?
I mean, there are two aspects into it. The first is that career guidance is a sector that, and an area where now I don't know whether in Cyprus is exactly like that, but in Greece, we're now pushing towards this direction so that the children actually can have some access to some, because career guidance is basically information and understanding yourself, right? At 16 and at 17, right? But I think a very central thing is what you've mentioned earlier, lifelong learning, and a mentality of lifelong learning, a mentality that wherever you go and whatever you do now, things might change down the road, and you might need to just reposition yourself. And repositioning typically sometimes means going back to reskill in a way. Yeah. So I think the whole school mentality and the way we guide our children when they're 16 should embed this element of, a dynamic world and a dynamic labor that changes and that will probably require, as the research shows, children changing jobs 7 times during their careers, right? Yeah. So I think all these things should be...
And especially the fact that people live longer, so they work longer.
Exactly.
So the fact that, you start a career at 22, 23, and you can work until 70, that's almost 50 years.
Right.
So it goes without saying that you will need some upskilling and reskilling. And perhaps you need to change direction if you are stuck, your career is stuck at some point. And that's where, the government and the stakeholders and the private providers should all work together.
And that's why we need, if we have lifelong learning, we need the lifelong guidance as well.
Exactly.
And it is something that we need to face, to face and do some things on this. And actually, when I was in the guidance department, I initiated the Lifelong Guidance Forum. And we have, because in Cyprus we have career counseling services in the schools. And we have professionals that they are in the schools. It's a little bit different from Greece. I know the Greek system as well because we have cooperated with them. And I started, and we have a lifelong guidance forum that it was supposed to do certain things. I don't know for the time being what's going on, but the need is there. We need a lifelong guidance as well.
Yes, and I think it is the culture of everyone involved, whether it be the corporations. We know that, for example, in the UK and the US, the corporations build on their employees. They send them for executive education. Right. In Cyprus, we still don't have this culture. There are some corporations, but there are very few that invest on their people. Corporations in Cyprus usually think short term. They see about the targets this year. They don't invest on their people for the next 10 or 15 years. And obviously, you might invest on an employee, and then after a year or two, they go. But that's part of life. So corporations build careers overseas, and it's something that we are still missing, maybe because we're a small nation and because the corporations are not as big as other countries. But I think that's also if the corporations actually want to invest on their people, and we have some links with some corporations that do, and loyalty increases, motivation increases, but also the fact that you give the opportunity to an employee to get a master's or a short course or upskill, then that's their own skills and they can transfer them wherever they go.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And as the time passes, we are going, this is something that is needed by the society, and I think it's going to happen unavoidably.
And what is perhaps, Anna, some best practices from your experience on accommodating the needs of professionals? How do other countries or other systems support professionals to go back to education? Is it through subsidies? Is it through time of work? Is it, because one point here, I was talking about corporations. We have some corporations that send over students to us to study. They pay their fees, so the financial side is covered, but the students still drop out because they basically tell me it's a nightmare. I have my kids, I have work, they might pay for my fees, but they don't give me time off work. How will I do my assignments and my exams? So it's not only the financial side of things, it's to actually give time
the actual support.
Yes. Because if someone is paid by, their fees are paid by the company, they feel also an obligation to the company to perform well. So how, if you do not provide sufficient time, because the free time that they use is not enough, they need to spend time of work and of their families to commit. It's not a short course for 1 week, but it's a long-term project.
I think what you're saying is an interesting point, because investment does not mean money. Investment and invest in people actually goes way beyond this. And I have an example from an experience I had with Rolls-Royce at some point, where I worked as part of my PhD for a while there. And they have a phenomenal education center at Rolls-Royce. And what they have done, is I found this really, really top. They've created a program where they put social corporate responsibility and needs for training together. So, for example, if they've identified that some of their employees lack, they need to work as team leaders, but they lack leadership skills, for example, right? They would create, or they would put together a project for corporate social responsibility purposes, and they would take this person, they would allow this person time off work, so give him time off work, the minutes that he should be at work, right? And then he would have to dedicate himself and dedicate this time into just working in this project. Mm-hmm. And this was actually an excellent idea. And it didn't even cost them money. I mean, it did cost them money in the sense that this person was out of his job, but at the same time did not cost them money that they had to spend on programs. So I'm sure if people think out of the box and if people are creative, they can find very interesting ways to do that. And as you said, there are different practices that can be applied. I mean, subsidies are a very good example. The lifelong learning mentality is a way forward, and lifelong learning mentality means having in place policies to support going back to school and going back to training.
Thank you to both. We're almost done with time. Any closing remarks, Anna, Derpsa?
No, please go ahead.
Well, I would say that the subject of being back to work after you already finish your studies, or you're out of work for a certain period of time, or you need some reskilling or upskilling. It's very, very important, and I think this is something that is needed. And actually, the Ministry of Education, the Department of Higher Education, gives a lot of emphasis on that, and we're going to work in order to be able to have a strategy and a policy that will help. And by giving emphasis on the research that I told you, and giving scientific knowledge on the needs in order for our young people or different groups of people, in order to have this information and make educational decisions for themselves is very important. And also another thing that we need to see, we give some subsidies, but it depends on the socioeconomic criteria. So if we see how to, at the same time, help and offer some programs, our public universities and also the private institutions of higher educations, if we help them in order to provide some programs that they will be micro-credentials, that they will be short periods of time for reskilling and upskilling, and they don't have to spend a lot of time, and these programs to be accredited and evaluated by a different body, and give this opportunity to them, I think is going to be very helpful, and we are going to give emphasis to be able to provide this to these groups.
That's very good to hear.
Just one sentence. I think it's important to, when trying to discuss and design programs as to how to bring the education and the labor market together, maybe it's worth exploring, instead of what are the skills requirements and skills gaps and shortages, maybe, term it in terms of skills, maybe it's worth exploring what are the qualities and the characteristics of the people who succeed, because you will never be able to keep up with the pace of the labor market, right? This is a lost game, basically. So
should be included. They will go together. I agree.
On that note, and I think we're perfect with time, thank you both. It was a very fruitful and pleasant conversation, and I wish you good luck with the project of the Minister of Education.
We will need your help as well.
And of course, to disseminate the information in the best possible way. Thank you all for attending this session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yangos. Punctual as always. Thank you very much. This next panel discussion is co-organized with Step Up, Stop Slavery. And will address the topic of mobilization of the business and finance industries in combating modern slavery. Modern slavery is the gravest human rights violation of our time. It is a financially motivated crime generating profits of over $150 billion a year from the exploitation of over 50 million people globally. The truth is that modern slavery cannot be eradicated without the committed and active engagement of the business and finance industries. This discussion will explore the pivotal role the finance industry plays in combating slavery and trafficking, and the practical steps banking institutions can take towards eradicating this crime. We have with us leading experts that will highlight why businesses are uniquely placed in protecting human rights and how they can unlock their potential, becoming key players in the fight against slavery and trafficking through their ESG agenda, human rights, due diligence and ethical business practices, and supply chain due diligence. We have the honor of having with us internationally acclaimed survivor leader Timea Nagy as an integral part of this discussion. Please welcome Valiant Ritchie, who will be online, OSCE Special Representative and Coordinator Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, Daniel Thelesclaf, who will also be joining us online, Project Director at FAST Initiative, Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking, Michelle Brewer, UK Judge, Timea Nagy, CEO, founder, best-selling author, award-winning global human rights activist, survivor leader, Niki Harilau, Manager Financial Crime and Sanctions Compliance at Bank of Cyprus. The discussion will be moderated by Katerina Stefanou, Modern Slavery Compliance Consultant and founder of Step Up, Stop Slavery. Katerina.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us, and thank you very much to our amazing panel members for joining us today for this very important discussion. I'm sure lots of you, when you read the title of this panel, were thinking, what does business and finance have to do with modern slavery? The answer is everything. Human trafficking and slavery is motivated by financial gain. As we've heard in our introduction, it's a business that generates over $150 billion a year. And it's actually the second biggest business in the world after drug trafficking. The recent statistics show that today we have about 50 million people in the world who are being exploited, bought, and sold for profit. This is purely about money. Now, the conversation about the engagement of the finance and business industries is a very new one. And our panel today, we have the honor of having the leading experts in the world in this field. So, firstly, I'd like to start off with Valiant Ritchie, OSCE Special Representative and Coordinator for Trafficking in Human Beings. Val, the engagement of the financial and business sector in combating human trafficking is a priority for your office. Can you please let us know why it's so important, why it's crucial, and how the financial and business sectors are connected to modern slavery? Also, tell us a bit more, please, about the work that you do in the OSCE, in the member states in this area. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this event. Good afternoon to you, and many thanks to the government of Cyprus and to Step Up, Stop Slavery for the invitation. The topic, as you have already outlined, is really timely and I think really important, so I'm delighted to see the engagement of Cyprus in the conversation, particularly given our joint work on engaging the financial sector in the anti-trafficking agenda. As you just clearly outlined, trafficking is a problem that intersects with so many different aspects of modern society and virtually every aspect or sector of our economies. And the scope and scale of it simply require intervention beyond state-led criminal justice measures. So we often think of trafficking, we say, well, this is a problem for the police. Why can't they solve it? But the fact is that the scale is much bigger than that, and the intersection with our economies means that we really need to talk to businesses. And according to the ILO, 86% of forced labor is in the private sector. So businesses have a crucial role to take action here. Now, what does action mean? Well, it means that they can strengthen their codes of conduct, they can implement due diligence measures in their supply chains, because if they put in risk management systems, then they can identify risks of exploitation, they can prevent them, and they can minimize them and eliminate them. Now, this is a fascinating time to have this conversation because there's a lot of development going on in the area of policies around this. Countries are moving, initially the policies that were being developed were sort of soft policies around voluntary measures to report on what companies were seeing. And now countries are shifting towards hard mandatory policies requiring companies to take real, meaningful steps to eliminate trafficking, forced labor, modern slavery in their supply chains. These also can include criminal or civil liability provisions, so there could be serious punishments. And those laws are including remedies for survivors, victims of trafficking, to get compensation for the harm. Now, there's examples already in France, Germany, Norway, and right now the EU has just recently introduced a draft of legislation that would apply to the entire EU, which makes a lot of sense for Cyprus to be having this conversation right now. The sooner that countries talk about this issue, the sooner they're going to be able to take action on it. And we've developed, you asked about what the OSCE has done, we've developed some model guidelines for countries in legislation they can adopt, in provisions that they can adopt, in measures around labor protections that they can adopt, because this is all part of making sure that you eliminate risk. Now, the topic of this is not only businesses, but it's also the financial sector in particular. And the reason for that is that, as you said very accurately, trafficking is a financially motivated crime, so there's a whole number of reasons why the financial sector should be paying attention to it. And it's not just a theory. What we're seeing is increasingly businesses, banks are implicated in trafficking because traffickers misuse financial systems for their own gain and to move money. And increasingly there's scrutiny on banks, so they should be paying attention. There's a good strategic value for banks to pay attention to this. They have a reputational risk that is that they're exposed to if they don't take action. But also they can face regulatory and legal liability. So they really do need to pay attention to this topic. Additionally, there's a reason that the public sector should take action here. It helps investigators if they identify cases and improves the evidence for prosecution. It can help identify victims and contribute to their protection by seizing funds from exploiters. And it can prevent the crime by cutting off the lifeblood of trafficking. That's the reason that my office developed a paper called Following the Money. It's a compendium of resources for countries to use. It also outlines cooperation steps between the financial sector and governments, and gives red flag indicators so that countries can pay attention to and banks can pay attention to the indicators of exploitation. Now, the role of banks is really important here, and we held a roundtable with FAST, who's joining on this call. And we had several recommendations for the financial sector. And I'm going to give you those recommendations, and then I'm going to stop. But they're important, crucial points. First, one of the strongest ingredients for success on this is high-level support, political will to tackle the issues. So we need senior executives in financial institutions to engage on this. Second, we need to be proactive. Financial intelligence and financial services need to make proactive financial disclosures. They need to go out and look for indicators of misuse of their system. And we need to be proactive to eliminate those illicit flows. Third, human trafficking should be included in national risk assessments. In most OSCE states, trafficking is assessed as a low threat. As you just said, there's 50 million victims worldwide. It's one of the largest illicit crimes in the world. So clearly there's a risk. So we need to do a better job in including in the risk assessment. Fourth, many countries only work with law enforcement or maybe civil society, but survivors of trafficking have a unique experience, and we need to incorporate their voice in anything that we do on this issue. We need to include them in our policy development and our programs and strategy development so that we can make sure that we're doing the best job possible. Fifth, we need to do training. A recent report concluded that 77% of the financial industry doesn't know how to stop proceeds connected to trafficking. And the fact is that they need capacity to do the best thing possible. Finally, we need strong cooperation and partnerships, which is exactly why conferences like this are so important, to bring together the different aspects of the community so we can build the partnerships necessary. So thanks so much for the opportunity to offer some thoughts, but I think that kickstarts the conversation in terms of this topic.
Thank you, Val. Thank you so much for that. Moving on now, we're going to hear from Timmy and Aggie. No conversation, I believe, about human trafficking can be had in a thorough way without the voice of survivors. And Timmy and Aggie is by far one of the world's leading and most impactful survivors, I would say, that we have today. She has been a victim of sex trafficking. She was sold into forced prostitution, managed to escape, rebuild her life, and now she's carrying out amazing work. Timia, can you please tell us a bit about your journey? And also, because the theme of this conference is inclusivity, if you can tell us a bit about why inclusivity is such an important factor, especially for survivors of sex trafficking. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to bring our voice to this conversation in Cyprus. I almost had the opportunity, or I did have the opportunity to do this in person and visit you guys a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. It is obviously such an honor to be in a company of your staff, Katerina, and your hard work, and Valen and Danielle from FAST. Truly an honor to bring our voice and our perspective to these very important conversations. So before I share my story, I just want to say I always get very inspired when we have these conversations, especially from such a high level officials like OSCE and FAST from the United Nations. And so it just inspires me to keep doing the work that we are doing. In terms of my story, I absolutely need to say this, but it's pretty typical. We were in a financial distress with my family in Hungary, and I accepted a job to come to Canada and work as a nanny and a babysitter, but unfortunately in a short period of time turns out that my agency was not a regular agency, it was an international human trafficking organized crime. This happened at the time when there was no laws in any country or international laws. Nobody called it human trafficking. It was just the unfortunate employment situation. That's what they called it. Hundreds and thousands of Eastern European girls were trafficked into Canada, and many of them had to find a way out, just like myself. So that being said, the point of today's conversation is human trafficking, the economics, and the importance of reintegration. So in my personal case, it took me, because there was no laws, no support, no help, no awareness, it took me about 20 years to rebuild my life. 20 years to speak proper English, 20 years to get proper skills and education, 20 years to get to where I am today. To give you a good idea on what happens when a country actually invests and prevents or invests in victims of human trafficking and their reintegration and rehabilitation. When we started our organization 10 years after I was trafficked, I started working with victims of human trafficking. So while it took me 20 years to get proper skills and proper, jobs and education and be able to actually pay my taxes eventually, victims that we worked with, it took them only less than 5 years to reintegrate. So I think we, just like Valen said, we are making incredible progress, but we have to understand one thing. Assisting victims of human trafficking is no longer just the right thing to do. We have to do this economically. We have to do this because it's the right thing to do, because people's lives are being destroyed in front of our eyes, 50 million to be exact. But we also have to do this because if we don't do this work, if we don't invite them to be a part of the countries and societies where they were ending up being trafficked and they cannot go home, if we don't do that work, based on the research that we have done in Canada, every single time you let down one victim and you let a victim fall through the crack over and over again through a lifetime, it costs any sitting government, and take out your calculators, $785,000 per victim. My organization worked with over 400 victims. If you take out your calculator and times 400 individuals to $785,000, you do the math. So the number is so astronomical that you can't even actually get the number on a calculator. And this is what governments don't necessarily understand, or many governments, that the importance of helping victims of human trafficking or preventing or integrating is not just the right thing to do. We have to do this, otherwise the ripple effects are way worse. So in my personal journey, I can show you what happens when somebody gets reintegrated, right? So I finally got reintegrated 20 years later, and I was able to start paying my taxes. And not only that, I started a company, and I started employing other survivors. Survivors who have not had steady jobs because of their past, the gap on their resume, they didn't know how to reintegrate. We started working for our company, and we basically offered them a safe environment where we can get them job ready. So we offered them up to 2 years of employment with our company, and because of that, now they're working out in the field. One of them is a general manager, the other one is a nurse, the other one is a security guard, the other one is a video editor, and the list goes on. As a result, now they pay the rent, they buy housing, They start paying their mortgages and taxes, and now they are part of a healthy member of our society. So I think human trafficking is, and a reintegration of survivors, I think, is a very important step to the work that we are doing. And I think it's the natural next step to all the work and that has been listed already by Bill and the OSCE, all the policies, all the new laws, all the implementations that are happening around the world. So I think we are actually on an incredibly right track, and which actually goes right into the next conversation we're going to have with Daniel Telesclav, and how the financial sector is playing a part in helping reintegrating survivors. So I would like to thank very much for the organizers for us to have this conversation, or the opportunity to have this conversation, and looking forward to any questions or any other discussions we may have in our short limited time.
Thank you. Thank you, Timea, so much. And thanks for presenting that really important point that actually we don't often realize is the financial burden on the state of not implementing human trafficking legislation effectively. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Daniel Telesclav. Daniel is the project director of the FAST initiative. FAST initiative is Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking. This is quite a new initiative, as we've been saying. This is a new conversation. And this week we're celebrating the 3 years anniversary of FAST, so congratulations. Daniel, could you tell us a little bit more about FAST? I'm very, very grateful to have you with us today introducing the FAST initiative to Cyprus. Can you tell us a little bit about FAST? And also, because today we're talking about inclusivity, if you can talk a little bit into why inclusivity of vulnerable groups is so important when we're talking about preventing and reintegrating victims of human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. And it's wonderful to see dear colleagues here and fighters in our joint endeavor. So greetings from the United Nations University here in New York. In a previous life, I was the head of the anti-money laundering authorities in Liechtenstein and in Switzerland, and I was the chair of the Council of Europe's money laundering watchdog, Moneyval. And one thing I learned in that time is that financial crime and money laundering often appear as quite abstract phenomena that rarely affect citizens directly. But for the victims of modern slavery, this is the umbrella term we use for human trafficking, labor exploitation, and child labor. These offenses not only affect their financial situation, they also constitute egregious violations of their most fundamental human rights. However, what constitutes a human rights violation for us is highly profitable business for the perpetrators. And it has been said before that these crimes generate a profit of over 150 billion euros per year worldwide. And this makes modern slavery the most pervasive activity of criminal organizations. Now, although these activities are illegal all over the world, the authorities have so far failed to trace, confiscate, and return even a fraction of these proceeds to their rightful owners, the survivors of these crimes. In the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, all countries have committed to ending modern slavery by 2030. Today, however, we must state that we are far from achieving this goal. Instead, the pandemic, conflicts, and climate change have further worsened the situation of those affected. And in the last 5 years, the number of victims have risen from 40 to 50 million people. This must make us very concerned. And this is why at FAST we are convinced that the current approach of combating these crimes with law enforcement resources alone is insufficient. What is needed is a much broader engagement of civil society and in particular a better cooperation with the financial sector. Now, why the financial sector? Of course, the sector cannot end slavery alone. Nor, however, will slavery end without the active engagement of the financial sector. As the world's bankers, investors, insurers, financial sector's actors have unparalleled influence over global businesses. They have a unique role to play in investing in and fostering business practices that help to end modern slavery. In short, finance is a lever by which the entire global economy can be moved. In our work, we have identified 3 connections between modern slavery and the financial sector. Firstly, as been said before, proceeds from modern slavery flow into the financial sector and are laundered there, intentionally or unintentionally, consciously or unconsciously. Second, the financial sector invests in businesses that profit from exploitation. And thirdly, financial inclusion can help prevent vulnerable people from being exploited. And let me illustrate these 3 connections with some examples from our work. In relation to the first nexus, the laundering the proceeds of crime from modern slavery, survivors and financial experts like Timea can provide very valuable information of how perpetrators used and laundered the proceeds. This raw information is enriched with evidence from criminal cases and can be passed on to the financial sector in the form of typologies and red flag indicators. The OSCE has done great work on that and has published a compendium of red flag indicators that financial institutions can use. This leads to financial institutions being better able to identify suspicious activity and report it to the competent authorities, the financial intelligence units. In the last months, we have trained over 500 experts in Latvia, Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova, and are extremely impressed that as a result of these activities, of these interventions, there has been a significant increase in suspicious activity reports in those countries. Based on such financial intelligence, perpetrators can be identified and illegal assets can be seized. Regarding the second nexus, investor behavior, we support and accompany a coalition of investors jointly with an Australian organization called Walk Free in Southeast Asia so that they can better identify and mitigate the risks of modern slavery. This coalition manages over 4 trillion euros and can thus have a significant impact on the behavior of its investees. We have also worked with Walk Free and the Stock Exchange of Thailand to develop guidelines of how listed companies can better identify and address these risks. Again, stock exchanges can have quite an important role as a lever too. So let me end my intervention with an example of how financial inclusion of vulnerable groups can have a preventative effect. Our research has confirmed that vulnerable groups are better protected from being exploited when they have access to financial services. A microcredit, for example, enables the owner of a small plantation in Congo to build their own livelihood. A company founded by women in Ghana can sell its products abroad through access to payment services. Or refugees from conflict areas can support their families through a remittance channel without having to rely on the services of dubious money couriers, often linked to organized crime. During this week, you have certainly also discussed the situation in Ukraine. Well over 4 million people, most of them women and children, have had to leave their homeland, and many of them are currently living in European countries. Unfortunately, we know that this tragedy also provides a unique business opportunity for human traffickers. So making bank accounts and financial services available quickly and without bureaucracy not only enables people to build a dignified life, the bank's sophisticated IT systems can also make it possible to quickly identify suspicious transactions should people fall into dependencies. Of course, when opening bank accounts, the provision of money laundering laws must be complied with. And of course, such persons often come with a bank or a financial institution with incomplete ID documents. But we have so far been able to find solutions in all countries where we have been active that make both possible: compliance with the law and opening of bank accounts. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it cannot be that it is easier for a Russian oligarch to open a bank account than for a refugee from Ukraine. So I hope I was able to explain that there are many ways how the financial sector can engage. I just described a few of them. We are happy to continue the discussion with any of you here in the room if you're interested to learn more and work with us. But for now, many thanks for the time you have given to us, and I'm looking forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for your description of the incredible and very crucial work that FAST Initiative does. And we really look forward in Cyprus to implementing it in a more deep and integrated way. Our next speaker that we have with us is Niki Harilau. Niki Harilau is the Head of Sanctions and Compliance for the Bank of Cyprus, and she is here speaking in her capacity representing the Association of Cyprus Banks. Niki has been involved, well, Cyprus has been involved in piloting the Follow the Money project, which is a pilot project that both Val Ritchie and Daniel have referred to, which is a collaborative project between Financial Intelligence Unit, law enforcement, and banking to increase the intelligence that we're getting that we can actually use to increase our prosecutions in court cases as well. So it's a great project and it's groundbreaking, and it's fantastic that we're doing that in Cyprus. And Niki's been involved in that. Would you like to tell us more about this?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this event, and yes, I would like to share my experience with the project. It was very exciting. The banks were asked to identify within their clientele cases of trafficking and check the transactions that took place in the account in the past in order to identify possible red flags and typologies that could be used for the purpose of having a more structured approach to examining and investigating these cases. And as Katerina mentioned, the Financial Intelligence Unit here in Cyprus, MOCAS, was involved in the project and is in the process of issuing an operational alert, like guidance for the financial institutions with all the red flags that have been identified and the typologies, so that the financial institutions can do a better job at tracking these cases and being able to report these cases to the authorities so that the authorities have more evidence to prove criminal activity. And in this respect, the financial sector can also assist in the effort to prevent human trafficking. But what's interesting, and Daniel mentioned, is that the role of financial institutions is also to promote inclusivity. So the banks have been working towards this respect as well. We have adjusted our procedures so that we can accommodate also the more vulnerable people that need to open bank accounts. We had a lot of help from the Central Bank of Cyprus for this. They provided guidance as to alternative documents we can obtain to open bank accounts, even for people who have lost their passports in their effort to flee their country and everything. So we do try and make an effort to accommodate for these people as well and open accounts for them. And something that our bank did this year for the refugees in Ukraine, we introduced digital onboarding, and we assisted these people to open accounts here in Cyprus from their phones using their mobiles, since it was more difficult for them to access a bank in their country. And we had a lot of interest for this. So I think, yes, in general, financial institutions can play a significant role with respect to preventing trafficking, and this will continue in the future with the cooperation of the banks with the financial intelligence units and the law enforcement agencies.
Thank you, Nigimo. That's really, that's great news. And also you were mentioning that you've been collaborating on these preventative banking measures with the central bank. Does that mean that all banks now in Cyprus are doing these preventative account opening measures,
Yes,
like the Bank of Cyprus?
I would like to think so, yes, that everyone is making an effort.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nigi. Our final speaker in this panel is Judge Michelle Brewer. Michelle has come all the way from England to be with us today, so thank you very much for being here and for your collaboration. You're going to be talking more into business and human rights. Now, Val spoke about this quite a lot, actually. What I'm interested to hear from you is what are the consequences for businesses that violate human rights? Like, what are the legal consequences that you can tell us about? Because it's important. We know that businesses are very, maybe not knowingly, involved in a lot of labor exploitation. So what do they need to know, and why is it important for them to comply with human rights?
Great question, Katerina. Before I start, I would really like to commend the fact that we've got a global panel, because actually, as all the other speakers have intimated, human trafficking, labor exploitation is something that impacts us all globally, and it's really important that we share and collate our knowledge and build our own capacity, so that's incredibly important. The short answer to that, and maybe I'm coming from the judicial side of it, but the consequences, and I'm going to be talking more about legal consequences for businesses that engage in human rights violations or somehow find themselves embroiled in human rights violations because, for instance, somewhere down their supply chain, there are businesses that are engaged in human rights violations, or they're a parent company and the subsidiary, wherever they are, is engaged in human rights violations. What are the consequences? Well, they're significant legal consequences. And what do I mean when we're talking about human rights violations? Well, we situate human rights violations in international law, in regional law. So for us in the UK, for you in Cyprus, of course, it will be the European Convention of Human Rights. And again, with Cyprus, it will be the EU directives. And that's where we will look to for human rights violations. And what do we see when businesses engage in human rights violations? What do these look like? Well, shortly, I'm going to walk you through some cases, legal cases, where we see those violations emerge. But generally, unfortunately, they can be throughout the spectrum of human rights violations, and the most egregious human rights violations. And by that, I mean the right to life. So you see unlawful killings of workers, forced labor, slavery, servitude, rape, other forms of sexual violence. Really, when we start looking and drilling down into these cases, sadly, we see a whole gamut of human rights violations that businesses can and have been found to be engaged in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk, because I think it's really important when we talk about legal consequences that we actually situate them in cases. So I'm going to walk you through three very different cases, very different business structures, and show you where we've seen that there's civil liabilities, criminal liabilities, and other forms of compensation. The first case that I want to speak to, and it's an important case, is a case called Jabir against Keek Textiles. So let me give you a little bit of an idea, background about what that case was about. On the 11th of September 2012, 258 workers in a garment factory in Karachi, Pakistan died in a fire, one of the most horrendous industrial fires that had been seen in Pakistan. And the reporting at that time on the fire made it clear that the windows in that garment factory were barred, that there was only one exit that they could leave from, all the other exits were locked. And so what that meant was the victims and the survivors were either suffocated, and then sadly for the victims, a lot of them were burned alive. So that's what was happening in this garment factory in Pakistan. So where is the business dimension here? Well, Kik was a garment, or was a retailer in Germany, incorporated in Germany. And it bought up, over several years, about 70% of the garments from that factory in Germany. But there was also another European dimension. An Italian firm, several weeks before, had been nominated as the auditor to go into the factory and check whether it's compliant with basic health and safety. And then once they were satisfied that it was, they were to issue a certificate. What emerged post-fire was that that auditing company had issued a certificate. It is believed that they hadn't even visited the premises. And what they hadn't identified on their inspection was that there was child labor present, there was forced overtime, and that, of course, that there was very deficient fire systems. So what happened as a consequence of that disaster? Well, a couple of things emerged. The first thing is that Kik very quickly offered to pay $1 million to the survivors and the victims. Some of us more cynically may say that because really what we were looking at with international reporting is a significant reputational damage for those that had been named in this. But actually what later emerged, and some years later, one victim and then three family members of the victims brought a civil claim in German courts. And they did so situating it in what we would call civil liability. So they were alleging that the Kik company owed a direct duty of care, that they had been negligent to those workers in that factory. Now that case was dismissed. Now, we don't have time to discuss why it was dismissed. It's a very complex issue around private international law, but it was dismissed essentially as time-barred. The courts found that it was too late. But what did happen was, because of the public pressure that that litigation placed on the company, Kik, then there was a further compensation of just under 5 million euros, again, to the victims. Because, of course, what we're talking about here very much for that business was reputational harm, reputational risk. The other two cases that I'm going to talk about are two UK cases, because I think it's important when we talk about business and human rights, there's a lot of exposure, a lot of discussion, particularly globally, around multinational industries and enterprises and their engagement in potential human rights violations. And we sometimes forget about the little companies, the little businesses. And so the two cases that I'm going to talk about now in the UK, one concerns a civil case and the other a criminal case, is really very much on the lower end of the scale. The first case I'm going to talk about from the UK is Astozis and DJ Houghton. Now, that case concerned Lithuanian workers that were brought to the UK by a company called DJ Houghton. It was a small company. And they brought the workers to come and work on a chicken farm, or various chicken farms. And so what these workers did is they were sent to various chicken farms, and they were called chicken catchers, essentially. They would get the chickens and they'd upload them in the lorry. What emerged from the litigation was this, is that they had been paid very poorly, and they certainly were paid below the minimum wage. Their wages were deducted. They were penalized if they weren't working the excessive hours that they should. They were placed in accommodation that was substandard. They were malnourished. They had an enforcer, so if they felt that they were too tired to work, couldn't work, and they're working at least excessively over 13 hours a day, that enforcer would threaten them with violence. And one particular worker who just complained too much was thrown out without work and had to live in a tent, and because of hunger and destitution went back to the company asking for work again. A police officer who attended on the workers at one point described one of the workers as looking like a survivor from a prison of war camp. So the employees brought a claim against this company for unlawful deduction of wages, unpaid wages, and the like. And the courts found in their favour. The courts said that they had been unlawfully deducted wages and damages were made, so that the company was found to be liable, and a large sum of damages was afforded to the employees. But two other important issues, I think, that are important to flag up. As I said at the beginning, it was a small company. What the civil courts did in the UK was found the directors personally liable for those damages. The second thing that the court did that I think is extremely important is they awarded what we call aggravated damages. So not only were they now going to get the payout for the salary that was owed to them, and that was a significant amount, but that was an uplift of 20% to show the aggravating features of their cases. And that was in our civil courts. And the final thing that I think is incredibly important that came out of that is that the civil judge said, I'm not in a criminal jurisdiction, I'm sitting in a civil jurisdiction. But I would say that the facts on this case that I've found as credible amounts to modern slavery criminal offences. And that's a really important outcome in the UK and an important case for us as judges to consider. And the final case, again, focusing on the smaller cases, is a case called Khan, and that's a criminal case. So Mrs. Khan and her two sons and her husband operated a small restaurant in Harrogate in the UK. They predominantly secured their workers, so their waiters, their cooking staff, from Pakistan. And one of the workers described in a criminal case was brought against Mrs. Shah, her husband, and her two sons for conspiracy to traffic those workers into the UK. And one of the workers described his situation as this. He said he arrived into the UK, he was patted down by Mr. Shah immediately on arrival, and all of his identity documents were taken from him. He worked in excess of 13 hours a day. Although he was paid small sums that he could send back to Pakistan, he was not paid the amount that was promised, and he was certainly paid under the minimum wage. He was verbally assaulted on numerous occasions, and again placed in accommodation which was substandard, very poor quality. He was dissuaded from seeking medical attention, dental care, and generally had what the criminal court considered conditions that were akin to forced labor. And his situation was shared by 8 other employees. In the criminal court, 3 of the defendants, Mrs. Shah and her 2 sons, were found guilty of conspiracy to traffic and were sentenced to 3 years in custody. The Solicitor General, our Solicitor General, considered that that was too light, too lenient a sentence, and appealed that sentence to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal agreed, quashed those sentences, and put in place for 2 of the defendants, the 2 sons, a 4-year sentence. Last year, we issued new sentencing guidings for the Modern Slavery Act offences, and that type of case now retract a sentence likely between 8 and 12 years. So what am I trying to impress, really, with this, is that the international community, as Val has spoken about, as Daniel has spoken about, Timmy has spoken about, what the discussion is moving from is that the light touch of self-regulation of businesses, quite frankly, is no longer going to wash. And actually, we are moving now to accountability for human rights violations committed by businesses. There was a recent Canadian Supreme Court which said that customary international norms that are breached, you can bring causes of action not just against states, but directly against businesses. And so that's really showing the trajectory now of the narrative. And certainly we are seeing emerging in the UK, particularly supply chain cases that are being brought, that they are settling because businesses recognize the significant reputational risk that is coming from these cases when they are litigated. So I'm perhaps the stick in this conversation, and you have more of the carrot in seeking on the frameworks that should be adopted by the financial services industry and the businesses. And the final thing I would say is that the last case I had in practice before my appointment was one that wasn't a supply chain, it was about international financial investors. And we were moving to name and shame those investors in an application to the Special Rapporteur dealing with trafficking on women and children, because they were investing in companies that were directly engaged in human rights violations. And so that was something that I had been working on before my appointment as a judge. I do not think that that is a lone case, and certainly international advocacy beyond just domestic courts and international courts is something that we're going to see emerging over time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for that. It's very, very positive that such great steps are being taken by the courts regarding business and human rights. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it develops, because both the areas dealing with finance and business are very new ones, which is a great sign that we're on this path. In conclusion, I'd like to actually pick up on the words that Daniel said, which is that the finance and business industries can't end slavery alone, because the fact is that slavery and trafficking affects every single industry, every part of society, and every single one of us personally. Every one of us has to understand and play our role in ending human slavery and trafficking. But the truth of the matter is that without the active engagement of finance and business, human slavery will never end. So thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you, Cyprus Forum, for having us. And thank you to our audience for giving us your time and your attention on this very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
This is what happens when people close faster than what you expected. Thank you. Right, we're moving on to our next fireside discussion with Paul Bloom, professor, scholar, and writer. The discussant is Stephen Sequeira Gouveia, PhD, postdoc research fellow, Minds, Brain Imaging, and Neuroethics Unit. Please welcome them. Just give us a few more minutes whilst we get them ready. And thank you all very much for being here today. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
It's fine.
Okay, so let me start first by saying thank you very much for the invitation. We are just waiting for Paul to connect. So let me just talk a bit about myself. So I'm Steven. Most of you don't know me, but I'm 29 years old. Well, actually, today is my birthday, so I'm 30. Well, let's say I'm 29 because I don't want to go inside. Yeah, I don't want to. Let me just enjoy my 29 yet. I don't want to go to 30 yet, but okay. And I have a PhD in neurophilosophy. Actually, I did a mixed PhD in Portugal and in Canada. And well, Paul is here, so let's start right now. So, as I said, I have a PhD in neurophilosophy. And I'm very happy to welcome Emeritus Professor Paul Bloom from Yale University and the University of Toronto. So welcome, Paul, to Nicosia. We are all very excited to have you here. So going straight to what brought us here, from your book, Against Empathy, we learned that a benevolent emotion like empathy can trigger some good actions, but it can also be the root of very bad moral decisions. So can you tell us how this can be problematic regarding political issues such as racism or tribalism?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. And happy birthday. So, my book Against Empathy is a cautionary tale about how moral emotions that seem perfectly respectable and perfectly powerful and positive can lead us astray. And so I focus on empathy, which is sort of putting yourself in another person's shoes, feeling what they feel. You might imagine that's just wonderful for morality. It motivates us to help people. It motivates us to make a difference. And in some cases it does. But empathy has its problems. And one of these problems, going back to what you're saying, is that we naturally feel empathy towards those who are close to us, towards those who speak the same language as us, to those from the same country, who look like us, who have the same skin color. There's experiment after experiment showing this, and also from common sense you kind of appreciate it. So as such, this could be a force for racism and bigotry and for certain bias in helping.
So do you think your ideas on empathy and rational compassion can also have a positive impact concerning, for example, global poverty that is far from our eyes and our ears?
It can, because it suggests that, if we rely on our feelings too much and rely on our gut when making these decisions, we run the risk of not helping people who need to help the most. So your empathy, my empathy, your caring and compassion is naturally guided to the people in your neighborhood, the people you know, your friends, your family. So much of charitable donations goes to those causes immediately. And these might be people who really do need help. But the problem is that, that because of the bias of empathy, we don't direct them to global causes, to people who actually need help far more than we do, far more than our friends and family do. So I think a sort of careful eye towards the limitations of our moral emotions could help us realize that, that we should do better. We should use other procedures, be more rational, be more distant.
Mm-hmm. Well, that will imply to have a certain knowledge of relevant data and information, right? But we know most people, they don't want to put effort on those kind of rational thinking. So what do you think we can do to improve that sort of very human ways of thinking about, for example, donations and global poverty?
Yeah, you're right, it doesn't come naturally to us, this way of thinking. I'm optimistic for different reasons. The movement known as effective altruism, which explicitly tries to get people to put their money and put their efforts into the causes where they're most needed, is picking up steam. There's more and more in the United States and Europe and elsewhere where people are doing this. I think we can, through cultural changes and through individual changes, learn to override our gut feelings, learn to override our natural ways of doing it. And one example of this is racism, where we have natural racist biases, but we know enough, typically most of us, not to let them, not to let them have the sway in our actions. It's nobody, no politician, no mainstream politician would explicitly appeal to racist biases, maybe do it implicitly, but it's somewhat taboo. And this shows that we actually can override certain natural inclinations. So I'd like to think this could happen more generally.
Mm-hmm. So we have a bunch of evidence from moral psychology in general that shows that we, human beings, are actually very biased and influenced by random factors that should not be relevant to do moral and political decisions. How do you think we can fight these problematic features of human beings? So do you think, for example, we can use artificial intelligence to overcome some of our biases and irrational ways of thinking?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that the one thing which I don't advise is the idea that if we simply know about them personally, we can get rid of them. It never works that way. Knowing about your own racial biases, for instance, doesn't make you less racist. It's often these things are disguised from consciousness, often they're hard to monitor. I think, though, what we do better is, and this is a strange thing to defend, but I want to defend bureaucracy, procedure. We often, if we have set procedures, set mechanisms in place to tell us what to do so without reference to sort of our own biases, we can do better. And I can imagine, some sort of AI helping along these lines, some sort of AI monitoring situations, for instance, saying, these are the people who most need help. These are the causes that most make a difference. And to doing so, it wouldn't be swayed by the sort of biases that you and I would have.
Mm-hmm. I actually just read a paper about attractiveness biases in student grading. And you are a professor, I also teach at university. It's funny because the results were that there is indeed an attractive biases, but during the pandemic, the biases was lower because students didn't use the cam. So this is an example, well, via video, we can always ask students to log off their camera, but in a normal setting of a university class, how can you don't be influenced by those sorts of biases?
It's a lovely metaphor for a broader problem that we face, a lovely example. Mm-hmm. I've also heard that in most cases, waiters and waitresses who are more attractive get better tips. And then through the pandemic, if people were wearing masks, that no longer happens. In fact, everybody gets the tips of the most attractive people. When we see people in masks, we assume that they're attractive. It's very helpful. I think we need to in some way have the equivalent of turning off our cameras, to use your nice metaphor, the equivalent of everybody wearing masks when it comes to making these important moral decisions. And this is why I think there's some appeal to what you suggested, which is using AI as a solution. Now, AI, as everybody knows, has its own problems with biases depending on how it's trained. Mm-hmm. But I think we could do a better job of getting a machine to ignore skin color than getting a person to ignore skin color.
Mm-hmm. So the fundamental thesis of your new book, The Sweet Spot, The Pleasures of Suffering and the Search for Meaning, it's actually an amazing book, you should all get it.
Thank you.
Is that suffering, and not only pleasure, is also necessary for an happy and meaningful life. So could you tell us a bit more about this?
Sure. My book is a defense of what you could call motivational pluralism, which is that we want a lot of things. So people want pleasure, but we also want to be good. We want to be moral. We want meaning. Some of us want transcendence. And one of the surprising things that comes from this is that in order to get these things, often suffering, like pain and effort and struggle and anxiety, is important, maybe is necessary. Just as one case, there's no way to have a meaningful experience that really counts without some degree of anxiety and effort and risk. if it comes easy, if it's safe, it's not going to be very meaningful. Even pleasure isn't as opposed to suffering as you might think. A lot of things, ways in which we get pleasure, like spicy foods or hot baths or BDSM for some people, sadomasochistic sex, intense exercise, are themselves involve suffering. The brain is wired up that suffering and pleasure need not be opposite extremes. Sometimes they could help one another.
Before we go to the last question, my training was in philosophy, a strange philosophy field, very influenced by neuroscience and psychology. So I want to ask you, do you have any direct inspiration in philosophy or specific philosophers in your work?
Oh, such a good question. When it comes, I do a lot of work on morality, and I've always been influenced by Adam Smith. I think Adam Smith is a very wise philosopher, very, very sensitive to the limits of both feelings and rationality. With regard to my more metaphysical views, I've been very swayed by Derek Parfit and his ideas about change over time. But when it comes to pleasure and suffering and the meaning of life, you know, I draw inspirations from a lot of people, but I've been swayed by people sometimes from outside philosophy. I'm very impressed by the contemporary philosopher economist Tyler Cowen, who had a lot of interesting things to say. And I like the philosopher Kwame Anthony Appiah has also had an influence on my work in different ways.
Perfect. So the last question now. How can moral psychology in general can help governments to create more efficient, more inclusive, and more just public policies in general?
I know a lot of people say psychology can save the world, and a lot of psychologists like to say this because then we get a lot of money and get invited to talk in great places, and people listen to us. I'm cautious about what psychology can tell us. I don't think we could be confident in our views, in our findings. I'd like to think that my own work and the work of my colleagues suggests that we should be cautious when drawing on our feelings when making decisions. I'd also like to say, just more generally in response to your question, that we often psychology can provide us with tools, with methods through which to empirically test the public policy and policy ideas of different governments. And so even if it can't say, do this and do that, it could say, well, if you have this idea, here's how to test it, and here's how to explore it. And I sometimes feel as that's where psychologists can offer the most.
Thank you very much, Paul. Absolutely brilliant. I'm very happy personally to have you here. I hope the audience enjoyed also your wise words. And a round of applause to you and to myself, please. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, let's move on to our next panel discussion, which is quite interesting, but also affects us a lot, the challenges of climate change are acute in the Eastern Mediterranean, a hotspot of rising temperatures. Climate change prompts collaboration and interconnectivity, yet the region is unconnected and steeped in conflict. How do young people see the challenges of climate change and what needs to be done? We compare attitudes and activism among young people in Greece and Cyprus based on original fieldwork research. What do they think needs to be done? How do politics need to change? And what might result from giving youth a stronger voice on this key agenda for the future? Eliamep and the Hellenic Observatory bring together experts to help us understand what may change. Give a warm welcome to Cleopatra Kiti, Eliamep Senior Policy Advisor, Lydia Avrami, Eliamep Research Fellow, Othon Kaminaris, Eliamep Junior Research Fellow, Spiros Spirou, Professor of Anthropology, European University of Cyprus, Eleni Theodorou, Associate Professor, European University of Cyprus, and Kevin Featherstone, Hellenic Observatory Director. Eleftherios Venizelos, Professor of Contemporary Greek Studies and Professor of European Politics, will moderate.
Thank you very much indeed. And let me thank the organizers of the forum for such an interesting program and the opportunity to discuss with colleagues an important topic. I'm particularly pleased that this panel is a collaboration between ELIAMEP in Athens and the Hellenic Observatory at the London School of Economics, the LSE. We're here to discuss an important issue, climate change, in the specific context of the responses of young people and youth activism in both Greece and Cyprus. Climate change presents us with a number of paradoxes. Let me mention two. Firstly, by definition, it's an existential issue that should connect all of us across the globe and in any particular region. But in reality, it seems to divide us. It divides us in our assessments of the nature of climate change and the actions that we should be taking. And it hasn't overcome all divisions. Secondly, climate change is quintessentially an issue of intergenerational justice. Yet we see youth protests contrasting with a discourse that naturalizes climate change on the part of many older voters and established politicians. So what's the context for action on climate change, particularly here in the Eastern Mediterranean? And how are young people responding? I'm delighted to introduce our panels to structure the discussion. First of all, we have my good friend Cleopatra Kitty. Secondly, joining us from Athens, we have Lydia Avrami and Orthon Kaminaris. Here, joining me on stage is Spiro Spirou and Eleni Theodorou. Lydia and Orthon will be talking about a project based on Greece from ELIAMEP, and Spiros and Eleni will be talking about a project based in Cyprus, supported by the LSE's Hellenic Observatory. We look forward to the discussion. Perhaps if there's time, we can invite your questions from the audience. But to get us underway in terms of establishing the context for our discussion, I'm going to ask Cleopatra to begin. Cleopatra.
Thank you, Kevin. It's good to be together again. I'm here as a team member or a senior policy advisor of the Mediterranean program of ELIAMEP. Our program, if I may just take a second to say that it looks specifically at the interconnectivity or the positive agenda of the region. Climate change is an issue that divides and unites, as you very rightly said, and it's a very big part of our program, how we mitigate climate change to address conflict, but also create the synergies for collaboration. So let me just say a few thoughts to frame the discussion. So climate change, we live it now. I mean, we feel it. It's an undisputed reality. The Mediterranean is a global hotspot of rising temperatures. The recent Union for the Mediterranean report cites that the region warms 20% faster than any other region of the world, which means that by 2040, it says, the region will face an extreme increase of temperatures by 2.2 degrees Celsius. So what does that mean? Rising temperatures have implication on access to resources, to clean water, and to food production, which create migration and cause for conflict. Another fact that we forget to assess is that the Mediterranean is home to 500 million people, which is as big as the European Union internal market, but it is the least connected region in the world. So if you think how Southeast Asia is interconnected to China, or how North America is interconnected to South America, the Mediterranean is Europe's front line to Africa, but it's the least connected on either side, which means it becomes this porous border of either conflict or migration outcomes. So what we see is that we need a Mediterranean Green Marshall Plan, where we build that capacity of collaboration and problem solving. I had three sort of recommendations on how we might be looking at collaboration. One angle rests on deploying funds to build the infrastructure for solar and wind energy. We are in Southern Europe, at least, looking to see how we can tap EU infrastructure funds to build more interconnectors. The East Mediterranean is an emerging market in possibly energy, but we're not there yet. So how do we build the institutions to govern shared resources is one, whether it's renewables or gas. The Europeans look at the Scandinavian Nord Pool model. The Europeans have built the Net Pool model. Cyprus or the East Med could look to see how we can replicate that model of institutions, infrastructure, resources. The other angle rests on shared capabilities in anticipating climate change, whether it's fires or floods or food shortage or weather extremities, which don't recognize borders, or water pollution, or you know, we explore in East Med, we might have gas or oil leaks. So how do we deal with this if we don't have the collaborative institutions and structures? And the third angle is capacity building. So how we learn together, by looking at other regions, not just learning amongst ourselves, but how we learn from other regions together, and build our own regional capacity, respecting the peculiarities or particularities of our region. So education, but not just amongst youth, amongst everybody, amongst society, amongst policymakers, amongst business. So building that capacity. I conclude with that and say that climate change is unstoppable, and unless we realize that what worked in the past will not work for today or tomorrow, and that the generations that are today shaping the future for tomorrow have more merit to have a say than what we have done for the past. So
thank you, Cleopatra, very much. That sets a challenging context. Let me pass then to Athens and to Lydia and Orthon. Lydia.
Thank you, Professor. May I share my presentation? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We're just waiting for the presentation to come on screen.
I can do that. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I'm disabled to share screen. I mean the host disabled participants.
Okay, hopefully my colleagues behind us can enable you to share the screen.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
Okay, thank you. I hope that now you can see our common presentation with Othon Kaminiaris.
We can, thank you.
Great. So our presentation has to do with Arsinoi project. Arsinoi project and the Youth Assemblies on Climate Change that organized by Liamet the previous year and will organize the next 3 years in Athens. It is a 4-year project. It is funded by the European Commission, coordinated by the University of Thessaly. We are 41 partners from all over Europe. And this project includes both research and educational actions, activities, so as to develop pathways to resilience and innovative climate change measures and policy proposals and solutions across Europe. So Eliamep, as a partner of this consortium, organized 2 youth assembly simulations with the participation of high school and university students, and 1 training for trainers seminar with the participation of secondary school teachers. We follow a methodology which is based on a bottom-up and community-based approach. More specifically, we provided scientific knowledge and the necessary background tailored to the needs of the target group, so they can make research on their own, map stakeholders and existing policies, identify which are the local environmental problems and vulnerabilities, and then meet together, discuss and shape local green deals at regional level. The aims of these activities shortly were to provide scientific knowledge, but mainly to foster dialogue and social consensus among youth, offering the young people the chance to gain first-hand experience on participatory decision-making processes. And we provided all the necessary theoretical tools and practical instructions so as these simulation techniques can be applied into the secondary school education. The first youth assembly is held on May. It should be noted that we encourage the participation of students from different areas of Attica region with different socioeconomic status and exposure to climate change risk. Therefore, we could capture the different perceptions, the varied perceptions and experiences regarding climate change impacts and related policies. The participants have the opportunity to participate in activities, preparatory activities, such as the measurement of carbon footprint, so as to understand how they contribute to climate change. And we encourage all the schools to create environmental groups so as to identify and map environmental problems, risks, vulnerabilities at the local level. So the climate policy proposals capture the consensus of youth in Athens, and now will be presented shortly by Othon Kaminiaris.
Thank you very much, Livia. Let me pick up things from where you left them off and present you the green deals that the 2 youth assemblies produced. May I have the next slide, please? So, as Livia already told you, we had a variety of backgrounds in terms of climate change exposure, climate change risk exposure. So it was very encouraging that both the university students and the high school students identified and acknowledged common challenges. These are the categories, the axes around which the 2 youth assemblies revolved. And as you can see, they're pretty much the same. We have, for example, a perfect overlap with transport and recycling, or we have different aspects of the same issues in energy transition and green buildings, for example, or the weather conditions and more specific aspects, the fire and flood protection. And the only difference is education that stands out in the high school students' text. And in order to further disseminate the result of the project, we send them to local authorities in Athens. So we had to group all the measures and the recommendations produced by the students. So we came up with these 5 pillars: climate neutrality, waste management, the green regeneration, resilience, and education. Now let's see some of the specific measures. Of course, they are indicative because in just 4 days, the students produced around 15 pages of recommendations and measures. So we had to, to pick some of them and present. You see, in the energy transition, the concept revolved around energy autonomy and self-efficiency, especially after the invasion of Russia and Ukraine. So some of the policy proposals were the installation of small-scale renewable energy projects, such as ground and floating solar parks, or the establishment of energy communities for producing our own energy. Also in the green buildings, we had some larger scale interventions, such as the improvement of the energy efficiency of buildings and the installations of photovoltaic panels on rooftops. And in the transport sectors, we had some pretty smart ideas, like installing smart lamps for lighting public spaces, or installing mini photovoltaic panels on traffic lights in order for them to not to draw energy from the grid lines. In the waste management, the students proposed a holistic approach and an integrated waste management system with some very innovative ideas for remunerative programs for recycling. For example, a Pay As I Pollute is a program that they presented for offsetting pollution and recycling with municipal fees. Or, for example, the last bullet is Find My Bin, which is a proposal for the creation of an application for our smartphones for finding the nearest dumpsters, depending on the material that we want to dispose. In the green regenerations, the students consider it necessary to remodel outdoor public spaces in order to create more green spaces. And for this purpose, the provision of financial incentives to citizens for creating small gardens, what we call pocket parks, and green rooftops, as well as the expropriation of unused or abandoned places for the creation of parks, were some of the solutions that they proposed. In terms of resilience to the impacts of the climate change and adaptation measures, they proposed that we have to strengthen our services and infrastructure in general, such as the national fire services. So you see that the first recommendation, for example, is to install smart sensors on trees in forests for alerting the fire services in cases of fire and for timely intervention, or the use of innovative materials in the construction sector. Also, the operation of public spaces to accommodate homeless people and stray animals in periods of adverse weather conditions, or the creation of flood prevention works and the systematic cleaning of streams and debris. And of course, in Athens especially, the urban planning is in many places problematic, so we have to amend it as well. Lastly, in terms of education, they proposed the introduction of environmental awareness programs and projects in school curricula that they're completely absent right now. And for example, measures for reducing waste by reusing the school books that are in good condition and passing them from student to student instead of each student keeping their own. So these were some of the measures that they proposed, which were very innovative and with a good perspective towards all these issues that, as I already said, capture the sectors that we need to draw our attention on, as they are the common challenges that are acknowledged by the youth of Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Orthon, very much indeed. It's a fascinating fieldwork, which has included talking to students at different levels of education, but also giving training seminars for teachers as to how to introduce climate change into the school curriculum. So a fascinating case of how students and teachers are responding in the Attica region. Let's shift geographically to Cyprus, and for a project which also involves fieldwork, can I invite Eleni and Spiros to speak?
Please allow me to move to the front of the stage.
Certainly, yes.
I'll be using a presentation. Thank you. Hello. So we'll be sharing parts of our study, Spiros and I, that took place in Cyprus. It was a qualitative project that was conducted between January 2020 and May 2021 on youth activism for climate change through the case study of Youth for Climate Cyprus. It was funded by the A.G. Levendis Foundation and the Hellenic Observatory of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Youth for Sea, which was the center of the study, is a grassroots youth movement set up in 2019, run and organized by young people in Cyprus with the aim of fighting against climate change. It was inspired by the work of Greta Thunberg, and it also has affiliations with the Fridays for Future movement. So, but the main purpose of the study was to explore how young people made meaning of their activism and the ways and forms in which they self-organized and operated. They say that their main aim was to raise awareness and exert pressure on politicians and the adult-led society, seeing themselves as catalysts for change. Cleopatra also mentioned that the burden of the climate change falls on the youth, and this is pretty much what the youth of our study felt. They conceptualized the issue as an existential issue that disproportionately affects their generation as well as future generations. They attributed the climate crisis to human-induced change that is fueled by a drive to maximize profit, the results of prevalence of a consumerist society, the results of the works of the capitalist economic system, and also as the outcome of the inaction of politicians on a global as well as a national level. And they also frame it as an intergenerational issue, but we can come back to that later in the discussion. So how did they go about their activism? They engaged in different forms of social activism, including street protests, role-playing, or silent protests, awareness-raising campaigns, collecting and sharing data, scientific data through social media, organizing environmental actions such as beach cleaning expeditions. But they also engaged in everyday activism through adopting more eco-friendly lifestyles, as well as striking conversations with friends and family members regarding the issue. They made a conscious effort to localize their activism on climate change, focusing on environmental issues that are prevalent in Cyprus and the region. For example, they used slogans that referred to the gas drilling in Cyprus, and they acknowledged the need that they had to adapt their strategies to the local context. So what are the implications of this study? What really became prevalent is that this activism of young people on this issue created a space, and at the same time it also highlighted the lack of such spaces for legitimizing young people's voices and for allowing them to draw attention to social and political issues that may have been silenced by adult narratives. For example, it is very prevalent to hear referring to climate change as a natural phenomenon that occurs anyway. And that seems to silence discussions around human-induced climate change. It also raised questions of democratic participation. Youth were very vocal against ageist policies and structures that prevented them from being equal participants in public life, and also opened up questions for cross and intergenerational allyship as well. And even though the effectiveness of their action remains an open question, the emergence of such local youth activist movements points to the potential of youth social movements as global and local alliances forge. And I think with that, we conclude and we open it up for discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So we have the geopolitical context, the situation of the region, and we have two great empirical studies, one based in Athens. It would be nice if we can see our colleagues again in Athens on screen, and one here in Cyprus. I wonder if I could kick us off by asking questions to each of you in turn. There are themes here in terms of the scope for change, for policy change, and as Cleopatra mentioned, there's themes here in terms of capacity and constraints. And I thought Cleopatra was great in telling us about the significance of the issue and the constraints. Let me begin by just pushing you a little further, if I may, in terms of thinking about the future and your optimism, pessimism. Specifically, you had this great idea that the magnitude of climate change in the region would logically prompt something like a green Marshall Plan. But also at the same time, you emphasized the lack of institutions to support that kind of collaboration. So, great idea. There's a capacity issue, and perhaps there's a funding issue. Who would finance this? Looking ahead 10 years plus, could you see reasons for optimism that there could be some kind of breakthrough in terms of regional collaboration in this respect?
Yeah, I mean, there are initial efforts. If we look at the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, which is the beginning of an institutional forum where countries of the region collaborate to explore or share gas resources or eventually trade and interconnect. So that's the optimistic side. I think from the youth side, I would really like to see more engagement in working together in the ways they know how to work together. I mean, technology doesn't know borders, like climate change doesn't know borders. So there, even if it's from small things of, projects of collecting waste across the shores of the littoral cities of the Mediterranean. Whether this is a marine project or a civil society project, it's a one thing. And I know we have an NGO, ACTI, in Cyprus that has done a project that worked across the shores of Cyprus, north and south and east and west, that brought this effort together. So there are glimpses of optimism and collaboration where there is imagination and leadership and mobilization. We need more of that.
Thanks. It links very nicely, Cleopatra, to what I was wondering about Spiros and Eleni's fascinating projects here in Cyprus. as Cleopatra says, if change is going to come about, it's civic action, it's particular movements. You've mentioned the youth movement for climate change as a campaign organization. Do you see evidence so far that this kind of agenda, this kind of campaign, is building solidarity between the two communities of Cyprus?
We have not seen evidence of that. What we see is young people actively trying to establish intergenerational solidarity. They extend an invitation to older generations, which they partly see as responsible for what we have today, and they invite them to join forces with them.
Sorry, Spiro, I'm not quite sure that the sound is picking you up. Can everyone hear, Spiros?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I apologize.
So there is, we...
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So we do know that young people actively try to establish that kind of solidarity with older generations because it's part of their agenda. Now, at the same time, this is a youth movement, so they want to retain some of their identity as young people who have something different to say and who normally would not participate in formal political processes. So a lot of them, at least the underage ones, do not have the right to vote. So the only way they can express their political will is through participation in these social movements. So this raises, given also the theme of the forum, a larger question about the political participation of young people in decision-making that will affect their lives more than perhaps our generation. So even though we're talking about climate change, I think the issue is much bigger and we need to find ways to address it here in Cyprus. It's happening everywhere, of course. It's not just a problem here in Cyprus, but we need to find ways to include young people in decision-making processes, especially for crises like this, which, as you said, Kevin, is of existential proportions. It's not just any crisis.
Yes.
And young people have a lot at stake, and they do have a very elaborate vision and a very different vision than previous generations about what a sustainable world would look like, which is less anthropocentric, more open to other species and so on, and the survival of the planet, something which, requires quite a bit of rethinking by all of us.
And it's also an agenda that links youth activism here in Cyprus with an international movement. You emphasize that the organization you focused on, Youth for Climate Action in Cyprus, was stimulated by the activities of people like Greta Thunberg, etc. There won't be many issues which link so strongly domestic youth activism and an international network. Is this important?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if Eleni wants to, I think it helps Cyprus become less self-centered. Obviously there are local realities here, and climate change affects us locally, and we were just talking in the corridor about dust storms and all these new phenomena that we're experiencing, rising temperatures, the gradual desertification of the island, and so on. So there are local realities, but the issues are, of course, global, and to the extent that young people are looking outwards to collaborate with others from other countries, other places, I think it's also a sign that young people are quite mature in their understanding of a future that is not just about us, just about Cyprus. And I think that's to be supported and embraced in many ways.
Okay, thanks. I wonder if I can now ask questions to Lydia and Othon in Athens. I thought what was very interesting about your research was that you speak very explicitly about intergenerational justice, and your fieldwork involved talking to teachers and training teachers for how to introduce climate change into the curriculum, but it also involved lots of interviews with students, school, pupils directly. I wonder what kind of contrasts or criticisms you might have picked up between one group as opposed to the other. In other words, did you pick up a sense of criticism, distance from, on the part of school students from their teachers on these kind of issues?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, it's very interesting because this is what we had in our mind when we organized both activities, I mean, for students and for teachers. So the teachers highlighted the social and the socioeconomic inequalities and how these inequalities, even within Attica region, may vary the exposure of students and citizens in general to climate change impact. So we see that they have extremely different perceptions and positions against climate change and how we can deal with this issue. One of the main issues raised from our discussion with teachers and from students, this is important, is their low trust to the local authorities. Not only to the central government, but also to the local authorities, that, okay, we can propose specific measures, what local authorities can do so as to deal with the climate change risks, and if these policies will be efficient in practice. So I think that until now, it remains a key challenge, the implementation. I mean, how citizens understand the outcomes of the policies implemented in Greece in the field of climate change, and how they experience the outcome of these initiatives. I mean, the low trust to public authorities and involved stakeholders is the main issue and the main barrier, so as to give a motivation to the citizens and the youth to be more active in this field. Osana, do you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to add a dimension to this, picked up from you know, the teachers and the students, was that teachers mainly had in mind that they would come, they would be trained, and then they would pass on some knowledge to the students in order for them to act and be the one that will bring change. And the students were also feeling more engaged and indeed be the ones that will bring the change. So there was this difference between them, and I wanted to say that to me it was a very positive point, because in Greece at least we have a clear lack of participation of youth people, of young people in general in decision-making processes. So that was our initial goal while you know, coming up with the idea of youth assemblies, that they need to shape you know, the decisions and the circumstances that they'll be called upon to live in the next years. So you cannot plan tackling climate change without the inclusion of the youth. And they seem to be very aware of it. For example, in older empirical researches, we see that many people don't change their behavior and don't have a pro-environmental behavior because they feel that individuals cannot do many things. That's what they, that's fatalism. That's what they call it.
Okay.
And I think that, you know, young people now feel more enabled to bring change and more capable of doing things. And, you know, they are engaged in these processes. So I think that's very positive.
Okay, thanks, Orthan. I'm afraid we're out of time. The clock in front of me is telling me that I've chaired the time very poorly, but there's many questions we could have pursued. But you've finished the discussion on a positive note here in terms of a sense of empowerment, a new agenda, potentially opening up new opportunities for the future. It's a big subject, but thank you to each of our panelists for addressing the key issues, setting it in context, reporting on two really interesting research projects, which allows us to contrast Greece and Cyprus. So can you thank our panelists very much indeed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kleanthis Koutsoftas, President of the Youth Board of Cyprus, will give a keynote speech on programs promoted by the Youth Board on digital education and transformation. Please give him a warm welcome.
Αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, είναι με ιδιαίτερη χαρά που βρίσκομαι
It
σήμερα
is
στο
a
τρίτο
great
Cyprus
pleasure
Forum,
to
μια
be here at the
διοργάνωση
Cyprus
που
Forum
κατάφερε να συνενώσει την
2022,
κοινωνία των πολιτών,
an
τους
organization that
θεσμούς,
managed
την
to
ακαδημαϊκή
bring
κοινότητα
together the
και τον
institution,
κόσμο του
the
επιχειρήν.
academia,
Μια
and
διοργάνωση
the
που
world
θέλει
of
να δώσει το στίγμα
entrepreneurship.
της
It's an organization
περιεκτικότητας
that
και της
wants
συμπερίληψης,
to
ώστε η κυπριακή
win the
κοινωνία
bet of
να γίνει
inclusivity
πιο
in
ανοιχτή
order
και
to
πιο δίκαιη.
create a more
Η σημαντικότητα
open
του Cyprus
society,
Forum
a more
αναδεικνύεται
just
μέσα από την
society.
πληθώρα
The
των θεμάτων
importance of
συζήτησης που
Cyprus
θα
Forum is
κατατεθεί,
revealed
όπως είναι το θέμα
by
της
the plethora
διαφορετικότητας,
of topics that are covered
θέματα
here. We're
τεχνολογικής
talking about
εξέλιξης,
inclusivity,
έξυπνης πόλης,
about technological
ηλεκτρική
advancement, smart cities,
κυκλική οικονομία και άλλα.
electrical economy, and so on. And we touch upon
με την
these
ανταλλαγή
issues
ιδεών μεταξύ των
by
ομιλητών θα
exchanging
εξαχθούν συμπεράσματα
ideas
και δεσμεύσεις
between
για
the
καταλυτικές δράσεις
panelists, and
και
this will
αλλαγές
lead
σε
to
διάφορα ζητήματα που
decisions in
απασχολούν την
order
κοινωνία.
to bring about changes in our society. I want to talk about digital education in order to achieve a more inclusive society. We have accepted a lot of pressure during the last years of isolation and of lockdowns due to the pandemic. Through these difficulties, the entire planet had to find alternative ways to operate, and this was achieved through the help of technology. We have now radical changes in our economy and in our societies, and these affect our daily life. The pandemic has showed that we need an educational system that will be adapted to this new digital age. We have faced many new challenges during this pandemic because not all people in the society had access to this new technological means. We've seen a range of new challenges that must be dealt with by education regarding the digital skills of educational and vocational training centers. Therefore, we see that the Cypriot government wants to create an ecosystem of digital education. Cyprus participates in the recovery plan, in the national recovery plan, and tries to bring these reforms about in order to have an open society without exclusion and a strong digital economy. Nevertheless, we have the question whether we are talking about a digitalized education without exclusions. We believe in Cyprus that the digital reality has many benefits for the development and advancement of young people. Therefore, through our programs, we try to convey this idea of digitalization to the youth and bring youth closer to digital tools. The program that we have implemented now grants access to young people to cutting-edge technologies and to equipment that allow us to implement our entrepreneurship ideas. This helps the creation of educational tools. Young people can learn different crafts and different construction methods. They can exchange knowledge and they can put into practice their knowledge and skills. In this program on the 17th of September, we had the Future Maker Spacers in Education event. where we had a roundtable discussion between PhD students at the Technological University of Cyprus. During this event, we discussed the different opportunities and challenges that are entailed in the integration of digital tools in the secondary, tertiary, and primary education. So we talked about the challenges, about the opportunities of digital education. We noted that it's very good opportunity to have a problem-based approach to education in order to promote the real needs of education. We talked about fostering the skills that are needed in the 21st century, that is positive thinking, collaboration, creativity, and problem solving. We talked about the importance of exposing students to new opportunities, to entrepreneurship, as we managed to do through our event. There are many issues regarding the incentives of teachers in order to redefine the curricula of education and to set new goals that will match the strategy of space makers. We discussed that maybe educators do not have the incentive to do something when this is not assessed and not valued. We also mentioned that there aren't enough resources in the primary, secondary education in order to build a makerspace that could help them in their work. There are some resources in tertiary education, but all processes are very time-consuming, and this is discouraging. We also said that it's difficult for teachers to fulfill the aspirations of young people. The information center of our organization had digital skill workshops, the Let's Go Digital workshops, in order to bring young people closer to digital technology and education. In our organization, we have the Teamers program that is based on international standards of STEM centers. We offer robotic filmmaking, graphic design, creative writing, music, theater, art workshops, and they're all based on digitalization. We have the Erasmus Plus program that digitalizes different data and has more than 178 summaries of ideas that can be a source of inspiration. We need coordinated efforts from all competent authorities in order to create the appropriate educational and vocational training centers that will be ready to occupy young people with all the skills they need for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let us now move on to our next session. Digital tools offer immense possibilities for educators and learners and can be a driver for the promotion of inclusion and accessibility in education. The shifting realities and needs of modern life have made the provision and development of digital skills and competences a priority of the educational systems and a priority in the path to digital transformation. Bringing together a panel of renowned global experts and practitioners, this session will explore digital education for inclusion and critically examine the challenges and possibilities that technology brings to education. The speakers will share and discuss how digital education approaches and tools can be utilized to facilitate and foster inclusion, as well as the necessary steps on the ground and at policy level to ensure the empowerment and equal access for all. Please welcome Michalinos Zembilas, Professor of Educational Theory and Curriculum Studies, Open University of Cyprus. Eleni Mangina, Professor in Computer Science, University of Dublin. Charalambos Vrasidas, Executive Director at CARDET. Elena Babamikhail, First Educational Planning Officer, Cyprus Pedagogical Institute at the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth. Andri Daniel, Editor-in-Chief at Philalethteros Group, will lead this discussion, and this panel discussion is co-organized with CARDET. Andri, the floor is yours.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Η δική μας ενότητα θα είναι στα ελληνικά.
About digital education and inclusion, we will talk about different tools, perspectives, and the possibilities provided by digital education and the inclusivity of students and teachers. Even if we aren't students, we can become students. We have digital tools, and these are an integral part of our daily lives. They are an incentive for all in order to develop new skills and make our life easier. Technology can contribute to improving the quality of life of the educational community. It can bridge gaps regarding the lack of skills, especially when we're talking about adults who do not have enough digital skills. We have four speakers here at the panel. Michalinos Zembilas, who was a professor of educational theory and curriculum studies at the Open University of Cyprus, Eleni Magina, professor in computer science at the University of Dublin, Haralambos Vrasidas, executive director at Cadet, and Elena Papamichail, first educational planning officer at the Cyprus Pedagogical Institute of the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth. They will talk about challenges. They will suggest policies that could be implemented through strategic planning in order to be in a direction of good practices, in order to integrate digital tools. Modern life, we all have experienced this, is every day more demanding. Circumstances are changing. We need new skills. We had 2 years of pandemic, which accelerated our adjustment to the development, to the advancement of technology, but this was not something that influenced everybody, because challenges were bigger for some parts of the population. So we have to make this transition to digital reform. We need equal access to digital tools, and this is an imperative for a society that wants to be just towards all citizens. I will not talk any further. I will give the floor to the panelists, and let's start with Mr. Zebilas. Let's start with where we are right now in Cyprus, in our educational system, regarding inclusivity and what our vision should be based on these facts. We must say what we mean when we talk about inclusion, inclusivity. There are many cognitive areas that use this term, but they do not always mean the same thing. When we are talking about education, inclusivity has different meanings, different definitions. We're talking about the inclusion of children with disability in, let's say, normal schools, the inclusion of children with the migrational background in schools, and more radical changes, such as changing the infrastructure of a school in order to embrace all children. So before we talk about the vision, it is important to see the concept of inclusivity. It is important to see the historical development of this notion of inclusive education. A very important point was the Salamanca Declaration in 1994. This was by UNESCO, and it basically stated that it will establish inclusive education as a right of all children. Thereon, we had different changes in many educational systems of the world. This happened in Cyprus too, with the legislation of 1999, in order for this vision of inclusive education to become true. So inclusive education means that all children should be in an educational system. The researchers we have now from the UN and from the Council of Europe prove that we have a long way to go still. Let's talk in specific about Cyprus, but we will do this later. For now, it is important to understand that there is a distinction, between the vision of inclusive education and of the reality of inclusive education, what is implemented indeed. We might think that we believe in inclusive education, but the reality is much different. And in order to conclude this introductory intervention, I would like to name some pillars that prove that this vision of inclusive education has set our ambitions very high, and how far away we are from reaching these ambitions. A very important pillar of inclusive education is the integration of children with disabilities into schools. Researchers prove that students, teachers, and many educational systems, and this goes for the Cypriot educational system too, believe that people and children with disabilities have less skills. Another important pillar is overcoming this notion that there are mainstream schools and mainstream school rooms that should integrate different students. There is a dominating opinion that says that there is something normal and that other people should be included to this normality. But a question set by literature as well, who belongs to which category? What is this collective that is considered to be normal, and why this normal should set the way, should pave the way for everybody. So when we're talking about normality and not normality, we must understand what this includes and how does this respect diversity. And we must see what happens with people, with students, with the migration background, with the disabilities and so on. Regarding the second issue, what is happening in Cyprus, we have taken some very important steps since the legislation of 1999 and with the policy of the Ministry of Education in 2008 for children with disabilities, or the introduction of policies for students with migrational background. So in order to be fair to the state and to the Ministry of Education, we have taken some important steps, but this main attitude that there is something that is normal for the mainstream and the rest of the society must come under this umbrella and must be integrated under this category is still existent. And I think this is a moral issue and a very political issue at the same time. So we are talking about some relationships of power. Who is the one defining what is normal and what isn't normal? And this has a set of consequences. So in this way, often we see policies that have been established that are not implemented in practice. When we are talking about policies and practices, what do we see from the Ministry of Education? Maybe some things are understood in a different way. Of course, we have this context, and this was summarized by Mr. Sebilas. But we have to recognize that there are a lot of things still to be done. But I want to say what is being done and what has changed during the last years. Based on the constitutional obligation and right for education, the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth wants to implement this decision of the society that will not allow any child to be excluded from education. So starting from this point, the curricula are based on this notion, on this idea, and it wants to prevent any events of discrimination, of exclusion, and so on, and provide equal opportunities to children from minorities, from different communities, people who have a migrational background, and so on. So how this is translated into policy and then into action, I can present many examples. We have the anti-racist policy of the ministry from 2014. It started as a pilot program and now is being extended. We have the policy text and the action plan for the integration of children with a migrational background. We have the program now for special and general education, new legislation, new regulations. We have a plethora of European European finance plans that are based on inclusivity. I can also name an example later, and this also give us practical tools that will allow us to implement this inclusivity. But we recognize at the same time that it's difficult to define inclusivity and to envision it. There are different actions for the integration and inclusion of children in the school. This is called DRASE. We have different committees for gender equality. We have some other actions at the ministry. And the ministry is also integrated in the network against homophobia in education. We have different programs that promote mental health, and there are some indexes of success from the education, and these indexes are based in policy, in multicultural education, and so on. And I would like to mention the Imagine educational program as well, that is supported by the Ministry of Education, and it is implemented by the Group of Historical Research and has brought together thousands of Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot pupils and students. I would like to mention in detail one of these actions indicatively, if you allow me. I would like to talk about the anti-racist policy that is part of my job, and I know it better. I've been working with this during the last years. So this policy against racism wants to show to schools what inclusivity means by recognizing and tackling racist occurrences. And when we are talking about racist occurrences based on this policy, we're not talking about children with disabilities. So we're not talking about behaviors against these children or against children with a specific skin color or racial feature, or against children with migrational background and so on. We see diversity in a wider sense. So racism is also seen in a wider sense through a intersectional approach. So it does not aim to call people racist, but wants to help schools through these tools to recognize these multiple types of discrimination, to recognize them, to react to them, to tackle them, and in this way create an anti-racist culture. This will need time, great effort, a holistic approach. We know all that, but we believe, nevertheless, and I think the rest of the speakers will also agree, that it was a step that was taken maybe a bit late. It came from the ministry because it responds to its obligations towards international conventions, but it's the first step to recognize on a political level that we have this need, and at the Pedagogical Institute we do what we can in order to support schools. So you agree with Mr. Zebilas that some steps have been taken, but we didn't take the great leap. I think we cannot take the great leap from one day to another. We all need time. Yes, exactly. I will give the floor to Mrs. Eleni Magina, who will talk about technology, about what we know through the international research, how we can use technology in order to overcome obstacles and promote inclusiveness. I agree with the colleagues, and I liked their speech a lot. So technology divides and joins people, especially when we're talking about families and children at schools who come from a different financial background. I would like to name an example because I like data analytics. I like data. So 2.7 billion people on the planet, so globally, have access to the internet. These are data from 2020. So 6.6 8 billion people on the world have mobile phones. 56% of these people have access to the internet, and every year this number is increasing by 7% worldwide. So if we take technology and education, we see that from a technological point of view, we are ready to use the advancements of technology, which is increasing in a pace that is much more accelerated than our skills. And I'm not talking about children. We will talk about their speed later. I'm talking about adults. And regarding the research programs that you have mentioned, I have conducted different research programs with children. I wouldn't call them with disabilities. I would call them with special abilities. And when we talk about inclusivity, we always see that somebody is normal and somebody isn't. This is not true. This is not valid. There aren't normal people. We don't have one disability. We have comorbidities usually. A child with ADHD will have dyslexia, will have some autism as well. So there is no normal in this world. What we must all realize globally is that we are all human beings, and we must all be accepted in the space, regardless where we come from, how we look like, what our abilities are, and regardless of all our traits. Now, regarding technology, how can technology help? It can help all skills, all human skills, if it is used based on moral values regarding personal data. So we have the GDPR, which must be implemented in technology. I had a research program with children. It was 117 children from the primary school in Ireland who were diagnosed with ADHD. And we implemented an intervention using technology from augmented reality. We had a control group and children who were involved in this intervention, and what we managed to do is that children with digital technology in the educational program, where this material of digital education was providing studies and education that was according to the curricula that was foreseen for the 4th or 5th grader. But this was just a method that we tried to implement in order to provide children with this knowledge. I don't know if you have something similar in Cyprus. Children with ADHD are children who are considered to be naughty, who cannot concentrate easily, and they face difficulties in their speech, in spelling, so they have difficulties with their English literacy skills. They cannot read out loud, or they might skip a couple lines. So we try to evaluate their skills, and we've seen that a child who was 9 and read out a book, his reading age was at 5, although he was 9. But after the intervention, this child managed to reach the reading age of a child at 11 or 12. We still receive mails from parents from this pilot program. Now we had another big European program called RET, Augmented Reality Educational Interactive Systems. I wanted to see the consequences, the impact of technology, not only on specific cases of children, but also on the wider audience in Europe. We have about 3,800 children now in the pilot programs in Europe who use augmented reality based on the material that is foreseen by the Ministry of Education of each country. I haven't seen how many children we have from Cyprus yet, but we have 575 children from Greece right now. But as said before, we have a total of 3,800 children in Europe. And we are talking about geography, geometry, spelling and reading in English, and positive behavior in the school spaces. So these are the main topics of our program. Through this program, this is the third year that it is running, we have discovered that the speed I mentioned before, the pace of technology, is much faster. The hardware, we do have the hardware, we have this material. Children can use technology, they like technology, but teachers, educators are not ready. I believe that it is not that they do not have enough time. I think that we have to change the sense of training. The training of educators must take place in regular time periods, and it doesn't mean that finishing tertiary education school, they're done with their education. They must attend different vocational trainings, different programs. We have to educate, we have to train educators in Europe, and I think once we will resolve this issue, this lack of balance between teachers and students, and this is not due to the gap of technology. This is not due to the gap of generations. It's due to the gap of technology knowledge. So maybe if we manage to do that, we will be successful in inclusivity.
I will now give the floor to Mr. Vrasidas. When we talk about inclusivity, are we only referring to school education? What do we do in Cyprus in terms of technology? Is this something that has to do exclusively with technology? I think that a main pillar of inclusivity is participation. This morning, for 4 hours, we ran a workshop across the public sector in the presence of the Vice President of the European Commission, in the context of developing the national strategy on active citizenship and participatory democracy. A similar action was implemented when we were involved in the development of the strategy on lifelong learning. So in the context of the strategy, a large part is digital inclusion and adult education, and increasing the participation of adults is also a substantial part of that strategy. So, further to that, we have recently seen the publication of the DESI index that ranks as 19th out of 27 member states regarding digital skills, and only 50% of Cypriots have the basic skills. So there is a big gap. Many steps have been taken, and right now we are implementing a big action in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and DG Reform, focusing precisely on adult education, on issues relating to digital skills. This project, the Adult Digital App, which is the main sponsor of this participation, aims at training adult trainers on 3 topics. The first one has to do with the pedagogical approaches they should implement. The second one, the digital skills. And the third one concerns a specific specialization on low-skilled adults. This is one of the groups that are the most disadvantaged, perhaps, and don't have access to all of that. Many actions are taking place, and as the other speakers have said, progress has been made and steps are being taken. We are implementing several relevant actions. We have a project dealing with the work of Eleni on AI and analytics in higher education, how we can utilize data and artificial intelligence to offer more personalized learning environments and to strengthen inclusion. So there are many actions, but what we're looking for is to see how we can move on, what needs to be done, what should be the role of the state? What is the role of research? Because many times we hear a lot of things, and in the media as well, that is not based on any scientific evidence, and I can stop here and we can continue later. Do we have a database? Yes, we're working on that. As a center, over the last 2 years during the pandemic, on our own initiative and with the approval of the Ministry of Education, we conducted a big research for 2 consecutive years on how technologies were used during the pandemic in schools. And we also prepared in both cases a series of suggestions. The truth is, some of the suggestions are being implemented gradually, but not with the speed and the pace that one would expect. And we can discuss that later. Mrs. Mangina has said before that it's easier for students rather than for teachers. What are the challenges for teachers? Is it the age gap or is it the skills? Because perhaps older teachers cannot keep up with the speed. So concerning challenges for teachers in terms of inclusion, I think there is not only one factor that's raising these challenges. I will not disagree. As Pedagogical Institute, we are the competent agency for the further training of teachers. I will not disagree on the need for training. As Mrs. Mangina has said, we don't want to have one-off trainings. This is our aim over the recent years, acknowledging this need. For example, in areas such as sexual education, such as racism or digital education, etc., we are acknowledging that it is very difficult to expect results from just one seminar or a course. So we are building trainings to be conducted at regular intervals, and we are asking teachers to implement certain things, to reflect and come back to continue their training. So this is a structural change that we are introducing over the recent years in how we do trainings, and this responds to the challenge of having regular trainings and not sporadical. As Mr. Zabilas has said before, it is not clear amongst the teachers, and it has not been clarified at the level of society either what inclusion means. Even what racism means, even that is not clear to everybody. So it's not just education on children with disabilities or migrant children. So a challenge has to do with clarifying what inclusion means, and this will not only happen through trainings or through policies. We need a synergy, and this is a multifactorial issue. One huge challenge that we all perceive, I think, is the changes in the everyday activities of the classroom. We have wars going on, we have the pandemic, we have climate destruction and events, perhaps not so much here, but we saw what has happened in Florida over the last few days. It has been almost destroyed. So from one moment to the next, teachers are faced with the challenge of having to do with victims of various disasters, with victims with traumatic experiences. So we need to empower teachers as well and strengthen their mental resilience to address these issues. And we see this at global level. It is not by chance that in the States right now they're looking for teachers and they can't find any because of the many challenges they have there as well. Also, another issue that we see and they are responding positively to these trainings, is how to manage controversial issues that are related to inclusion: racism, discrimination, stereotypes, prejudice. All of these could be controversial issues having to do with religion, with the nation, with the state, with issues concerning life and death, the rights of animals, the rights of people, and all of that requires skills, requires the fostering of skills and more practice. So they are trying certain things, they are reflecting, they come back to the training and they try again. I will give the floor to Mr. Brasidas. I want to add something to this, combined with something that Eleni said regarding vocational training, professional training, and the need to strengthen the mental resilience of teachers. In the context of one of the projects that we're running, the ProW program, which aims to strengthen well-being and also combines the use of PBIS as a model, as part of this project, this has been approved by the project, we are going to establish the European Wellbeing and Career Observatory for teachers. It will focus on these issues and it will measure the teacher well-being index across Europe so that we can introduce further trainings. So the role of technology in developing online learning networks is very important, and this strengthens the effort to increase inclusion and to invest in teachers. This is one of the main pillars in everything we do. Can you share with us your experience with the pandemic? So physical teaching was interrupted and we went to online. What did you learn from that, and what were the challenges identified? So in this effort that was made, and there has been a survey conducted across Cyprus focusing on public schools in particular, and we saw that schools have responded, and in particular teachers have responded with a lot of extra effort on their part. And this is what led us to being able to function with many difficulties. In the first year, there were many difficulties concerning coordination. In the second year, we were better prepared and we responded better in terms of collaboration, in terms of coordinating this entire effort. So teachers made a lot of effort themselves and managed to respond. But the gaps are still there and they have been identified. Universities were more ready, private universities were more ready than public universities. Yes, this has been greatly discussed. The pandemic has accelerated digital transformation, but this acceleration, that is the speed with which something is changing, does not necessarily bring about the desired outcome. Mrs. Magina, do you think that Cyprus is suitable for developing an ecosystem of digital education of high standard, and what could you propose, if you can give some specific examples? What would you propose to the Ministry of Education? Yes, of course. And I would add, regarding the training of teachers, we conducted a survey under another European project, and we had 350 teachers from all levels of education across Europe, and it is not by accident that only in 3 European countries they said that education is that training is compulsory, that I mean training in digital skills. And these countries didn't have problems with the educational material during the pandemic. Also, 80% of teachers who responded have told us that they're using their own personal computers, laptops, etc. So The first suggestion I would make was to have the infrastructure, to put in place the technological infrastructure, but also a knowledge, to have the knowledge on how to use that technology for teachers, and I'm referring to all levels of education, but in the tertiary level of education, professors are more familiar, perhaps. So from a technocratic point of view, the system should be ready at all levels and the ministry should collaborate with researchers. This is very important. It's very important to collect the data that researchers give you, and so that we can work together, because we all have the same objective. And regarding the training of parents, of course, this also comes under education, training parents, training teachers, training students, and embracing technology with all the positive aspects that it can give us, and trust the experts who are sharing all their studies, and see how we can also have an ethical perspective and protect minors and have a proper system of education. Everything begins from education. If we want a country to grow, and I think we have the example of Ireland after the financial crisis, the first investment that was made there was in education, and it brought about all those positive outcomes. So this is what I would recommend. Accessible digital education without exclusions. What is the challenge in implementing all of that? I will give you a different dimension. I will not disagree with you, but for me the issue is not technocratic. I would say that it is deeply political about what education is, what is the vision of a state, what it means by inclusion, who it is referring to. This is a deeply political issue. And from then on, we have a series of policies or laws or the legal framework, etc. Research shows that in the last 200 years, the changes that are taking place and that aim at the further training of teachers or the introduction of new technology by themselves are not making a big difference. If you look at photos of classrooms from 200 years ago and photos of classrooms today, you will see very minor changes, unless we're talking about Finland or other countries. So why does Finland, everybody's talking about Finland, why is Finland an example to follow, and why can't we follow the example of Finland? Because the issue is political and socio-economic. The Finland decided back in the 50s and 60s to invest in education because they believed that they could change their society through education, and they managed that. But there was political will and there was a political vision, and all the political parties in Finland joined forces to agree that they wanted a different society, different to that of the 50s and the 60s, based on a specific ideology and philosophy of social democracy. And a lot starts from there, and this is what we are lacking, I think, in Cyprus. Yesterday we had here the three main candidates for the presidency of the Republic of Cyprus. They were asked about education, and I wasn't here, but I read their statements. And I haven't seen anything about inclusion, but for me the main point that's important that they should answer to when they're discussing education is whether society is ready or whether political parties are ready to truly understand what inclusion means and how they perceive inclusion. Do they accept the inclusion of all children with all their differences? I would say that there are certain political parties that will say no. So we have differences in perceptions, and this gives rise to different ideologies on the very concept of inclusion. And this is why I'm saying that this is not a technocratic issue, because if we don't agree from a political perspective what kind of society we want, a society without prejudice, without exclusions, etc. And if we cannot agree on that, because we think that some of us are better than others, this distinction between who's better than somebody else. And there's research in Cyprus and in Europe, because we're not alone in this. Of course, we shouldn't feel bad that it's only Cyprus that's lacking. Europeans have similar problems. Some are doing better, some are managing things better than others. So, in short, it's not a technocratic issue, the issue of inclusion. It is important, and I do agree with the colleagues that it is important to have infrastructure and to invest and spend money and funds on supporting all of that. But if we don't have the vision, the political vision, first and foremost the social vision, then I think all the rest is secondary. Before this panel, I talked to 10 different people from different age groups, how they understand inclusion in education, and I got 10 different answers. So this is a comment, and then we can try and find solutions. Digital transformation is in our lives, and this is creating panic for some people, Mr. Brasidas, and some people are excluded. For example, e-bills, benefits, allowances, everything done online, applications. If you made a mistake, you will never know. So they reject you, they don't answer the phone, so we're moving towards something different. So to continue from what Michalino said, there is Larry Cuban, a very well-known historian, and he said something that is true to this day. He said that the two technologies that have changed radically education are the book and the blackboard. So resistance to change is huge, and this does not come only from the system or from politics. It's all the pillars that constitute what is education, the curricula, the teachers, assessment. We're discussing assessment and evaluation. Have you heard of technology being discussed in that? Or inclusion in terms of assessment and evaluation? So there are so many factors. And perhaps the main lesson from this is that if you don't have participation in and engagement in policy making and in implementing actions, this is where you have resistance to change. Mrs. Mangina, do you agree with the blackboard? Yes, I do agree with the electronic board. Mrs. Papa Mikhail, how can I disagree with that? But yes, as a technocrat here, I would say this. Irrespective of whether there is a clear political vision or how we change, of course there is resistance to change. There is the rapid evolution of technology, and we are running behind it. And it is also a given fact that some teachers have in front of them 20 or 25 kids that come to school to spend their day in an environment of safety and respect, and at the end of the day go home after having learned certain things and feeling proud of who they are, whoever they are. So, because the restrictions are structural and perhaps political and institutional, the biggest challenge at the end of the day is to be able is for all teachers to be able to be flexible and respond to this very difficult objective of making every child feel secure and respected in the classroom. Through the trainings we offer, we are also striving to offer this hope in the sense that we don't feel that we are going to change the world, because if one teacher feels that they can change the world on their own, it's disappointing and it's hard. But we can change things in the classroom despite the restrictions, despite the deficits and the shortages and the differences on what the vision should be or on what the concept of inclusion is. Yes, we need to modernize the theoretical framework of teachers on what inclusivity means and how we define it. But I will repeat that at the end of the day, the big challenge is to have the mental resilience, the flexibility, the agility, and the ability to respond to the needs of each child, any needs of each child. We have 10 more minutes if you would like to take the floor, make a comment or a question. Anybody would like to take part in our discussion from the audience? It's Friday, towards the end of the day. I know it's tiring if you've been here throughout the day, but of course digital education is a matter that concerns us all. So another question, are we keeping up with the European standards, and can we just not be the last on the list? Because whenever we have some rankings, we're just looking at the bottom of the ranking to look for Cyprus. My view is that we should overcome the model where whenever something arises, we are just trying to take out the fire. We need to have more long-term planning regarding digital education, for example, and the use of technology in education. Equipping schools is one thing. On its own, it is improbable to have the results we want, because you may have the technology, but if you don't have a combination of further training, of rethinking what's important to teach, do I need to teach knowledge and skills? If I don't rethink evaluation and assessment, how it's done, we cannot be asking students and encouraging collaborative learning, saying that it's a main skill, but a basic skill. But have you seen in the examination system that we are testing people two together, or it's only individuals that are being examined? What about the papers, the examination papers? If you look at that, you will understand what kind of vision we have. Do we have a lack of culture? No, on the contrary, I would say that every people has its own culture. I think that Cyprus and the educational system is in a very good position, and they can look at examples to avoid and good examples to follow globally. I think that because I have seen the universities also in Cyprus, how they operate, and you do have an educational system and teachers that are full of energy, that are very positive, and they are ready for changes. My view, of course, is small changes, and follow the examples, take the examples that have been successful in other European countries. Do we need reforms, Mr. Zembilas? We have had reforms for the last 20 years, Mrs. Daniel. It depends what we mean and to what extent. I will not disagree with Eleni about small changes and moving forward step by step, but we need to know in what direction we are headed, because I'm not sure about that. That is why I'm saying it's a political issue. When the government changes, we see that an effort was introduced in 2004, and then a different direction was taken because of the change in government. So this means that we have not been able to reach a political consensus on the direction we want to follow. So somebody built something and this is being destroyed by the next person in power, and so on and so forth. So we do have reforms all the time, but at the end of the day, what is the actual outcome? So if we have a sudden lockdown tomorrow, will teachers be more ready than at the beginning when we were not prepared for that? Regarding digitization, you mean? Yes, I think that what happened was the proof that learning by doing is the best method of teaching. I don't know if Mr. Vrasidas will disagree with me, but despite all the further trainings, there was so much assistance that was provided in different ways, and at the end of the day, with the means that they had available, with their tablets and computers and mobile phones, with the knowledge that they had or didn't have or acquired overnight, they did manage to respond, to rise to the challenge. So despite the difficulties, this necessity brought about this result and this outcome. And there's a lot of positive things at the end. So in concluding remark from you, regarding the political and socio-economic issue, I would say that it is high time for all societies to understand that education should have nothing to do with politics. Education is the highest form of action for a civilization and should not be influenced by the political regime. I will disagree with you, Eleni, and yes, and of course we need political will. Yes, you are right in what you're saying, but education by definition is a political process. So what Eleni means may not, yes, is that we need a strategy, and the strategy should not change with a change in power. Mr. Vrasidas, I think that in short, what's important here is the planning to use technology to support inclusion. This should be based on empirical data with the participation of everyone. We need systemic approaches and not one-off actions. And of course, the main pillar is teachers. We need to invest in teachers, because to your question whether if teachers had been more ready, yes, we saw that in the survey that they were more ready, but the system was not more ready. Teachers took more steps in preparing themselves. So we have reached the end. I would like to thank you for your attention and your patience. We have two more very interesting panels. Melanie will talk about that. Thank you.
It's great to see quite a few people in the room, even though it's Friday afternoon. Well done, everybody, for sticking around, because we do have two more very interesting panel discussions that will follow. The demand for change and the path marked by the circular economy is a decisive response against climate change and the grave environmental consequences we observe daily on a global scale. The new state of play requires a systemic change in how we produce and consume, and such a change should be global to lead to a cultural adaptation with awareness and education for the general population and a specific focus on reskilling and upskilling for the active workforce. Join us on an inspiring panel discussion with global thought experts that will reveal the impact of the circular economy on a global scale, with a specific take on the Cypriot market. The speakers will share insights on how various industries and sectors will be affected and will explore the opportunities circular economy brings and the requirements needed from the global population to ensure equality. Joyce Haloun, Project Coordinator, Circular Economy Alliance, will head the panel and is joined by Dr. Yorgos Dimitriou, Director of the Circular Economy Research Center, George Kremlis, Principal Advisor to the Greek Prime Minister, Athina Panayotou, Director General Cyprus Organization for Standardization, Dr. Antonis Zorbas, Associate Professor at the Open University of Cyprus, Andri Dimitriadou, Head of Energy and Environment at Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation, Nicole Finopoulou, lawyer, specialized in regulatory compliance and ESG, and Dr. Mark Esposito, co-founder of Circular Economy Alliance and Nexus Frontier Tech. This panel is co-organized with the Circular Economy Alliance.
Good evening, everyone. As already mentioned by Melanie, tonight we will tap into the topic of circular economy on global scale, but as well on national scale. I have with me here tonight an inspiring panel, and joining us virtually as well, Dr. Mark Esposito, who is our keynote speaker. He will be connecting with us shortly. Meanwhile, I would like to introduce you to our Dr. Yorgos Dimitriou. He is the director of the Circular Economy Research Center in Paris. Athina Panayotou, Director General at the Cyprus Standardization Company and the Cyprus Certification Company as well. Nicole Finopoulou, lawyer with a specific take on finance sector and as well an expert on sustainability and ESG. Andri Dimitriadou joining us as well tonight. She's the Director of Energy and Environment at OEV. I also have the honor to have with us tonight George Kremlis, who's also the Prime Advisor of the Greek Prime Minister, with the specific take on climate, energy, sustainability, and circular economy. Last but not least, Antonis Zorbas, Associate Professor at the Cyprus Open University. Thank you for joining us as well, Dr. Mark Esposito. I give you the floor to start.
Thank you very much. Can you just confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's great. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I have to say, I am envious not to be in Cyprus with you. I hope it will happen next time. A short introduction on the direction, I think, of reflection of this panel, but also a few things I would like you to maybe take into account into the conversations. So first of all, not only I would like you to consider the circular economy as one important movement that we currently have, but maybe I'd like to share a little bit of a different angle. At the end of the day, I'm a trained economist, and I started to reflect at a deeper level whether we wanted to look at root causes rather than necessarily just the challenges that we're facing on a regular basis. Now, let me be clear. The circular economy is by far a better form of production. If you had to choose between a linear model of production and a circular one, we all know that the circular economy would not really suffer the competition of linear models because it's simply a much more effective way of producing goods and services in the economy. But it's also a form of improvement of the current economy. And my purpose today is not only to invite you to improve our current state, but can we rethink a fundamental reset by creating value in a way that is going to be much more designed around the needs we currently have. Now, my work in the last few months have been encircled with big conversations, things like what is the world architecture, how can we really navigate this transition that is going to take us into an entirely different set of normals, how do we really engage in design activism, and how do we make this activism kind of centered around the needs and the framework required to address the challenges that we have in the 21st century. We still have a model of thinking that is rooted and anchored in theories that were actually originated many, many years ago. Now, if we could design our production and models of growth within kind of the planetary boundaries, well, how would that production look like? If we could rethink finance, make it much more inclusive and equitable, if we could rethink about social mobility, if we're rethinking how economies can generate green jobs or jobs that currently we don't really have, if we can think about infrastructure, if we can actually design climate resilience in the way we are building the physical environment, well, how does that look like? These are the questions that I invite you to really engage in, not only in the panel, but throughout the conference. Also, when the conference will be over, reflection I wish you can take away with you. The questions I'm asking are instigating a new form of thinking, which is much more designed on the engineering our systems to become much more human-centric, but also capable of augmenting our abilities and allowing to explore a new phase and era of growth, which is much more designed around the opportunity that we have as a society with the constraints that we have to honor. The circular economy, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a movement that is designed on environmental elevation. It is actually a paradigm shift. It's really where we see a world without the trade-offs, where we don't see prosperity at the expenses of the environment. It's where we actually start shifting decision not only within short-sightedness, but also towards the long-term horizons. If we are going to leave to the future generation a much more equitable world, we have to consider that the relationship with the planet cannot be problematic and neither platonic. It has to be engaged and much more about redesigning it within the boundaries. When we do that, when we're designing our life on Earth within the boundaries, we unleash a degree of ingenuity that's really where innovation and technology can help us moving forward. I wish you a good panel. I salute you all, and I wish you this to be the very beginning of a journey of reflection that might start with this conference in Cyprus, but will continue for the decades to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for joining us. I will start our panel discussion with Ms. Nicole.
Me first.
I need to know your opinion. What do you think circular economy offers as opportunities through the financial sector in terms of ESG objectives and climate commitments?
Very interesting question. As a circular economy, it's part of what we call sustainability, and effectively it refers to an economic model whose objective is to produce goods or to exchange goods or services in a sustainable way by limiting the consumption and waste of our natural resources. So it's something that everybody can support. So by way of an economic model, how you will implement, and that is one of the things that the governments have taken first step forward towards the sustainable goals, that is the 17 goals that the United Nations named out for the 2030 agenda, the known 2030 agenda. So it stands for the long tradition in related visions and models and theories. By that way, also the European Union as also member states as of European Union, they came out with specific legislation to support how to finance this, also getting out what is called now sustainable finance, so to support the economic model for the businesses to implement this in their own organizations, to get the people involved, to get the employees involved in a way to produce the idea of becoming more sustainable. And all these have come out, we have seen this to be assessed in all levels. And as member states, I will say just a few examples. We have seen and we have noticed in our everyday life that there are changes. I will tell 2 examples. The plastic bags, now that we have to pay for them, or the straws that are now changing, is steps towards how to finance and how to produce other ways of sustainable products under circular economy model.
Thank you so much. With that being said, Dr. Yorgos, do you think Europe is actually taking a concrete action to achieve its circularity and climate neutrality by 2050? And what is the role of consumers and employees with that?
Well, that's another good question. I think that primarily Europe is taking action. And it's one of the things that for the first time we can say and be proud globally that Europe is taking the lead in something so important. And circular economy has been one of the topics that the European Union has been pioneering, and we see that other continents or countries are following up. Now, the role of the consumers is critical in this equation. Why? Because they are the driving force for anything and everything, meaning that if consumers understand how the market works, how the policy works, and how their purchasing power affects what is being produced and consumed, and what's the environmental footprint it actually is, then it's the only opportunity that policy, finance, and production can work hand in hand. So what is important here to understand is that an educated consumer has a considerable impact on the chain of actions that are happening, especially in the circular economy transition.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. In this case, Athena, what do you think is the role of standardizations in accelerating the transition to circular economy?
Well, standards are tools. Dr. Dimitriou talked about the consumers, and at the end of the day, the standards are the tools to help organizations basically protect the consumers, to help organizations streamline their operation, their processes, their products. Since 2018, on an international level, we've been developing standards for circular economy, standards that provide guidelines for business models, for value chain, giving ways of how to measure the framework of circularity, how to base it on performance. And among us are 2 of the national experts that work with all our other colleagues worldwide to develop these standards. So yes, we think standards are there to help us not reinvent the wheel individually, but also I seem to have my...
It worked.
Hello. Okay.
It's happened, don't worry about it.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Or probably someone doesn't want me to to keep speaking. I don't know about the timer. So what I'm saying is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel individually. And by having standards as tools worldwide, it means that we're all approaching the same subject in the same way. And that makes it fair for the industry, for government, for all stakeholders, and at the end of the day, for the consumer as well.
Thank you so much. In this respect, George, do you think the governments and policymakers have a crucial role in supporting the transition?
Well, as I often say, we have to mainstream circular economy vertically and horizontally, starting from the national level through circular national economy plans, moving to the regional level through regional circular economy plans, and then to the local level. We should not be speaking anymore about smart cities. We should be speaking about circular cities, a broader concept, implying that plans will have to be developed at the local level to ensure that the holistic model of circular economy, which will ensure the energy transition and at the end carbon neutrality, will be applied. And at the horizontal level, we need to mainstream circular economy in all the policy areas to make them circular, starting with circular tourism. Cyprus is a tourist destination, circular agriculture, circular fisheries, circular energy, transport, and so on, extremely important. And last but not least, ESG, environmental and social governance, at the level of the businesses, because businesses have also to become circular, and I'm usually adding the word CESG to make ESG circular, which is extremely important. And last but not least, we as households and citizens, we have to reduce our footprint, be it energy, environmental, and the climate. Of course, this structure, both horizontal and vertical, has to be supported by a legal framework, which is developed by the European Union within the Green Deal, the climate law of the European Union. Climate laws in our member states, Greece has a very ambitious climate law where circular economy is enshrined, and last but not least, we have a circular economy strategy. I would encourage Cyprus to develop a circular economy strategy with a roadmap to ensure that the available framework, which is a holistic framework as circular economy, and I finish with this, is not only managing waste as the resource and water. It is much more than that. It is electromobility, it is clean energy, it is energy efficiency, it is new sustainable production and consumption patterns that need to be certified, and too many other things which accompany this process of the new economic model, the circular economy.
Thank you so much. Andre, in your opinion, what is the link between environmental protection, climate mitigation, job creation, and circular economy?
Well, greening of the economy is estimated that will entail the fundamental transformation and redesign of the labor market, since a necessary prerequisite is to have qualified personnel. Several studies indicate that there's a strong potential for job creation. For example, in the area of renewable energy, digital technologies, waste management. ILO specifically estimates that I think 700,000 jobs will be created only in Europe until 2030. The full picture, though, is that existing jobs will also be transformed and redefined because their profiles will be getting greener, and also a job shift will be experienced from sectors that they have significant adverse environmental impact to more circular activities due to job substitution and job distraction. In these cases, though, it is expected that proper education, upskilling, and reskilling will be the key for this successful job migration. Coming to Cyprus now, due to our island's small market size, it is imperative to have proactively develop strategies that will address the country's future labor demand that will be resulting from the green transition, with, of course, the crucial collaboration of all relevant stakeholders, such as the government, the academia, employers, stuff.
Exactly. And actually, that would start my next questions to Antonis. We really have this very strong fear of skills mismatch. So what do you think is the role of education and skills in accelerating the transition?
Thank you, Joyce. Prime Minister, the Principal Advisor of Prime Minister, and Dr. Mack pointed the circular economy dimension very, very well. We are looking for a new mindset in educational level. When we speak about circular economy, we are not dealing with a waste. This is the biggest mistake that we are doing in academia, in research center, and also in the policymakers. Circular economy is dealing with a huge things around us, from educational level, from research, industrial level, and so on. So the main question is what we are trying to do. We are trying to solve problems and to train the next generation to react in the great debates. For example, if I ask the audience how many of the participants are willing to buy clothes produced from waste, I assume that none of them, they will say that I'm willing or I'm able to do it. However, if I will ask them what kind of brand they are wearing, for example, and tell me the brand, definitely I can say to them that this brand is produced from waste. Actually, I'm wearing a shoe that is produced 100% from waste. So what we try to do in academia is not just to do just fundamental research, but to explain what the nature is doing for so many centuries. So we try to explain to our students, we try to explain and educate the consumers to react on the great debates that are coming.
Thank you so much. I'll be back to you, Nicole. What do you think is the impact of circular economy on the economy in Cyprus?
Very good question, because to be fair, across the world, across especially Europe, the finance industry has key roles to play in facilitating a shift to a circular economy, but always is the issue of the financing and how a project can be bankable, can be an investment, and how can be related to business risks. So the banks and other lenders and investors can also raise awareness. So mainly the awareness, starting with the awareness will help to be able to get people to understand what circularity is, to implement it, so to request it. So they will request projects, and therefore so the banks, which are banks, lenders, that are the big finance players for financing such projects, will be on board. Also, in parallel to the finance, it's important, as George noted, the stakeholders to be involved, the governments will be involved, as to give the motivation and the motives to be able to support persons that want to invest in such projects, because circular economy, it's a long term, and also will create employment positions, as Andrew said, will also diversify the products, will give more opportunities. So personally, I believe that for the finance is a widespread awareness to the need of the transition. And for that, because the market will follow, and also they're doing it. It's not that they're not doing it. The banks are looking at it, and financial services are looking at it. It's just they need more awareness of the people to be more aware that circular economy and circularity, it's a tool that it can provide. And in Cyprus, we have some tools that they started implementing, and I will agree with Mr. Kremlin, with Dr. Kremlin, that we may not be Greece, but we have plans in Cyprus, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Tourism and Commerce. They have they came outside and they proposed and they noted and voted for some not donations, programs to be able to support this transition to circular economy. So there is a future, hopefully. But first we have to get up the awareness to people.
Exactly. That being said, you know, Dr. Yorgos, the topic of our forum is all about inclusivity. So what is, in your opinion, an inclusive approach to circular economy?
Well, first of all, I think we have to understand one thing. We are people from different disciplines and practices here, and we are talking about exactly the same thing from a different perspective. That's exactly the inclusivity that we're looking in circular economy. And why circular economy requires an inclusive approach? Because it touches so many of the domains, from employment, from finances, from standards, from processes. George Gremblis has mentioned an array of domains. As you can see in the slide there, an inclusive approach starts from the family and goes up to the education and the culture of everybody. The inclusivity means, in this way, is not that nobody's included from a human perspective, but nothing is included. from the practice. Because circular economy, whether we want to accept it or not, scientifically, it is not an exact science. So it's a business model, it's a way we're behaving, a way we're working, and let's address a little bit the elephant in the room, which is the issue that we are occurring now with the Ukrainian-Russia war. It expedites and makes a more intense and vivid requirement for a solution to be addressed in the energy sector. And it's not just anymore the discussion about the climate change, the overconsumption, the scarcity of resources. There are much more. So either we are inclusive in the sense from cultural aspects, from educational aspects, from business aspects, and everything in the chain of command that we just discussed. Otherwise, we will not be having a result in the society in its entirety. So inclusivity means not that anyone is excluded, but nothing is excluded. So we have to be very careful when we talk about inclusivity in the domain of circular economy. Apologies. So that's I think that's the main reason that we have to be talking about inclusivity in the domain of circular economy.
So you mentioned education. How do you think upskilling and reskilling is needed in this case?
Well, upskilling and reskilling is crucial for circular economy just for the mere reason I just mentioned, meaning if you want to become a physician, you go and you study accordingly. If you want to become a mathematician, you go and you study mathematics. If you want to become a circular economy expert, you have to go and improve your skills, not your structural education. And that's a very important element to understand because skills in the context of circular economy could be applied different in different domains of the productive economy. The principles may be the same, but the practice and the implementation and the culture of each industry is different. So upskilling and reskilling in this context, I think it's, allow me to say, it's primary. It's a primary target rather than structural education in addressing that.
Thank you so much. Athena, what do you think, what's in your opinion, the effort that's being put at CYS, Cyprus Standards Body, in kind of pushing forward organizations in their transition?
Okay. Well, as I mentioned, standards are the tools with which an organization of any type and any kind can achieve conformity, maybe, as we would like to call it. Now, I mentioned before that on an international level, we all the standards bodies, we work together to create international standards. But primarily what we do, we have to listen to what our local stakeholders want. We have to listen and to discover what the gaps in standards, in specifications are, and to be able to fill that gap. So at this point, we work with our local stakeholders, and when we actually see that there's a gap in international standardization, but there is a need in our own country, we go about creating the specification, the standard that is needed. At this point, we have a lot of different activities going on. For example, we are now developing a new standard in the area of circular plastics. And I know most of you probably recycle your plastics and you think that's enough, but circular economy is not recycling. Circular economy is about reuse, it's about production, recycling, reuse, and everything. Andonis mentioned the clothes made of waste. So recycling is something very close to us, but circular plastics, there's no specification, no standard anywhere internationally. And that means that we in Cyprus have actually pinpointed this need, and we're working with all our stakeholders, private, government, bodies, associations, to create a standard. This standard might be the starting point for an international standard. And we also have a national strategy on circular economy. This national strategy, which is funded by the government and by European funds as well. We as CYS are one of the main stakeholders. We are there to be able to get direction from the government bodies, from the industry, and to develop standards. For example, there's a big gap in how you reuse, not recycle, how you reuse construction materials. There is a huge waste, but there is nowhere a specification saying how to use it and where to use it. And on a national level, we are helping the industry to develop a standard. So this standard might also become part of national legislation. So these are a few examples of how we work, and we feel like there's more work to be done by us as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. George, we've heard a lot about new skills, new jobs, and the workforce is actually facing sort of fear on the status of employment moving forward. Do you think Greece and Cyprus are actually promoting circular jobs in an efficient manner?
Let me start by saying that the challenge of Cyprus as an island with the handicap of the insularity in implementing circular economy is huge, as it is far from the single European market. It has to recycle its own, let's say, products. There is no recycling capacity in Cyprus. Unfortunately, in Greece, there is limited recycling capacity, so I do believe that we need the synergies, at least between Greece and Cyprus, as we are the closest, let's say, countries within the European Union, with the view to supporting Cyprus in this transition. Clearly, this transition will create a lot of jobs, and it will also generate eco-innovation. Eco-innovation is one of the other elements that is needed. So new businesses, startups will be developed. You have to provide incentives. Without incentives, nothing happens. And of course, there are a lot of EU funds. The European Union provides 30% of its budget to support energy transition and climate initiative. And in that respect, circular economy is in the center of this transition. Therefore, green jobs are there. But of course, they have to be supported through incentives. And what I wanted to add is, listening also to the previous speaker, we need to develop the social circular economy. Circular economy as the pure economic model without the social dimension is a no-go. We need the participation of the public, from the schools, from the households. We need a new circular economy culture, which has to be developed, combined with reskilling, upskilling, with capacity building, institutional building. There are a lot of things that need to be done to support this transition, not in terms of legal framework, but also in terms of incentives. Next Generation EU has 700 billion. Up to now, we have spent only 100 billion. There is room for developing more and more projects, and I believe that both our countries, Greece and Cyprus, have this potential and the expertise and know-how which is there to promote this kind of activities, which will create jobs. And in Germany, and I finish with this, millions of jobs have been created under the umbrella of circular economy. We can see also that already in Greece, but again, for Cyprus, the challenge is big. This is why you need a holistic circular economy strategy to see how you will face the handicap of the insularity. And the last point I wanted to make, when the conference on the future of Europe or the new convention on the future of Europe will start, insularity needs to be in the center of the discussions, both for Cyprus as an island state, but also for Greece. We have Malta too, we have Ireland. It is extremely important in this transition towards climate neutrality to have the insularity dimension highlighted and supported to help our countries ensure this transition towards climate neutrality.
Thank you so much. Andre, what can you tell us, like how is OEV taking action and supporting businesses in Cyprus through their transition?
Well, as an employers federation, we acknowledge that green transition, among other benefits, it will also provide a general economic boost and will enhance the competitiveness and the resilience of the businesses. Therefore, we have placed circular economy high on our agenda. Apart from incorporating circular economy within our core business activities and services that we provide to our members, such as keeping them up with the relevant developments, creating the relevant awareness, we also take several initiatives towards that direction. We have established the Cyprus Circular Economy Network, and we are the implementing body of the measure promotion of circular economy to hotels and tourist accommodation that is fully funded by the Cyprus Recovery and Resilience Program for 2021-2026. Through this initiative, basically we're going to support 50 businesses to develop their roadmap in becoming circular through business coaching and other consulting services. 20 businesses out of 50 will have the great opportunity of becoming certified with the pioneering circular economy certification scheme that is currently developed with the collaboration with CYS. And we will be supporting during the implementation stage. We believe that for us it's just the beginning as a federation, and our aspiration and our goal, if you like, is to find the proper mechanisms to further support even more businesses, not only in the hospitality sector, but also in other sectors of the economy through their journey towards circularity.
Thank you so much. I left my last favorite question to Antonis. Do you think that we will see and find circular economy in the curriculum of universities and schools in Cyprus?
Well, I'm not going to laugh. Well, what we are looking on circular economy, actually, we are looking for interdisciplinary approach and synergies, to be honest, between academia, industrial level, states, policymakers, political parties, and so on. Yorgos put it very, very well. Actually, what we are trying to develop is to develop, if you allowed me to steal a terminology of you that you use, the circular citizen. It's something that it's in the core of circular economy. And when we're speaking about circular economy, actually, we are speaking with a huge R. This is the main core, is not dealing with recycling. You have in front of you somebody that is against recycling. We have discovered with my team 33 different R behind recycling, starting with react, how we react with debates, how we refuse on something. So what we're trying to do is to interconnect all those with citizen approach. Then we try to interconnect what Athena mentioned previously, standardization, research, innovation potential, synergies with industrial sector, to convince all of them to participate on circularity and circular economy, and actually to accept to change their business model that, from my point of view, is completely wrong, because it's completely linear, even though we are not thinking circular. So, yes, we're trying to change this.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to know that as well. Well, thank you so much, everyone. It's an honor to have you all here. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Dimitriou to conclude our session about circular economy.
Thank you very much, Joyce. For those that know me, I'm very well known for breaking the protocols in this kind of events. So if you are okay with me, I would like to ask our guests to go next to the screen, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
And the reason is very simple. So here tonight, we are a number of people from different industries, governments, academia, and we're talking to you about something which is called circular economy. So what I learned is that when we talk to an audience like you, we really need to give you something to take home, because otherwise it's a useless exercise. So I'm very happy because my colleagues tonight confirmed one conclusion that I have for the past 10 years who I'm dedicating my life in this research, and that the circular economy is connected with everything. And this takeaway, it's something that I think on behalf of all the panelists, something that we would like to give you to take home and not feel bad about not being a circular economy expert, not feeling bad about that someone is pretending to be a circular economy expert. Because guess what? There are no circular economy experts. We are all of us in the learning curve, all of us in the learning curve. And that's one of the key takeaways that I would like to pass on to you today. The second one, since we focused a lot the discussion on the Cyprus reality, I want to base myself on two bright examples. One is coming from the standardization, which I think this is a key element that can give a universal truth to an international community who is struggling to find a balance, and CYS is vividly present into these discussions, and as well OEV, who are taking a very solid action in a very crucial domain of our economy, the hotel industry. And the aspiration there is to be able to help our hotels to become more circular. And this is a journey that is starting. So, and this discussion we did tonight was basically to illustrate exactly that important element. And Nicole mentioned the financing aspects. I know everybody's interested about the check. I know it's interested about the payment, about the funding. But it will do nothing unless we change the mindset. And if we give the floor to Nicole for another 2 hours, she will explain you all the discussions that are taking around the tables about finance, about people understanding it. George, which I'm very respectful for your presence in Cyprus, has been exposed in the EU for many years, but as well as at the governmental level. He knows the pain, and he knows the perspective gain. The policy has to work hand in hand with everything that we have just discussed. And this cannot happen if everyone in this room and whoever is watching can understand that we're talking about a transition path. My fellow Andonis, who has been tortured for some years like me in circular economy, trying to understand where do we start and where do we end, and I'm sure that he still haven't figured out, because I haven't figured out either.
I have.
The problem is that when you're talking about education, people are spoiled.
This is true.
Because they want ready-made conclusions to take home. Sorry to disappoint them. That's not going to be one of these cases. You have to put your knowledge, your culture, your experience into practice. And what we tried to do tonight with this panel is to show you exactly that. Circular economy is connected with everything. Circular economy is not connected to the waste, to recycling, to climate change, to the ice meltings. Because, you know something, it happens because many other things have happened before. Our behavior, the way we are working, the way we are consuming, the way we are doing everything. So what is important here for us to give as a message to all of you is that circular economy has a starting point for every single one of us, individually, collectively, and corporately. And last but not least, allow me my biased Cypriot origin, Cyprus is not lagging behind. In fact, I was surprised and amazed by the actions that are being taken. I was surprised and amazed to talk to Athena, to talk to Andri, or torture Andri, one of the two, about doing the first steps and getting out there. I was very positively surprised by interaction I had with academic colleague like Antonis, as well as George, in all this journey that we have been discussing at a very global scale. And you have people like Marcus Esposito, which has been working at a global scale, and we're happy to have you with us, that he's passing us the same messages. So what I would like to ask you to start thinking, because the impact of circular economy to be connected with everything is that we'll have an impact on everything. In every single domain, in different way. But two things will happen. The domains will transform, and the way we do things will transform. And this will have an impact. It will have an impact on our daily lives and our professional lives, whether we want it or not. And this is a one-way street that has just started. It's a long way ahead, but it has started. So be mindful, be open, and don't let anybody intimidate you whenever you decide to take the journey. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-François.
You with that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the last keynote speech. Please join me in welcoming Nicholas Christakis, Sterling Professor of Social and Natural Science at Yale University, for his keynote speech on Blueprint, the Evolutionary Origins of a Good Society. He will be joining us online. We're just waiting to be connected. Technology does sometimes fail us. Thank you for being so patient. Bear with us for a little longer. Are we nearly there? I think so. Still trying to connect. I think he did not expect us to be on time. Are we ready? Okay, perfect. I know you can't hear what I can hear. Oh, hello.
Hello?
You can't hear what I can hear in my ear. It's like having a description of a football match. I get a description of everything that's going on online. Good evening from Cyprus.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for having me.
It's a great pleasure and an honor for you being with us. The digital floor is yours.
Oh, well, I have to share my slides. Is there going to be an introduction, or how is it going to work?
Well,
I thought we were just...
everybody can see you, so if you want, you can share your slides immediately or do an introductory notes, that's fine. Just...
Oh, you just want me to... I thought we were in a kind of a green room, so you want me to actually start, so give me a second.
Yes, yes.
But I need to... it's not letting me share. Let me see here.
They will do it.
Hold on,
they've heard you, they will let you share.
Okay, hold on. Share.
Perfect. We can see what you're seeing. We can see your screen.
There we go. So you can see my slides now.
Yes, perfect.
All right. Well, I apologize to everyone listening into this, for these kind of behind the screen informalities. And thank you for having me.
It makes it more natural that way. It's fine.
I'd like to start by suggesting an overarching idea, which is that for too long, in my view, the scientific community has been focused on the dark side of our evolutionary heritage, on our capacity for selfishness and mendacity and tribalism and cruelty and violence. And I think the bright side has been denied the attention it deserves, because our species has also evolved to be good and to manifest wonderful qualities like love and friendship and cooperation and teaching. And these good qualities must have outweighed the bad qualities, or we wouldn't be living socially in the first place. In fact, in other words, if when I came near you, you only were violent towards me, or stole from me, or lied to me, I would be better off living apart. We as a species would have evolved to live in a solitary fashion like many other animals do. And so our species has evolved a particular kind of good society. And we evolved not only to live in groups, but in a very particular way, equipped with a very particular set of innate capacities. We are not just like a group of zebras or a group of crocodiles or ants that are massing. We have specific qualities distinctive to our species. And we manifest this social ability to live in groups very early in life. Many have argued, for example, that one of the primary functions of play in childhood is simply to prepare us for living together. Now, what kind of evidence could we use to ascertain what kind of social order comes naturally to us and that we as humans are universally predisposed to make? Well, if you were a mad scientist, you might want to do a particular kind of experiment. You might want to take, for example, a group of babies who had never been taught anything, who had no culture, and abandon them on a faraway island and somehow miraculously contrive for them to be raised. And then they would grow up to be adults, and then you would come back and you would see what kind of society did they make for themselves. And this might be, for example, how certain birds are innately programmed to sing particular songs, even if they are never taught how to do so. Maybe we are, and I am arguing that we are, programmed to innately make certain kinds of societies. Of course, this type of experiment that I just mentioned is impossible. It's cruel and unethical, and it's been called the forbidden experiment. But such an experiment has actually been contemplated or attempted by various monarchs who have typically been interested in what sort of language comes naturally to us. For example, according to Herodotus, the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik I was curious what kind of language would kids make if they were never taught language. And he took a couple of babies and he gave them to a mute shepherd up in the mountains to raise. and they came back years later to see what kind of language did those kids speak. And there are other monarchs who have replicated this experiment as well over the last few millennia. But we clearly cannot do this. So what might be some proxies for the kinds of experiments like that? Well, there are a number of possibilities with respect to such natural experiments. And one idea is to consider the notion of shipwrecks, where a group of people unintentionally is flung together on a faraway island, and it is demanded of them that they create some kind of social order. So out of over 9,000 shipwrecks that occurred between the year 1500 and 1900, I was able to identify 20 shipwrecks where there were more than 19 castaways who were forced to live together for more than 2 months in some faraway place. And the locations and dates of those shipwrecks is shown in this map on this slide. And I studied in detail what kind of social order those groups of people were able to make for themselves. One particularly powerful pair of cases involved 2 crews that were stranded on the opposite ends of this island. This is one of the Auckland Islands that's south of New Zealand and just north of Antarctica. And in 1864, 2 different crews were wrecked on opposite ends of this island roughly at the same time. And in one of them that wrecked on the south, the Grafton, all 5 of the people that made it ashore survived for 2 years and then got off the island successfully. For the other, the Inverco, that crashed on the northern part of the island, only 3 of the 19 people survived. And the group on the south was able to make some social order for themselves. And part of this, I think, related to the different ways these 2 wrecks began. When the Grafton wrecked on the southern part of the island, the captain was in his cabin and he had a fever, he was sick, and the boat was sinking, and 4 of the men made it ashore, and they had to decide what to do about the captain. And so they set up a rope line from the shore to the boat, and at great risk to themselves, they ferried the captain to the shore and saved his life. When the Inverco crashed on the northern part of the island, 19 men made it ashore, and 1 of them was injured. And they were at the foot of this cliff, these tall cliffs. And the other 18 decided to abandon this man to his death. So one of the wrecks began with a cooperative saving of a life, and the other of the wrecks began with the uncooperative abandoning of a life. Of course, it's not pleasant to be a subject in these unintentional natural experiments. But the crew of the Grafton was nevertheless able to build a dwelling, work together, and as I said, survive for 2 years before they made it off the island. And I also looked at other kinds of communities, not just unintentional shipwreck communities, but intentional communities, such as these 19th century communes in the United States. We have records going back thousands of years, certainly to Roman times, when groups of people said, you know, society is screwed up. Let's go and make a new society for ourselves. And they withdrew from society and they tried to organize themselves in a new way. And so I looked at the 19th century communes in the United States, or at the kibbutzes in Israel, or at Shakers or other communitarian movements in the United States, or at 20th century communes, or at settlements of scientists in Antarctica. Every year, a group of 30 or 40 scientists live at the South Pole, all together, unreachable by the rest of humanity. And I looked at online worlds where you would think, you know, given these new tools we have for social interaction, we could maybe make any kind of social order we want. Or at other examples, such as nuclear subcrews, or Latin American prisons, or miners stranded deep beneath the earth during a mining accident, or communities formed by displaced persons in the wake of natural or human-made disasters. And finally, in my laboratory, we've invented some software that allows us to conduct experiments and create temporary artificial societies of real people. and tens of thousands of human beings have over the last 10 years participated in our experiments and allowing us to probe deep determinants of social order. And what I found across all of these examples is that there were some deep and fundamental principles that constrain us to only one way of being social. And I'd like to illustrate this by reference to a famous example of what is known as the world of all possible shells. In the 1960s, a zoologist by the name of David Raup became fascinated by shell morphology and whether it was possible to unify the world of shells with a single equation. And he devised the following way of thinking about it: arraying shells in three-dimensional space that he called a morphospace. So imagine you have a cube with three axes, the x, y, and the z axis. And on the y-axis, which is on the far right, going backwards, you have a parameter that describes how rapidly the shell swings outward from an axis, like a coil of stamps. You know, if there's a coil of stamps, it could be tightly coiled or loosely coiled, and that is one parameter on the y-axis. On the x-axis, on the bottom there, in the front of that image, we call that translation, and that illustrates how rapidly the shell, the coiling of the shell, moves up and down the axis, like a spring, like a slinky, you know, which could be compact or loose. And finally, on the z-axis, which is shown at the, which is the up and down dimension, you can measure how rapidly the space that the creature inside the shell, how rapidly that space expands as you walk into the shell. So is it like a cylinder, like a tunnel that has a constant diameter, or is it like a cone that gets narrower and narrower as you walk into it? And how rapidly does it do that? So you can take just those three parameters, and you can describe the world of all possible shells. And you can put every shell someplace in this three-dimensional morphospace. And when Raup did that, he found that only a tiny fraction of the conceivable variety of shells that could exist actually had ever existed. Many types of shells that were theoretically conceivable nonetheless never existed. So we could imagine doing the same thing for societies. Different kinds of social animals like chimpanzees and humans and elephants, for example, or across different human societies. And we could measure how friendly is this society? How cooperative is this society? How unequal is this society? How hierarchical is this society? And if we did that exercise, we would find that all observed societies only occupy a very small part of the theoretical morphospace. And the question is why? Why, if we went around the world and looked at all human societies, in a very deep way, they would be similar? So the question is why? And the answer is natural selection. In fact, the key capacities that we humans have that universally characterize our societies, and that in fact that we need in order to be able to form a functional society, are the following. We need identity, love, friendship, networks, cooperation, in-group preference, which is the fact that we tend to prefer people that are like us, that are part of our group, mild hierarchy, and teaching. And I call this the social suite, this group of properties. These are genetically encoded attributes shaped by natural selection that we express among ourselves, not as isolated individuals. In other words, you can't be a friend on your own. You need to be a friend of someone else. So all of these things require other people. Indeed, natural selection has shaped not just the structure and function of our bodies, and not just the structure and function of our minds, and hence our behaviors, but also the structure and function of our societies. And these traits are universal, They are seen in every society. And let me just spend a little bit of time looking at just some of them with you this evening. One of the great paradoxes about mammalian social life is that the capacity to be a distinctive individual is actually an essential predicate, an essential criterion for living socially. The weird thing is that in order to live in a society, we need the ability to express and recognize individuality. And this ability only evolves when it's beneficial. These capacities to signal that you're a unique individual and to detect the unique individuality of others around you is extremely rare in the animal kingdom. But if you don't want others to attack you mistakenly, or forget that they had had sex with you, or to provide parental care to a different child and thus neglect you as an infant, or to neglect to repay your kindness, then it is advantageous to have some way to signal, this is me, not someone else, and to have other people recognize that signal. Now, such social interactions require that we have the ability to communicate our individuality. And in our species, we use our faces for this purpose. Their unique appearance, the fact that every human has a different face, and that we can tell the difference of all the faces of all the people. As we see a large group, we can say, oh, this is this person and this is this person. We don't confuse people for each other. And the reason is that they have different faces, and we can tell even subtle differences between faces. We have this cognitive ability. This is an evolutionary luxury, and it's a important clue to or an important factor related to our way of living together. Love is another universal trait. Our species is very unusual among mammals in that we don't just have sex with our mates, we bond with them. We form a sentimental attachment to the people that we have sex with. We love them. Now, love is not essential to mating, and of course you can mate without being in love, but we do it anyway. And in part, we do this because it helps us to raise our young. We evolved to have this attachment to the people we're having sex with and perhaps reproducing with. We evolved to have this capacity for love because it was beneficial in the raising of young. And even though marriage systems vary around the world, as shown here, from monogamy to polygyny to polyandry, this fundamental fact of bonding and love does not vary. Love is seen in every society. Now, we don't just mate with each other or love each other, we also befriend each other. Humans are unusual as a species in that we form long-term, non-reproductive unions with unrelated individuals. Namely, we have friends. Why? Why do we do that? That's very weird. Other animals don't have friendships. We do, certain primates do, elephants do, certain whale species do. And these friendships are seen in every society. And the key attributes of friendships, for example, mutual aid, the fact that you help your friends and you expect them to help you, the fact of friendship and the features of friendship are remarkably consistent around the world. And there are other factors that are consistent around the world too. For example, the fact that you feel good in the company of your friends and that you have a positive regard for your friends. These two are virtually universal qualities. Now, my laboratory has fanned out around the world to study friendship and distinctly to study or map the social networks that these types of social interactions give rise to. For instance, in one study that was published almost 10 years ago now, we created a photographic census of all living adult Hadza. The Hadza people live in Tanzania around Lake Eyasi. They live in the ancestral human environment. They live like we did, like all humans did, until the Pleistocene, until 10,000 years ago. They hunt and they gather for their food. They have no material resources to speak of. They sleep out under the stars, and they are a naturally reproducing population. They don't have any type of birth control. And we made a photographic census of all living adult Hadza, a kind of Hadza Facebook, and we printed it on posters, and we took it into the field, and we asked every Hadza person we could find to identify their friends. And what we found was that despite the fact that in the last 10,000 years, human beings have invented agriculture, have invented cities, have invented telecommunications, the networks that the Hadza make and that everyone else makes are the same. Indeed, my lab has been asking people to identify their friends and mapping social networks around the world. And again, we find the same pattern. Whether you map the networks of villages in Honduras or in India or in Uganda, and we hope eventually with some support from the Niarchos Foundation to do this in Greece, wherever you, or maybe Cyprus, wherever you map these networks, they have the same mathematical structure. Here, every dot is a person, and every line between them represents a kind of friendship or other relationship between two people. And the mathematical structure of these networks is the same the world over. There's a startling consistency and universality to network structure, mathematically speaking. Very pertinently, however, elephants and dolphins, as I said, also have friendships. And their networks are very similar to ours, again, mathematically speaking. Here's an elephant network. Every dot, every orange dot's an elephant, and the lines represent social relationships between the two elephants. And if you look at this image, it's similar to the images I just showed you. But our last common ancestor with elephants was 85 million years ago. But still, they make friends and networks in ways that are similar to us. It seems like natural selection has independently come up with this rare and uncommon practice of friendship. This is known as convergent evolution, when organisms independently evolve to be similar, solving similar challenges in similar ways. And this observation about the convergent evolution of friendships and social networks leads us to another paradox. Because to the extent that we resemble animals in our propensity for friendship, and in other traits like our propensity for cooperation, we can gain insight into our common humanity. If we can share the capacity for friendship with elephants, we surely can share it universally with each other. The weird fact that we resemble elephants in friendship is actually a vindication of the fact that we all have the same, all humans have the same fundamental property of social order. Now, the actual structure of these networks that we make matters to our life experience. Think about these two objects. They are both made of carbon. And as you all learned in high school chemistry, on the left you have graphite, and on the right you have diamond. If you connect the carbon atoms one way, you get graphite, which is soft and dark. Or if you take the same carbon atoms and connect them another way, you get diamond, which is hard and clear. And there are two key intellectual ideas here. First, these properties of softness and darkness and hardness and clearness do not inhere in the carbon atoms. They are not properties of the carbon atoms. And second, which properties you get depends on how you connect the carbon atoms to each other. Take the same carbon atoms and connect them one way, you get one set of properties, or take those same carbon atoms and connect them another way, and you get a different set of properties. In fact, it's the same with human groups. You can take a group of people and connect them one way, and they are happy and innovative and wealthy and healthy and productive. Or you take the same people and connect them another way, and they are unhappy and unhealthy and uncooperative and uninnovative and poor. So it's the ties between people that make the whole greater than the sum of its parts. And new properties like cooperation can emerge because of the connections, because of the ties between people, and not necessarily the people themselves. So it's not just what's happening in the people around us, whether they are happy or rich or thin, that matters. Our experience of the world also depends on the actual structure of the ties around us, near and far. And we've just had a fantastic illustration of this point with the COVID-19 pandemic. Whether you got infected with COVID or not depended on the structure of the network around you. For example, if you had no friends at all, your risk of getting COVID would be low. And if you had more friends, your risk was high. So the structure of the network could affect your risk in this example. Collective social structures can have emergent properties, and social order, which we are pre-wired to make, matters. Now, these traits that I've been discussing with you and that make up the social suite are mutually supportive. Many of these play roles in the others. For example, they're all locked together. Like identity is required for love and friendship. You need to know who you're in love with, be able to recognize them, or who to befriend. And friendship is required for networks. And in fact, in order to cooperate, you need identity and networks. You need to be connected to other people. Or, for example, in-group preference, which is the recognition or the fact that you tend to prefer your own group to other groups. This is a good or necessary quality for the ability to cooperate with other people. Or mild hierarchy, which is the fact that in human groups, we tend to have a little bit of hierarchy. We're not fully egalitarian, and we don't like extreme hierarchy. We like something in between. Or teaching, the fact that we teach each other things is also relevant or related to these other qualities. Now, I want to say a few words about teaching because it lies at the root of our capacity for culture. Most animals learn. For example, a little fish in the sea can learn that if it swims up to the light, it will find food there. And we can learn. If you put your hand in the fire, you learn that fire burns. And you take your hand out, for example. But we can also learn socially. So in other words, you put your hand in the fire and you learn that it burns, or I watch you put your hand in the fire and I gain almost as much knowledge, but I pay none of the price. In other words, I see that fire burns your hand or burns a person's hand, but my hand is not burnt. Or for example, you and I go into the forest and you eat a red mushroom and die. And I watch you eat that red mushroom. You've paid an enormous price for the knowledge you've acquired. I've paid no price but acquired the same knowledge. This is called social learning, distinct from independent learning. And many fewer animals do this. But we do something that's even rarer than that. We don't just learn by copying each other or watching each other. We teach each other things. I set out to teach you to build a fire. And this is incredibly rare in the animal kingdom. Very few animals do this. So this capacity for teaching depends on our capacities for cooperation and friendship and hierarchy. In other words, we revere our teachers. The teachers, we have a little hierarchy where some people know more than others, and they are teachers to us. So all of these qualities are interconnected. And this ability to teach each other and learn from each other allows us to cumulatively create and store knowledge and transmit it across time and place. It allows us, in other words, to be cultural animals. And the knowledge that we transmit across time and space in the form of teaching is actually a fundamental driver of economic growth. One of the fundamental reasons that societies get richer and richer with time in general is that knowledge accumulates with time. when each one of us was born, our ancestors had already domesticated animals, had already learned how to domesticate pigs and sheep and cows, for example. Our ancestors had already learned how to make bronze and iron, and our ancestors had already learned how to navigate by the stars and build roads and all of those things, or invented calculus, for example. When all of us were born, we were just given calculus that Newton and Leibniz invented. So this is our patrimony. We inherit this knowledge, and that's why we are richer when we are born than people born 100 or 1,000 years ago. But it turns out that this capacity for culture shapes us even more. Our genes affect our capacity for culture, and our culture affects our genes. And this is a further distinct idea that I'd like to tell you about. I'm going to quickly show you one more idea, and actually I'm going to show you two more ideas, and then I'm going to wrap up. Because the best example we have of how macro-historical developments, how teaching and culture could affect our genes, is the evolution of lactose tolerance in adults. The ability of adults to digest lactose confers evolutionary advantages only when a stable supply of milk is available. In other words, why do any of us, can we drink milk and use it as a food source? Our ancestors more than 10,000 years ago only drank milk when they were infants. Once they were weaned from their mother's breast, they never had milk again for the rest of their lives. So the enzyme that digests lactose, an enzyme called lactase, only was in our bodies for the first couple of years of our life. And then it stopped working, and we did not have that enzyme in adulthood. But once human beings invented the domesticated animals and taught each other how to care for and domesticate animals, we suddenly created in our environment a supply of milk. And those human beings who then had mutations that allowed the lactase enzyme to persist into adulthood had an advantage, because we could drink the milk around us and have another food source, or we could have a clean source of hydration. If the water was filthy around us, we could instead drink clean milk instead of contaminated water. And deep genetic and cultural studies of this phenomenon have shown that these mutations are principally seen in populations who are herders and not in nearby populations who retained a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. The point I'm making is that something we humans do, a cultural thing which involves teaching, changes the course of human evolution. And it does so over historical time, because we domesticated animals multiple times between 3,000 and 9,000 years ago. So this is recent, like a few thousand years we're talking about. We've changed the course of human evolution for something that we have done. And what this means is that our genes and our culture are in a conversation, and there are many other amazing examples of this. And then finally, or next to finally, I have this idea and then one more I'd like to share, and then I'll stop, is that there are a number of applications of these ideas about how we evolved to make societies. For instance, so we humans are nowadays beginning to modify our social systems with artificial intelligence. We are going to be increasingly adding machines, such as driverless cars, and autonomous agents, such as online bots, into our social systems. And these machines are going to act in human-like ways, on a level playing field, as if they were human, in what I have called hybrid systems. Let me give you an example. Let's say you buy a digital assistant, like an Alexa. The people who design the Alexa design it to be very obedient to you. For example, you don't have to say, "Excuse me, Alexa, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. If you don't mind, could you please tell me the